It gives me great privilege to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22nd anniversary. You have been a trailblazer in providing accurate and timely news, and we salute you on all your achievements and accomplishments. We wish you another 22 years of top-notch professional journalism. So congratulations once again, and keep up the good job.
Totally surprised by the amount of waste gathered here at the Coligono Beach, which is near the estuary. You can find everything here, from plastic waste, medicine, sachet rubbers, shoes. Yeah, I can see a shoe right here, and old clothes. They are all heaped on the shore, wondering where they come from, right from the sea. Fishermen say they catch more plastic than fishes. We are here at the Coligono Beach to speak to these fishermen who are affected by these plastic waste to ascertain the negative impact on their job. My name is Paulina Deda Opoku. This is a GhanaWeb special report. Let's get talking.
When it was raining, that plastic used to come normally.
Okay.
And they catch plenty. But when it doesn't be a rain season there, they doesn't catch that plastic. Okay. If you are, imagine, see there are. Now is the rain season. So okay. By all means, the plastic will come plenty. They will come from, they will pass through the river and the Kole Lagoon and enter the sea. So when enter the sea, that will come plenty inside the survey of the bottom of the sea. Okay. So when you throw the net or you lay the net, that pass through the bottle, that will all go come inside your net.
Wow. But then if you take a look at it, where does these plastics come from? Well, if you trace it, where do you think it comes from?
Those people, the market people, when they're selling it in the market, maybe you can't buy pure water. Yeah. You drink it, throw it on the roadside. When rainfall, all go pass through the gutter, and that, through the gutter, that will enter the river, the Kole Lagoon. Through the Kole Lagoon, that will enter the sea. Okay. So that brings the problem to us.
Because I can see that there are old clothes, there are bottles,
all these bottles you are seeing, all from the lagoon, pass through the lagoon, come inside the sea. Okay. If you go to Kokpama, go stand and see how there is. All be plastic. So then rainfall, all that plastic pass through the Kole Lagoon, through inside the sea. On the olden days, that in the drinking bottles or they are not, it's not normal day. Okay. But now there are a lot in the system. So they are taking a lot of the job. Make drinks, making so. So you can normally, if you said they should stop in it, no, it shouldn't be that.
Do you come here every morning to buy fish from these fishermen?
No, normally I used to go to Tema Harbour, but once in a blue moon I used to pop in here. But when you come here, always, you don't even get the fish as quantity as you want because of the plastic weight. The sea used to blow to them up there. When they go for the catching, they don't get it plenty like how we want it to buy it. So it is affecting them a lot in the fish catching. So that's all what I can say.
So for this bowl of fish, I guess this one is yours. Yes. How much is it being sold to you for?
For now.
Yeah.
He said it's 70 Ghana.
70 cedis. Wow.
Yes.
Fresh fish. I think it's a bit expensive, or what do you think?
Yes, it's very expensive.
Okay.
When they get it plenty, the price will come down. But they don't get it plenty, so the price will go up.
All right.
So that's why it is because of the waste.
But what do you use the fishes for? Do you sell?
I used to sell.
All right.
Yes. So I'm going to sell it.
So looking at bringing solution to our beaches, not catching plastic for fishes, what must be done? Maybe the fishermen, the community, and even the government.
The community must to help, and the government too must to help to tide our country and around the beach areas for us of the plastic waste.
They always complain that all the plastic is coming from the other end, Agboglosi, where they sack the people. They call it lagoon. So always they are having plastic here. That's the challenge they are having here. So
the issue of plastics in our seas and on our beaches is a big issue for the country. What do you think that the people, especially those who live along the coastal communities, can do to help the situation?
Yeah, unless maybe I will plead to the government. I will plead to the government to help them to find a solution for the lagoon, because I can see it's not their fault here. That's what they always complain, that it's not their fault. We help them. We can clean this place very nicely. Before 1 week time, you see another plastic. So when they stop the plastic from the Kole Lagoon, I think we can have very nice beach here.
I'm a two no go kwame ha wo. Well, any fire or ona fire can be any. Kaja yeni ye ton ayenjwe e ka chia wo pa mi. Keke fa ka ho keke dwe pe ba. Wo ka je ka dwe ba. Keke be dwe te nu mi ka agme ya ni kin. Keke be dun mama hwe ni bi kome ni bi nehi bo cho na chukun wo wi ahun wo le boni aba pe an wodun wona ni wo pe wo ya keke muko ba bi le nche de ba wi wo pun le ba wi e ja wo wi ahun no te na muko kura ba ye bi wona ni e ja ka wo wi no ka wo wi bo che no ba bi ne bo na boni bi yo wo wi ahun wona fa kaji ayeni awojwe me ni ba lu ojo bola ke ni bi fin Bona, aka wo gota mi, aka wo fa mi. Keke fa ke ho keke dwe fe ba bie. Ona ni. Dwe fe ba bie ke. E wo wole boni wo ba fe wo ha. Ona ni. E wo ke government lenche. Le ke chi be ba sa le fan.
O se ye nya nkofo a. Sa nwure ba. Mo de container ni besi ho a, ye be su egu.
See the container ni ho.
Container ni wo de ba ha adwen.
Yes, I'm more bala na mudu kunifa.
Come, I fa na edebegu. Ahwa na edebegu. Ye ni bebi ede ahwa na edebegu. Nti ebe hia pa se ye benya container wo mpoano ha. Na ya se nwura ni nyina ye de egum. Kala ba fa ko ebe ye simple. Ebe me ha ye fet se mpoano na se ni ha ye fe no.
Te ba ha bebre bola nkwa ewura no.
Ewura no. Ah. You need to offer Chrome.
Hefa na osha udi wani
get. Offer konkoma kaneshi aneni yamba. Ni nyina offer gota nu. Omo be she calling ni student na ba ha. No omo be go anti ya stram mu ka cha akufa do. So on first camera, on for mama for no be here to ma wa so be so ampo
na mo ye sure some say science and so mba bi na say ye di bola bi si ha say say ba na nka master sa ko
ofa bi amba
ofa fi amba bi amba bola tank ba ku pe no mu da be si a bola nu ye ma no omu da ko be chata no mu da ba no o sta bola nu udu ko guwa no o ma duska
mu yo pen ta san papa no me ka chewo nti papa no mu ayo bono kra
o sta bola nu udu ko no o ma duska
na ma ji ayo mo ji mai.
Oh, I'm going to be 2, 3, 3, 3. 5
same plastics.
10 3 na di. 10 3 na di. Enti so on kita skebia. On kita bia so ku pe ja bola na. You should have gum puano.
On the back of the close season, remember they said you shouldn't go for fishing. When they opened the sea, would you say that you are catching more fishes now? Was it good?
Maybe no, we are not Lord. And we are not Lord, but Lord, it be Lord who created the fish. Maybe if we Lord the sea will be Lord without getting fish. Maybe the sea will be open to get fish. So we are not God.
But looking at your catch, you know what when it was before it was closed, you knew what you were catching. But now that they've opened it after months,
now I think it's normal small.
It's normal
small.
Okay.
Normal snow.
So with the fishes that they are catching, do you know the name of these ones? Like the long ones? What's the name of that one?
His name be Odwe.
Odwe.
There were other ones, small jam. Is that no? The one we lay on the small jam,
So this one, what food can you eat it with? Is this your gakenke or?
Nah.
Gakenke.
It be normal fish. He used to eat every kind of food in the system. Rice, jollof, smoking it, frying it, all it will help.
We talk about what will happen. We talk about what will happen in the connection. What a year people one more that.
Primix full on now come on.
Yo, yeah, people one more that. What to connection will raise what to connection. But to your 520. Since I put out on 1 million.
1 million. Our next stop is the Primix fuel station, where you can see a number of fishermen who are here to purchase fuel. From our earlier interactions with some of the fisher folks, they claim that getting Primix fuel can be a challenge. They have leveled some allegations against the authorities who distribute the fuel. So we are here to speak to the head of distribution to ascertain whether these allegations are true or not. Daddy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. So we are just here. It's all about the Primix fuel. I want to find out from you, how is business?
Primix, agafe politics. Be NDCB so be. I mean no, I mean do machine JMP MPPB baby. NDCB Primix kaba amambayo. Shibede yo le jaga Primix BP ka ese cheni akeba. Eshe many yawo o felt mo gidigidi by few shijena on Primix and MPPB insurance ni machine NDCB so MPPB ni insurance ami share nyuma NDCB so insurance o Primix gagaba NDCB ami no ajela Primix na on ejala bi na on le gaje che na gano on le eyakunwe na gano on le gaje che price chakiko government ebo modern wa agashi Primix jala ya anwe nakano ahun le
na onya tumpo ya kwa aduma etuminya nampa won ye du kokro so a grofo no tuminya bi tete o tumpo no bu epum na ya kokro na anya na anya na nam no mo kwai omo dwane akosoro ya anya na tete ya hu de ya omo na we tell up what so by mu pada omo da ba to mu chacha empoano fo no omo na nsu ye empoano fo no ni omo de ba no so a ntokwa so bem won ebi me plapla na de no omo de omo no call be fufuro no omo ko che ska na omo de ba no so omo de ska no man pe no fo no.
Based on the challenges listed by fisher folks, let's take a trip to the Coastal Development Authority, CODA, where we'll speak to a head who will also tell us how best government can come in to solve the issue of plastics in our sea.
I think the first thing is for us to accept that this is a menace that has come to stay and we have to do something about it. And it's the responsible public authority should do something about it. What appears to be happening is that the waste accumulates in the communities or on the beaches. Then some good-spirited people once in a while get together and do something about it, but it is not in a regular public program to clean up. It should become part of our regular environmental sanitation program. The same way we clean markets and other public places, we should take out the responsibility for cleaning the beaches, especially the public beaches. When you go to the private beaches, you don't find that level of filth because somebody has responsibility and make sure the beaches are clean. In the same way, the public beaches, somebody has to take responsibility and the cleaning must become a regular feature. So therefore, for instance, the assemblies responsible for those areas must make adequate budgetary allocations to these things. and organize programs to clean up. I do agree that they may not have enough for budgetary allocation, but they should take the lead in organizing such that others could come on board, and regularly we clean the beaches. So until we mainstream cleaning of beaches, the problem will remain with us. I really don't think that the local communities should bear the responsibility. Most of the litter or the garbage comes from upstream.
And then some concerns that they raise is that sometimes they clean up, because every day you see plastics there.
Yep.
But then there are no cans where they can dump it. And even with the available ones, they end up paying more. So imagine you gather rubbish which you didn't generate, but then you have to pay like 2 cedis, 1 cedi, 5 cedi for it. So on the back of that, as you stated earlier, the assembly can come on board. But then if there are no cans available, of course, where do you expect that they put their rubbish, which they say they are going to dump it right into the sea?
Municipal waste. It will always flow to the lowest area, and the communities are always in the lowest areas. So they cannot continuously be cleaning up for the guys upstream. I do know that efforts have been made by some organizations to provide some of these things. And I think as the beach menace becomes more and more of a problem, other organizations will come on board. Kuda is currently planning a project to pilot a sustainable clean beach program. The idea is to set a benchmark for others to see what could be done, so that sustainably we could start addressing this problem. And provision of some of these things is part of what we're planning to do.
Do you have any timeline for this project that is underway?
We want to, by the end of the year, to be able to start physically putting things down on the ground and rolling it out so that everybody can see that somebody's going to do something about this problem.
So one will say that government will be doing its best. People who live around the coastal areas too, they will say they clean up the beaches. But on the back of single use of plastic, which has been a major issue, because every time plastics are being generated, people are using it single use. Some people have called for the ban, others who are saying that we should regularize it. But then what do you think that Ghana can do in solving this whole issue of plastic?
We should deal with the issue of plastic waste the same way we deal with all waste. It will always be generated, and as such it must be processed into another form, either for disposal or for recycling. Every single day plastics will always be used. We need them in our life, but then we must identify that after we use them, they turn into a form which is not useful to us. So we have to then mainstream this business of plastic waste recycling or proper disposal. For a long time we've just chosen to neglect it, but we can't. Now it's become so big a problem that with the markets, we sweep the markets every day. In the same way, we must develop a program for all the beaches, all the locations, everywhere. And then those responsible, we have to encourage them to take it up and then work on it on a continuous basis. It is a daily problem. So we just have to accept that as a problem, and we have to plan and implement programs to deal with it continuously.
So you're preaching recycling, so plans.
Recycling is one. What I'm actually preaching is accepting that it is an issue that will not go away. So we have to plan for it, and every single day of our life take actions to reduce that. I, for instance, think that the assemblies, the assemblies are assessed every year. There's a certain evaluation they do for them. They check certain things. I think for every assembly that has a beach, the state of cleanliness of the beach should become one of the assessment indicators. The same way they check the state of the markets and then the public toilets, the beaches should be. It should. And once you place that responsibility on them and they realize that there will be a systematic assessment every year, they will do something about it. I don't think there's any new thing required. We have all the laws and then the regulations and whatever is required to keep our country clean already on the books. We also have institutions, agencies, individuals with mandate to enforce these things. If we just start enforcing our existing environmental sanitation rules and regulations, that basically alone will wipe out more than half of the problem. I can assure you. So it's the wake-up call should be for all of us who are supposed to be doing some kind of work in this direction to do our work, and for those who are supposed to be whipping us into line to also whip us into line. And like I said, I think the assembly should be held responsible for this beach waste thing. We must have a way of naming and shaming those who are not doing what they should be doing. And of course, we need help from media, civil society, all other advocacy groups to drum home the fact that if you generate waste and you don't deal with it, you will eventually end up living in a bola. As simple as that. What I'm actually preaching is accepting that it is an issue that will not go away. So we have to plan for it, and every single day of our life take actions to reduce that. I, for instance, think that the assemblies, you know, the assemblies are assessed every year. There's a certain evaluation they do for them. They check certain things. I think every assembly that has a beach, the state of cleanliness of the beach should become one of the assessment indicators. The same way they check the state of the markets and then the public toilets, the beaches should be. It should. And once you place that responsibility on them and they realize that there will be a systematic assessment every year, they will do something about it.
I agree to that too. And then away from plastics, I know Koda is more helping people along the coastal areas when it comes to development. One of the issues that they raised, fisher folks, was that during the close season, things become very hard because they don't go fishing where they can cater for their family and all that. So they've made a call to authorities that during that time they need help. Help not in just maybe a bag of rice or tomatoes and then you are done. So looking at the bigger picture, it looks like maybe every year we'll have a close season. So what do you think can be done for these coastal dwellers?
The closing of the season is a very good thing. I mean, it allows the resource to regenerate. So ultimately, they benefit from it. But like all other human enterprises, as we work, we save. We know that there are times that we will not be able to be making income immediately. So I think people should come to the realization that it is a necessary thing that they allow the fish stock to regenerate during a certain time. And as such, they must plan for that time. Whatever they make in the 11 months, they must set something aside, knowing that there's going to be 1 month where, it won't happen.
So I want to find out as Koda, if you have embarked on any projects that has been beneficial to these coastal dwellers. At least give us a general view of what you have done, your contribution so far.
Koda has done a lot under its IPEP program, Infrastructure for Poverty Eradication program. I mean, a needs assessment was carried out at the early stages where coastal dwellers indicated what their priorities were. Some of those priorities were taken on board, and Koda implemented projects to bring those priorities to life. Koda also started, and in fact is still engaged in, a massive support program to fisherfolk, where we have a outboard motor subsidy program. You see, that fishermen who have need of engines for their boats can come to Koda. Once we identify that you are truly a fisherman, there's a massive subsidy. It's about 50% of the cost of the engine that is given to the fisher folks as support. And it's not just the engine, it's a whole program. It is the engine, it is a maintenance support program, it's a training program for how they will keep these things running very well and all that. So that is a huge support. I think there are about 5,000 engines that have been procured to support fisher folk, all the way from Maxim running in front of Accra to Keta. So that is a very direct support.
Fisher folks say they are ever ready to partner with government and other private organizations to ensure that our beaches are clean and safe. They have listed a tall list of challenges facing them, right from all the things that they went through during the close season and how best governments can help to ensure that they catch more fishes instead of plastic. To you at home, in your offices, in your workplace, do well to properly dispose your waste in order not for it to end up right back into the sea. Be a citizen and not a spectator. We all can join hands to ensure that plastic waste is disposed of properly. My name is Paulina Deda Okuku, reporting for GhanaWeb.
One of the things GhanaWeb is doing, which in my estimation is one of the best things, is trying as much as possible to give pictorial in terms of video of whatever it's reporting online. Unlike those days where you only had to read about text. This time around, they've gone a step ahead and to ensure that there's a video added to whatever content they are putting out there for readers to also have a feel of the story. One of the things I think GhanaWeb can do is to, apart from the online TV, rather go on a full-fledged TV channel rather than the online TV. I think that would help. I've seen that the online TV is helping, but they should just go in a full channel. Keep up the good work. There may be challenges, but don't be deterred by those challenges. Challenges are bound to happen in every institution, and try and work harder. Focus on whatever you set to do for yourself, and I'm sure as the years roll by, you achieve those challenges.
Hello everybody, my name is Diallo Sumbri, your host for Diaspora Link, and thank you so much for tuning in for another wonderful episode here exclusively on GhanaWebTV.com. Diaspora Link is a show that deals and addresses directly the bridge we're all building between the diaspora and the African continent, located right here in Accra, Ghana, West Africa. Today, we have an exciting guest, fresh out of Brooklyn, New York. She's been here in Accra for about 7 years. She runs a boutique digital marketing agency. Her name is Mohameda El Muhajir. She's a personal good friend of mine, and I'm really looking forward to diving into this interview. So, come on, let's go. Let's get into it. Welcome back to Diaspora Link. I am so very happy to be here with my guest for this episode. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Brooklyn stand up. Woo! Mohameda El Muhajir.
Yes, very good. You got it.
I got it right?
Yeah, you got it
right. Mohameda, thank you so much for being here. How you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for inviting me. We have these conversations all the time, so I'm glad we can Do it for the world to see.
Yes, now we are doing it for the world to hear what happens behind closed doors. Now, all right, so now we're going to play this game called Choices, and you only have one rule. You have to choose one, okay? Now, don't just choose one, all right? You ready? Okay.
Ready.
You ready? Okay. Wache or jollof rice?
Wache.
Wache. Okay. Fufu or banku?
Banku.
Banku. Really? No fufu? Okay. All right. All right. All right. Let's see. What else can we do? Okay. Basketball or soccer? Football. You know, I say soccer for you, but they know football. Basketball or football?
Basketball.
Basketball. Okay. Ooh, and you got NBA Africa too coming up. So that's okay. All right. Fall, the season fall, or summer?
Listen. Summer.
Full summer. Full stop summer. Okay. One more. Let's try one more. Nigeria or Ghana?
Ghana.
Right answer, or you might not make it out
Right,
of here.
no,
Okay,
Ghana.
okay.
I mean, I think at this point, all Nigerians are choosing Ghana too.
Ghana.
Yeah.
So the point of this game of choices is just for us to see that we all make different choices in life. You know, if they say if everybody's thinking alike, then someone's not thinking. And it's okay for us to have differences. It's okay for us to choose different things. What matters most is that we have mutual respect for each other and that we focus more on our similarities more than our differences. So thank you for playing Choices. All right. Now, our next game, which is going to allow us to get to know you a little better, is called Top 5. So I have 5 categories, and I'm going to ask you to give us your top 1 in each category. Okay? You're looking kind of nervous. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. All right? Because, you know, we're getting to know you a little bit. All right? So, first, your favorite book and why?
The Celestine Prophecy.
Say it again.
The Celestine Prophecy.
The Celestine Prophecy. Who's the book by?
I actually forgot the name of the author.
Why that book?
I found that book really helped me to put like life into perspective. Coincidences, you know, our soul groups, just all these things that helped me really put life into perspective. So
I'm going to look that book up. Okay. Your favorite artist, musical artist of all time?
Of all time?
You can only choose one. It's top 5, so you can't.
Bob Marley?
Bob Marley, that's a good one. Bob. Lively up yourself. And don't be no drag. You know, I'm sorry. All right, let's go back. All right, favorite food of all time?
Enchiladas.
Enchiladas? How do you? I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is a judgment-free zone. This is a judgment-free zone.
Shrimp. Oh, shrimp. I would say shrimp.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shrimp.
Okay. Enchiladas, but okay. No, I say shrimp.
Okay. All right. Your favorite place to vacation? Favorite vacation spot in the world?
Rio.
Rio. Nice. You fancy, huh? I see you fancy. All right. Last one is your favorite sport.
Track.
Track.
I went to Howard on a track scholarship.
Oh, nice. I'm learning something new. I think, did I know that?
Maybe not. I don't know. Track. So definitely track and field.
What did you run?
Middle distance, the 800, cross country, mile.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So I'm track.
Okay. All right. So now that we found out some of Muhammada's choices and we found out her top 5, let's dive into the interview a little bit more and find out exactly who Muhammada is and why she's here in Ghana. I know you in real life, so we're not going to act like I don't know you in real life. But for everybody watching, just kind of tell us a little bit about who you are, you know, where you from. I already got Brooklyn's already standing up, so they know that part. But just kind of tell us a little bit about Muhammada.
Okay. Well, I am a few things. I would like to say probably like a Renaissance woman.
Okay.
Some people are like, how? What? And I'm like, okay, well, there's the science aspect, and I do have a science background. And then in terms of the business...
hold on. We're not going to skip over that. Okay, a science background?
Yeah, you didn't
in
know
what?
That. Well, I got my degree from Howard University.
Okay, y'all, I didn't go to Howard, but hold on. I'm going to do this for all my family that went to Howard. HU?
You know.
Okay, I didn't go to Howard, but I had to do that for the Howard folks.
So my background, I have a degree in microbiology.
Okay.
I was on a path to do medicine, but I grew up in an entrepreneurial home. So business, marketing, I never taken one course in my life, but that I just knew second nature. And so I've evolved into this, marketing kind of guru.
I was about to say, don't be afraid to say it. Go ahead and say guru.
Communications, and then my passion is in technology.
Okay.
So I work a lot with tech startups. I work in digital marketing. I'm a filmmaker as well. A lot of people don't know that because it's been a while. I have all these interests, and I feel like I'll max it out, and then I'll move on to the next thing.
Gotcha.
But even in the work that I do now in marketing, there's always an element of film. I'm always producing some kind of video or editing. So all those skills actually help me, and I use them often. Yeah.
Okay, so it's no surprise to our viewers that we are in Accra, Ghana right now, right? Yes. And you're from Brooklyn, right? And you went to Howard. Mm-hmm. So let's talk about, just for a little bit, how did you get to Ghana? We know you took a plane, right?
Yeah. No, don't laugh. Some people think elephants and things, right? So, yeah, no.
Okay, so let's talk about your journey from Brooklyn here. How long have you been here? What brought you to Ghana? What led you here? And why are you staying here? Why have you chose to stay?
Okay. Well, first, I was born in California. I grew up between Philly and Brooklyn, and I probably lived all of my adult life in New York.
Okay.
But I started coming to Africa as a teenager. So, I turned 16 in Nairobi, Kenya. That was my first country that I ever. So this is not new. This ain't new.
You ain't new to this.
Here to return. This ain't new.
You ain't new to this. You true to this.
No. Yeah.
So your Sweet 16 was in Nairobi.
Yeah.
Yo, that's dope.
Yeah. So that summer that I turned 16, I did a summer abroad, 2 months.
Okay.
In Kenya, and then I went back home, and I've been traveling. Even I mentioned that I made a film. I did a documentary about hip hop around the world. So I went to 8 different countries.
Wow. All
over Europe, Brazil, South Africa, a lot of different countries. So this is when people are like, what are you doing? I'm like, they're like, what do your family think? They used to this.
So for you, this being in Africa is not new.
No,
right?
It's not new.
Since 16, you've been here. But traveled around,
yeah.
But you landed in Ghana
at
some point, and you stayed in Ghana.
Yeah.
So what was it about Ghana that had you land and stay here in Ghana?
Really, I wanted to be in Nigeria.
Okay, so Ghana was like a.
God, let me tell you. So I worked.
Wait a minute. I'm learning some new stuff here.
So I think you know that I worked at Nike, right?
Yes.
So I worked at Nike for 4 years, entertainment industry, and then at some point I was like, this is just not what I wanted to be doing with my time, energy, life. This corporate America ride is not for me. So remember when Dave Chappelle ended his deal and went to Africa? That was
when he went to South Africa and everybody was like, Dave Chappelle went crazy.
So I understood. I was like, oh my God. So but I was like, I felt this connection with Nigeria, but literally nobody supported that. No Nigerian friend that I had.
Oh,
really? Not one person.
They just said don't go to Nigeria.
They were just like, no, that is not a good idea. But in my heart, because I can tell if I'm going to like someplace even before I go there.
Gotcha.
I can just feel it. There'll be cities and I'm like, yeah, I know I'm going to love that. And I could just tell. And I just was like, no, I think this is it. And no one could support that. So I just was like, I don't think that's probably the best thing if I can't get any support, right?
Okay.
So I'm like, okay, well then there's Ghana, right? So when I left Nike, I was like, I'm done with this corporate, I'm done with entertainment. I'm going to go back to school and I'm going to do some really something more important for the world.
Okay.
And so I came to University of Ghana. I did graduate school at University of Ghana.
What did you study?
Studied international relations.
Okay, you know what? Yo, this is crazy because for as many conversations as we've had, I'm learning though. I'm fine. I'm good. This is good. This is good information.
So that was Ghana in 2003.
Okay.
So it was just
So you came here for school?
Yeah, I came here for school, and that was
But hold on. So I'm familiar with the college process. You going to grad school. So how do you search grad school and say, I'm gonna go to the University of Ghana?
So I wanted to come to Africa.
Okay.
Okay. It needed to be in English.
Okay.
Okay.
So narrow down.
Narrow it down. I wanted to be in Nigeria, but I chose Ghana. University of Ghana is not hard. There was not a lot of options. Right. So I found this program. I came to Ghana before that and just bum rushed the office. There are things I just love about Africa. I don't know when the admissions process. I'm like, who's the person I need to speak to? How much I need? Am I in? Can I come back in August? Great, done.
Right.
So I did that, and this was a really culture shock. Not Africa culture shock. I've already been to Africa, but my life that I was leading before then. I mean, I had a corporate card. I'm at the Grammys. I'm at MTV Awards.
Right.
The work that I did was very celebrity and everything.
Right.
So now I'm on Friday I quit my job.
Wow.
And on Tuesday I was on a plane to come to Ghana. So I'm walking through dusty roads. I was just
where am I?
I mean, so it was amazing. I'm in a class, since Ghana, there was no AC. It's just they're all looking at me like I'm an alien. I mean,
where you come from?
Yeah, what are you doing here?
And so you've been here for about 7 years, right? You've been in Ghana for...
Yeah. So let me just say this, that on that time when I went to school here, I did not love it. I wasn't this Ghana fanatic at all. I was like, what have I done? And part of it was that I had already been out of school for a number of years, and then I was, going back to school.
And you had already lived a professional life, as you said. You've been Grammys, MTV Awards, which is a life of luxury to an extent. High rise, cocktail hours, and
all that.
Diamonds and bling.
I mean, every celebrity you can name, I work with them, all of that. So, but I was just I'm in school all day from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Right.
And one thing, I've been on a lot of travels, and I don't like to go anywhere where I don't have my people. I only need one person, and I didn't have really chance because I was preparing for school. I didn't have a chance to connect and get my people.
Right.
So I'm just here. That's not the way I like to do things. And I'm here, and I'm in school, and I'm like a student, and I was like, oh God. So I wasn't able to connect with Ghana on that trip.
I got you. So on that trip.
Yeah.
So did you do what you did 2 years here straight?
No, I was here for 5 months. It was a part of my graduate program.
Okay, so 5 months here.
Yeah, and then I left, and I didn't come back to Ghana for 10 years.
Wow. So this we said that was
2003. So
2003.
The next time I came back to Ghana was 2013.
Okay, so hold on. Let me stop right there for a minute. Let's do this. So you mentioned Kenya at 16, right? You mentioned traveling around the world for the film in Ghana. Now, since then, what other African countries have you been to?
So I've been to, not enough at this. I figure it's not enough. I've been to 8 countries just over the time from then to now. So I have been to Nigeria since then a few times.
Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana.
Yeah, I've been to South Africa.
South Africa.
My most recent one was Côte d'Ivoire, which I love.
I saw your post about that. I saw y'all had a great time.
So Senegal, Togo, a day in Morocco. I'm not really gonna count that one, but
it counts. A day counts. A day matters.
So I think that. Yeah.
Okay, so since we're talking about African countries, what we're going to do now is go into something else. This is a game that we play for all of our guests called Africa in 60 Seconds.
Okay.
We're going to start a timer, and what you need to do is name as many African countries as possible that you can do in 60 seconds. So, we know how many there are, right? So let's see how many you could get to in 60 seconds, right?
Okay.
There is no prize. Let me just
Okay. Okay.
just say,
come on, Diallo, I need a prize.
let's just say there's, okay.
Can I get a brunch at somewhere?
Here we go.
Okay.
If you get all of them,
all right,
every single African country, we're going to go to brunch somewhere,
Okay.
someday, sometime. How about that?
All
Treat
right.
is on me. All right?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Is our timer ready? All right. So, 3, 2, 1. Brunch is on the line. 1, go.
Angola, Algeria, Botswana, Burkina Faso, Burundi, Chad, Congo, Cote d'Ivoire, Egypt, let me just go, Tunisia, Morocco, Algeria, I said, Kenya,
You said Algeria. Kenya.
Sudan, Tanzania,
Okay.
Djibouti,
Okay.
Somalia,
Okay.
Ethiopia,
Okay.
Niger,
Okay.
Mauritania,
Okay.
Mali, Senegal, Gabon,
Okay.
Guinea,
Okay.
Guinea-Bissau,
Okay.
Zimbabwe,
Okay.
Eswatini, what else? Namibia, Mozambique.
Okay.
I said Angola, Chad.
Okay.
God, I'm missing some stuff in the middle.
You're doing well, though. Keep going.
Uganda.
Okay. Time is up. Time is up. Okay, so you said about 30. I think it was about 30,
Okay,
31.
I got 20. Okay.
You got 20 more. That's good, though.
Okay.
That's good, though. You know what I thought you was about to do in the beginning.
Sing a song. Isn't a song out?
You were going. I thought you was going to alphabetical order.
I was
like,
starting, but
I
then
was like,
it threw me off.
I was like, she's showing off.
I know.
She's showing off.
Well, funny thing is, my daughter is 12, and when she was like 3, I mean, I taught her how to read very early, and I have this video of her going through the Africa map and
naming all of the countries.
Yeah.
All right, so from Brooklyn,
yes,
talked about school, talked about some of your professional career. You doing grad school. So now you're here in Ghana, right?
Yeah.
Even though you went to Nigeria, but you're here, so obviously you haven't regretted it, right?
No.
I feel like you're enjoying yourself here in Ghana and you love it. So let's talk about what is it that you do in Ghana. Talk to us a little bit about your company, your business, some of your interests, and what's keeping you here.
Well, so in the 10 years from like school to me coming back to Ghana, it just was a short trip that I came to Ghana, and I went to Nigeria for the first time on that trip. Okay. And the difference between, I mean, a lot of development had happened in Ghana in 10
that 10-year
years.
period.
Yeah, I mean, like huge development, right?
It's still
it's still happening very
fast. I look
fast.
like downtown DC with all them cranes, or downtown Manhattan with all the cranes that's up there. It's definitely moving fast.
So the difference between that time, definitely a lot of development happened. And also I had a friend who had been living here who curated that trip. Shout out to Krista.
Okay.
And when I was in school, Krista would come to Accra and she'd be like, I love it. And I was like, yeah, I'm not feeling it. So she lived here and I came and she was like, this is where we're going to go. And it was like Moving Pick and it was like La Villa Boutique. And I was like, oh, Ghana. Things done changed.
Okay. So you started seeing a different lifestyle.
Something happened. Like it was like, oh no, I'm moving here. Like it wasn't like a pondering. Like it was just like, no, this is where you need to be.
It clicked.
It clicked. It was like, this is where you need to be. So I went back home. And I started doing a little research, like most people who come here on holiday. Like, what can I do? How can I live if I go there? And LinkedIn to me is like the best social media platform. I need to do an ad for LinkedIn. Go to LinkedIn. But I found this fellowship, right? And it was at this place called MEST, which is Meltwater Entrepreneurial School of Technology. And they run a school where they train tech entrepreneurs. And then if they have a good idea, they invest in them and they had an incubator where, you know. So I was like, this is what I want to be doing. It's tech and it's in Africa. I was like, what? So I applied to be a fellow. I got the fellowship. It's a 1-year opportunity. And that allowed me to kind of have a soft landing. You know, I had a place to live. When I did the fellowship, it was a 1 year. And I figured 1 year would give me enough time to see if I liked it. You know what I mean? You know, what was what. I meet a lot of people here who sell everything off and just get on a plane and come. Which I'm like, wow. So I didn't do that. I figured 1 year.
You had a different path.
Yeah.
1 year.
Let me see 1 year. And then after the 1 year, I was like, okay, I'm feeling it. I think I can do this for a little bit longer. I got a job here, which I was just discussing with someone earlier.
I'm definitely learning a lot new. What were you doing? You weren't selling fan milk, were you?
No.
Okay,
so, you know, part of the work that I did at the incubator, I worked with the startups. I had like a portfolio of probably like 4 or 5 that I was their business development manager. And through the work that I was doing for them, I kind of was out and about in Accra, you know, making connections, you know, meeting who's who, you know.
So hold on, let's stop right there.
Yeah.
We're going to take a small break, and we're going to come back and get into this conversation a little more with our guest, Muhammad El Muhajir.
El Muhajir.
El Muhajir.
Okay.
Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm a co-architect of Ghana's Year of Return 2019, and I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. For the past 5 years, we've been bringing loads and loads of people to Ghana. Many of them, their first time on the African continent, their first time putting their toes in the African sand, in the African soil. And so many people have had their life changed. Our Birthright journeys are curated cultural immersion journeys centered around reclaiming cultural identity, exploring your ancestral heritage, and celebrating African resilience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Birthright Journey Partner Program. It's really simple, and you really don't have to do much other than email us at info@theadinkragroup.com. Now, what makes a great Birthright Journey partner for our program? Are you a leader? Are you an influencer? Are you that person that your family calls on to organize, or do you automatically know that that's your job? Are you somebody of status in your community? Are you a community leader? Are you that person in your church or in the school? If you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. Do you believe that every person of African descent should have an opportunity to touch ground on the continent of Africa? If you are, then you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. It's simple. We're going to show you how you can travel to Ghana for free. Not only can you travel to Ghana for free, but you can actually get paid to travel to Ghana. Really simple. Just contact us at info@theadinkragroup.com and set up a discovery call. You'll get to travel with your family and friends, you'll get to travel with your community, and the best part of it is that it'll be free for you. Or you'll even earn money doing it. So again, info@theadinkragroup.com. We look forward to seeing you in Ghana. We look forward to dancing with you in Ghana. We look forward to eating fufu, eating jollof, eating wache. Make sure you contact us now, and we would love for you to become a Birthright Journey partner. Madasi. And we are back. Accra we day. Okay, Muhammad.
Yes.
So let's dive into a little bit. Let's talk about Waxford Media. So tell us about Waxford Media. It's a boutique digital marketing agency. What exactly does that mean? What do you do?
So we provide digital marketing and communications, PR strategies and execution for a wide range of clients. The bulk of our clients, I would say, are multinationals who are operating in Ghana, and a lot of them across West Africa. And why they're drawn to us is just because of a lot, I have corporate experience, right? And digital is a fairly, new sort of area of marketing. A lot of very young people, work in that space. And a lot of times they don't have the corporate experience. So they don't understand the needs of what a corporation might need, the turnaround time, the communication style. So we've kind of found a niche in that. And, just some of the clients that we work with here in Ghana, Air France, KLM, Jaguar, Land Rover, Pernod Ricard, which is a French distribution.
These are not average clients.
Companies, you know, and then some local companies as well. You know, it's not, I mean, my passion is startups. So I always, whenever I can support entrepreneurs, I definitely do that. But I will say, as a business person, you know, people who pay you like 1,000 CDs want more than the person's paying you 100,000 CDs, right? Like, so, and you getting your money from a smaller business is a little more challenging, right? So
a little more challenging.
I'd rather work with companies who have a line item for marketing already, you know what I mean? So those are the types of
that gets rid of some of the wahala.
Okay,
no wahala.
So that's the work that we do. We do PR, you know, just media coverage, and digital marketing, digital ads, social media.
So, you know, a lot of people who are not familiar with living or being on the continent of Africa might be thinking Pernod Ricard, might be thinking some of these brands, Land Rover, Jaguar. And I don't think people know that Ghana and a lot of places, a lot of other countries in Africa have these luxury brands that are operating. And I know that you deal with some luxury brands and you are promoting and marketing luxury in Africa and African luxury. Let's talk a little bit about that, right? You know, because you know everybody is like, are you really into luxury because you got a Gucci belt? Like, you know, you see a lot of people with a Gucci belt, but you got on some Old Navy jeans and Gap T-shirt. Talk a little bit about your belief in marketing of African luxury brands and how, what is that like here, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's sometimes interesting. People think luxury are like these designer labels, right? But actually, it's like a product or an experience that, you know, time was put into it and value. Like, that's what we're paying for. When we pay for a Louis Vuitton bag, it's because there was so much time and effort and detail put into this piece. That's what separates it from any other bag or this car from any other car. And when you know, people think it's like luxury is only like French or Italian or something like that, and they don't think about it in terms of an African perspective, right? So there's so many, there are things like kente cloth is luxury.
Got you.
Understood. Right? You know what I mean? Like, and then you think about somebody, let's say somebody like Dangote, right? Okay, he can rock Hermes and have Bentleys, but when he goes to a wedding, he's wearing the same thing. It's the same level. He's expecting the same level of his traditional gear, wear attire that he is from a suit from, you know, whatever top, you know, Italian, you know. So like, it exists. I mean, but in our perspective, we think of it as a very Western European.
But it's not.
Right. It's the time and effort and value that was put into the products, right? So I try to really help and support local and indigenous brands as well, because their work and their quality of their work is at such a high level.
And they're putting just as much time and, you know, like, if I may, my tailor probably put some time. Can I say that it's luxury? He put some time into it. I hope he did. Okay.
Well, it's always in our perspective, though, too. So, yeah.
Right.
And so last year, right before the coronavirus took over the world, I produced an event called Africa Luxury Dialogue, where we did just that. We had conversations with some of the clients I work with, you know, international luxury brands, Mercedes-Benz and Kempinski and things like that. And we had another panel that had emerging, you know, indigenous luxury brands who were there. And I feel like there's really no different. Their product and the quality and the level is there, but they need that platform.
Right.
So
let's talk a little bit about repatriation, right? The year of return happened. I know in the beginning you said this ain't no year of return, because which is cool, because there were some people who didn't discover Ghana or Africa until the year of return, or the year of return helped bring Africa a little closer, right? But let's talk about repatriation. You not just living here, but thriving, right? And there are young professionals in the U.S., in Brooklyn, right, in D.C., who are making good money, right? $150,000 a year, $250,000 a year. They live on their own. Maybe they don't have kids, or they do, but they live a good life. And a lot of people, they may not think they could live a good life here. What message do you have for those people who may want an alternative to where they are, and they may not be sure if Ghana, Accra, or other countries in Africa can provide that.
For most of them, it's probably not.
Okay.
I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real. I mean, there are the luxuries of life that a lot of people aren't aware of in terms of, like, you know, accommodations and luxury homes and things like that. But it's not for everybody. And, you know, I find that a lot of Westerners, and especially Americans, Black Americans, you know, their expectation is at a whole different place. But what you have to value, what I value here, are not the things, right? So if you get to a point where the things is not your driving force, it's not the cash. I mean, every project that I do here, I'm always like, I can make the same exact money in dollars. If somebody's paying me 5,000 Ghana cedis, I can make the same money, the same work for $5,000 or 10, whatever. So I'm not here because of the money. Okay. I'm here because of the feeling that I have. You know, as a human being, if that's more important to you, then you can deal with the electricity and the ditches and all the drama.
Go deeper. Tell me, what is that feeling? Like, talk about that feeling that has you here. Because in real life, for people to take a pay cut,
it's got to be something.
It's got to be something, right? And it has to be something serious. Like you, I definitely took a pay cut when I decided to come here, right? Which was, again, I get that feeling, but I want you to talk a little bit about that feeling.
So one of it is, like, you know, when you live in the West, you know, you're under the subjugation and you're under the standards that you just don't fit in. It's like you're a square and the standards is a circle, and like you're just never going to fit.
Trying to.
Yeah, you're trying to fit in, and it's like, but I don't have to do that. We're like totally different. Like, you know, I know a young person, and she was like, oh my God, I think Taylor Swift is so beautiful. And I was like, well, I think Lupita Nyong'o is beautiful, right? How can you compare the beauty of those two women? Like, you just can't, right? Like, I mean, you can say both are beautiful, but you can't compare, right? So I feel like that's how we are there. Like, you know what I mean?
Got you.
You cannot, like, nothing, we're completely different. Our taste, the taste in our mouth I don't know if it's melanin in the taste, but I don't know. But the food, the way we taste food is different. That's why it's like soul food, right? You know, the way that we want to wear our clothes is different, and we're constantly being judged at all times because of it. When you come somewhere like here, you're like, oh, this is normal.
So would you say that there's a level of freedom?
Oh, it's definitely freedom. But not everybody wants to be free.
Say that one more time, please.
Not everybody wants to be free. So if you value freedom, then this is the place for you. But if you're more concerned with money and things and bling and all that, then stay where you are.
This might not be the
place
for you.
Come for vacation, though, because repatriation is not for everybody, and that's okay. I'm not like this person trying to like force everybody to move back. Like, come for vacation. You need this. You need this in your life.
Let me ask you this question: for people who are considering it, right, and they feel like this is for them, top 3 pieces of advice for people who may be considering it, and who maybe they don't know it's for them, right? But what are your top 3 pieces of advice for those people when they come to visit or they're considering it? What should they do?
First of all, they should realize that it's not America, it's not England, it's not Germany, whatever it is. It's just not. And if you want that experience, you should probably stay where you are, right? So just accept it for what it is. That's like the #1 thing that I would say. You just have to accept it, you know, for what it is. Like if you went to Mars or somewhere, you'd be like, this is Mars. You wouldn't constantly be saying, back in America or back on Earth. Yeah, back on Earth, right? So just let this be what it is, right? Also, I would say you need to have that stream of income in your euros, your pounds, your dollars. Keep whatever stream coming, whatever you can. Nowadays, we're lucky. There's a lot of virtual jobs going on, different things. That little stream.
So you're not here for, let's be clear. You're not here for the money. There's a quote that say money ain't everything, but it's up there with breathing. You're not here for the money.
But there's money here.
But there's money here, and you still need to have that coming in, and you're saying let it be in another currency, the currency where you...
It's ideal. It doesn't have to be a lot, but just to sustain, because definitely Accra is a very, very expensive city. I mean, even in Africa, on the continent, you know, it's quite expensive. So you can go through a lot of money very, very fast. right?
Facts.
Very, very fast.
Facts.
So, just kind of manage your expectations.
Right.
People think, I'm going to Africa, it's going to be cheap. No. So
get your dollars together.
Yeah. So that's something that's very important. And also, I would say, specifically to maybe African Americans who are viewing coming to Africa very kind of like almost in a fantasy, kind of ideal way. Like, guys, this is real life. I mean, it was a long time ago that we left here, and not everybody even knows the connection of how African American. And I can imagine from a Ghanaian perspective, they see black people all over the world. Like, we're just like some black people who are there, just like they see people in Zimbabwe, or like they don't. Most of them don't even know how we got there. Just like they don't know how.
Everybody doesn't share that same emotional tie with the transatlantic slave trade. They don't understand the anger. They don't understand the frustration. They just thinking you black like I'm black, so we all here.
Yeah, and so many black Americans have a culture shock, and they even are sad. And I'm like, no, I don't want you to feel that. Just come and love this place for the space and the freedom that it gives. And you might not have that I don't know what, we're looking for this connection with everybody. My brother, my long lost sister. You're not going to get that, guys. You're not going to get that. But
that's not real life.
No. I mean,
No, that's good because this ain't reality TV.
Yeah. So those are probably the top 3 things. Just kind of manage your expectations and understand we all look the same, but we have had a very different experience. But there's so many similar things, just the DNA, just you see that keeps a lot of it, very, very much alike. Yeah.
Wow. First of all, I want to thank you for coming. I've learned a lot more about you that I didn't know. I don't feel away though, because now I really feel like I know your story, right?
Okay.
And one of the things I'll say, I meet people here who it is like, are you going to this event? And it's kind of known. Like if it's a Muhammad event, everybody's like, I'm going, right? I'm going, and I've had the benefit of going to several brands, and they are always on top. Like you always just have a really good time, and you always leave nice and lit and on fire, looking for the next one. And the next morning, your text is like, "Yo, last night was crazy." So I want to thank you for that, and I want to thank you for taking the time to join us on this episode of Diaspora Link.
All right, Diallo, I just want to say I'm so proud of the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you say you like modern day Garvey. I'm like, we all on our Garvey. And you are just opening doors for so many people. And even with a show like this, just, showing people and giving them a glimpse into what the real thing is. Yeah, not just Ghana. You done moved beyond. So, I got to come check out some of these other places.
Let's go.
That you are, opening the doors to. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you again so much. Thank you all for tuning in to another episode of Diaspora Link. I really hope you all enjoyed this conversation with our guest, Muhammad El Muhajir. I definitely enjoyed it. Even though we're in the age of social media and everything moves fast, let's not forget to continue to honor the wisdom of our ancestors. There's so much that they've offered to us that still guides us through what we do today. So as we do always, we'll end this show with our proverbial wisdom. Today's proverb is, knowledge is like a garden. If you don't cultivate it, you will not be able to harvest it. Take that to your heart. Take that to your mind. Think about it. Have a conversation with your family and friends about it. See what it means to you in your life. I'll see you next time on Diaspora Link. Peace.
Great things. For penny Emma NDC Amanyoko no Johnson Asedun Ketia adodo na friend no say General Mosquito and odin twemu abanienti a chese ne ba yenti a ye friend no General Mosquito otwema emra na former president John Ajekunkufor aban ete so no ebedru bebi na chese MPP Amanyoko no epese chese omo pa obi ana nkope so ye oswafo bi nanso ono nko a egina nteme ka se me General Mosquito ana Johnson Asedun Ketia enya de amepene enne anasa ochena ema ya fasa ore se oswafo o se koba ne sane chese mahye bedwafo ni nyina no obia epaw no na chese that time no na Asedun Ketia no hye mahye bedwani o se obia epaw no chese obia se sa wo mpene dia ene chese obia gya na brabo edema no na so se no di ogina ne nan se ye pen ka se me se mesi me bosa nya dia ye beji watum so oswafo de enya dia beji watum ntia wa na chese ye MPP Amanyoko no eto ni di se wakukudro ni ntino ena ye to se General Mosquito ena mu di sa di ne ma no ena mu twe ma na so twe mu se so kokopie mu e wo Sierra Leone eya owura bia no wo honom ani ye friend no General Mosquito and oba no no ye otuatefo pa nto mo hwe na kokudro no ena mu di sa General Mosquito di no e de ma no.
He has been able to break through an industry with few possibilities. He has risen through hard work and consistency. Today, he can boast as being one of the most successful comedians we have here in the country. Yes, but before we unravel our guests, let's take this quick breather. When we come back, we have more for you. This is Elsie Lamar, and you are watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back from that break. You are watching Talkatainment, and as usual, this show is proudly brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, chicken, and one Coca-Cola at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy one and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And our guest today is going to, I don't know, he's going to be keeping us all smiles the whole time, hopefully. Comedian Waris is here with us. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. How are you doing?
I'm good. I like you. Oh, thank you. You are looking good.
That's okay.
Waris.
Are you single?
No, I'm not.
Okay. You want me to say I'm single? I'm not single. But I'm okay.
You know, I was just about telling you to just make me and my crew laugh for some few seconds. But
well, we have like two types of ways of doing that. We have the manual, we have the automatic.
Which one? Okay, I don't like manual stuff. I like automatic stuff.
Well, you just laughed, but if it's manual, we can tickle you. You catch you there.
Waris. You know, funny enough, you don't look it like you're a comedian, but you don't look, you're calm. You have a calm personality. How is that? How are you? Don't you get people telling you that, oh, once a comedian, those things? Don't you get it?
It's what you see outside. For what is on my mind is because so, but normally people see me, they are like, okay, this comedian, he looks like Justin Bieber and he's nice. But I think my foremost dream of what I wanted to do in life is always what precedes me. So when I meet people, they are like, you don't look like a comedian, you look like a pilot, you know, you look like a doctor and all that. I still have a dream of doing that. I used to. But growing up, when I thought I wanted to be a pilot, I grew up and then I saw the conditions in the family and I started reducing my career bit by bit when I was growing. So first I said pilot, and then when I was growing small, I saw that our family, we don't have enough money to even cater for it. So I reduced it until I got to a classes teacher. So I teach in classes small. I got to a point Charlie, I said I won't do anything. Then comedy said, come and do me. So that is it's like that.
First.
Feel free and love.
Yo, me na me say me sure, but wait there, yo, it's just too much. What's with you and Big Ass?
I think Big Ass is the.
You know why I'm asking that?
Yeah, I like looking at them. But is the
not only you like making use of them in your skits.
You did well adding the end bit of in my skits. But when you say I like making use of them, where? What is your evidence?
In your skits.
What is now? We change the song. It's not Tenene, it's IGP. So if you give me allegation, I ask you what is your evidence.
Then I'll be put on remand.
But having someone with that kind of body stature is the cheapest props you can get as a actor or director or comedian. You understand? So it's nice. It gives the video a vibe. It makes guys want to watch, and then it gives you views, you know. So
I know, I don't know.
But you don't know? Oh, then you are not a guy, so you don't know. So normally that is the main reason why we use them. And some of them are actually actresses. They actually happen to have that kind of body. But it doesn't mean say I have slim girls in my video. Are you trying to say I'm being racist?
No, in all your videos, like most of the videos really? I have seen about you and a girl.
Even the one I was a pastor. Come on.
Okay. So I think I saw one. I don't know how did you manage to do that? There was a girl with a huge ass, and when you tap the girl and the person turned, it was a man.
Where is she?
I don't know. Anyways, moving away. Are you sure you don't have any personal interest in that?
No, I don't. I don't think I do.
Are you sure?
No.
Personally?
No, I don't.
Any girl goes?
No. Yeah, any girl.
Okay. So moving away from the whole discussion about us to so we know you as comedian Waris, but we do not know a lot of things about you. So can you give us a brief personal profile about yourself?
Well, when we say comedian Waris, it's my stage name. My name is Abdul Waris Umar. I'm a Muslim and I'm not married. I'm single. I'm a virgin. I'm a very handsome gentleman. That is a big profile of me. And then I actually happen to be a stand-up comedian. I majored in that, but I do skits as hobby, and then for other businesses. And then I'm a director, a script writer, and I'm a farmer. I did agric science. I've been an athlete for some time. 2012, I was the fastest
agric science where? Not sorry to cut you.
Yeah, I was doing agric science in a school where I was a senior to medical and family. Yeah, I've been in school with family before.
What school?
Odogono Senior.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then we were all in the school.
Oh, so you were medical senior?
Yeah, I've been. Yeah, I was a senior. And family, we have incredible Zeke. We have a lot of people. But just bringing out the school stuff for you to see that we have a lot of talent, you know. So basically, a little profile talks about what I do. Aside being a skate maker or content creator, and then I think that skate maker and content creator is two different things. People don't know, But I do all those things. And then if you don't know me, or you know me to be someone who is always doing content creation, I do stand-up comedy as well.
That's quite a portfolio there.
It's very big.
Nice one.
Portfolio.
In your myself.
Yeah, it's very big.
You made mention.
I don't even know how to write myself.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I
That's like the first essay we all wrote in school.
It's not everybody that wrote it well.
Oh yeah, you're right.
All wrote it, and
yeah.
My name is. I am from name to age. The name of my mother, the name of my father, then my favorite food.
Yeah, it follows like that.
Oh God!
In your previous statements, you made mention that you a Muslim.
Yeah, sure.
Did that in any way affect your career choice? Like, were your parents against it? Were your family against the choice of career that you wanted to venture in, being comedy and entertainment?
No, my mom wasn't. It was okay. When there is money, how would you be against it?
But you know, Muslims are very religious and they are very particular about certain things.
Yeah.
Maybe it might be Ramadan, month of fasting, and you are not supposed to do certain things. You have to be modest, but your job requires you to be doing certain things that will put you out there. Did you encounter any of such challenges?
Not really. I've not encountered all those stuff, but I think my parents they are so welcoming, you understand. If there would be any problem, it would be maybe fans who are very, very religious, who feel I shouldn't do certain things. But in any ways, I've had control over the craft to know what I need to do and what I don't have to do. Sometimes you get threats like it's Ramadan, you don't have to post videos, but it's fine. I think they now understand. If it's Ramadan, it doesn't mean that everybody has to put on his craft on a hold, but there can be a way to minimize certain content, like the bringing in the art stuff and then maybe slapping people and all that. There can be a particular content that goes well. So it's been awesome. I'm just waiting for the day when they will feel like, okay, you shouldn't. But as of now, maybe I'm a dream. So because me need 1 month, me I'm okay. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, sure.
So you made mention earlier that you do script writing, and directing.
Yeah.
How many movies have you, or let's say skits, have you directed so far, and how many scripts?
All right. So movies, skits aside, I have a TV series that I have dropped, which is almost like 24 episodes, but I have 12 episodes which is ready. I've Agenda Boys. It's been awesome. It's done so well. I wrote the script, and then I directed. I shot it as an actor as well. A lot of skits, a lot of ads. I write content, I script for them. So I've had a lot of works, in as much as I'm always doing this skit, and that is what people know me of. But it's not everything that I put out there that you would know that this is me. So I think.
Speaking of comedy skits, have you ever thought of doing something with what's the name? Akabeneza?
Who is Akabeneza?
Likey.
His name's big.
Dr. Likey.
I'm sorry, like his name's Chow too much. So sometimes the names will come to me and you're like, who is this?
Don't worry.
Raznene, he's my brother. We've worked. We've had so many. We've met. We worked on Tracy Boache's TV series. We've shot skits on our own without having any. I met him in Kumasi as well. I was actually born in Kumasi, so I've been there. I've met him. Raznene is my guy, but his name's Chow. You go feel me there and they say,
Raznene,
you know,
Dr.
24.
Likey. Oh,
who is 24? You don't know Raznene. So Charlie, his name's Chow. Not to make anybody feel like you didn't know Akabeneza.
Oh, don't worry.
It comes out like
that. But you said you've worked with him on a couple of productions. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
In the past.
Yeah, in the past.
Which are out.
Yeah, they are all out. Even the skits, some of them are on my pages. Yeah, and some of them are on the YouTube page Amagana. And Amagana. Yeah.
What would you say about him?
He's very good. Raznene is very creative and he's gifted. I think he's a very smart guy. Sincerely, he's one of the honest guys who always wants to play real, so it's cool. For the work though, everybody has his own personality and then what he does below. So whatever the person shows to you, if it's not threatening, it feels good. I like to work with him again.
Waris, you tout yourself as the biggest comedian in Ghana.
Yeah. Why?
What makes you think so?
Because I've done a lot of things that I don't see people do them. Recently, I filled auditorium. We actually had overflow. People went home, which is last week. I did a stand-up comedy show. I sold tickets. Tickets were sold out 2 weeks before event. I've never seen a comedy show sell out ticket 2 weeks to event. I've had back and forth project in Nigeria. I've shot TV series during COVID, and out of COVID, it got sold out on Kataka TV. So, who else? Do you have someone in mind?
So, with this being said, would you say that you have outdone yourself, or you have done
stuff? I've not even gotten to my peak as a comedian, but I'm just trying to live as a new gen, the new energy, the new power in the system, which feels like you've had an iPhone which is 6, and then there is a new one which is 13, and they are both with you. You know how, in as much as we are new, 13 is new, it has power, it has strength, it brings you the new generation vibe. That is just like me, just doing my own thing. So it's not as if I'm at my peak. iPhone is not at its peak, it's just a 13. We should just get to 20 for you to see.
So would you say you have revived the comedy career?
No,
the comedy industry?
Comedy was lively already. How can I revive it alone? We've played a role as kids as we are, by putting out chorus, skates, and a lot of things. But we can't say we single-handedly revived Ghana comedy. Do you understand? Ghana comedy, it's been doing its own. It's been doing well before we came in it. Because if it wasn't, we wouldn't see future that there will be money in it for us to do. But then we've all played a role. It cannot be me. But I happen to be a guy who knows how to talk about certain things. Do you understand? Because I've been in the media space before. I've been a sound engineer. I've been a presenter before. And I know what I'm talking about. I can't be the one who revived Ghana comedy. Comedy, come on. I want for Jimmy, Lewi Jimmy, Funny Face Jimmy, DKB Jimmy, Obi Jimmy, Lexi Jimmy. Now I'm reviving here. Played my role though. So, yeah.
Speaking of comedy, I've seen you with Nasty Black do a few comedy skits here and there. You guys have been doing a lot of work together. What's the relationship with him like?
My side chick.
That's for you, eh?
What is the relationship? He's my cousin. Well, it's a vibe. I told you I did projects in Nigeria and I met a lot of comedians. We spoke. They wanted to see what is on the outside market from their end. And so they decided that they would definitely try and come to Ghana and have a project with us. So he came to Ghana to see how the market is, and he loves it. You understand? The market is good, he loves the media, he loves the fans, he loves the audience, everything. So he's just a friend. We just happened to have a project and then he's gone.
But how was it like working with him?
It was like working with every other comedian. Just that he is a Nigerian, and then he has that kind of vibe where we don't have, our comedians have it here, which is their language, and they knowing more about skills than we do. Do you understand? But Charlie, it was a big vibe for me with Nasty Black.
Okay, so with you and your exposure in Nigeria, would you say you are more recognized internationally as compared to other comedians here in Ghana?
Well, what you don't know is that there are a lot of comedians who do a lot of virtual shows. I play virtual shows in New York, in Maryland, and people don't even know because I'm using my phone in my room. And there is a time when everything will just come out. But I can't know what other comedians are also doing virtually because it's a virtual world. You understand? But I love and I believe in my accomplishments. I want to really, really acknowledge the fact that I've been able to work so hard. And I really love the audience out there, how they really love and support my brand. I acknowledge the fact that I'm being recognized over there. And I appreciate the fact that others are also being recognized over there.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money? Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back from that break. If you just joined in, you are watching Talk Entertainment on GhanaWeb TV, and this show is brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the match. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, and chicken, one Coca-Cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza.
It is 12.
Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order.
Yes.
Cheesy Pizza, your way. Where is?
It's 12. I've counted.
Okay, open it.
Mother one.
Open it. I see you can't wait, so you just open it.
Thank you very much. It's nice. I told you. You have more drink. I like Cheesy Pizza. Very nice. So, will I take this one home? Why are you crying? You want to eat some? You know what is sad? I can eat everything. Your production crew will not get some. Because they are waiting for me to say, oh, they are closed. So, Cheesy Pizza is the best in the whole Ghana. That's why I was disturbing you that I want to come for an interview.
Please, so can I take a bite? Can I also take a slice of pizza?
Who are you? Please, let's continue the interview.
Anyways, I've been bounced, so let's continue. So you're eating alone. I'll know how to get you. Don't worry. The next question, you throw it up.
Because that commercial break, I went alone. Yeah.
Waris, what's your relationship with Ashamodi?
She's my wife.
We are rolling.
Yeah. Why? Who is Samasote here? She's my wife. She's my wife, my mom, my side chick, my girlfriend, my everything.
How did you meet her?
Oh, she happened to love my works. You know, in comedy, you meet people. Like I met Ohene Farah. I met a lot of people through comedy, and some of them love to support. They love to help. Like I've met you right now, you are giving me cheesy pizza.
I'm not giving it to you. I'm just watching you eat it.
You take it from me.
Oh yes. If I want to take it, I'll take it. There's nothing you can do.
Have you ever seen pizza langard before?
You let's continue. You were saying something.
Yes, so Aisha is like a mom. It's like a godmother to me. She's done so well for me. She supported my brand. She pushed me to places where I never dreamt of. We need people like her to actually put across talents, to push them. Sometimes you see a talent and you're like, wait, Sika, you understand? So Aisha has been playing that kind of role, supporting me with every other thing that I need. And I must say, I appreciate her so much. I'm grateful. Yeah.
You were a beneficiary of the land she was distributing?
Yeah. She gave me a land, a half plot. I'm planning on doing a poultry farm, but I don't want full plot because Funny Face was having full plot. When he started the poultry farm, he started singing for animals instead of human beings. Snitch. Now we have Funny Face. So me, I took half plot so that I won't be singing for animals. How can you do album for animals? Funny Face. And you come and cry that human beings are not buying the album. Did you do it for us?
Wow. Speaking of
Funny Face.
Speaking of Funny Face, what do you have to tell him? He's going through a lot. He's going through trying times. What do you have to tell him?
To be very honest with you, I look at Funny Face today. I was even watching Funny Face's video when he got an endorsement deal with a petroleum company, and I was so smiling. I was looking at him. If no one knows about comedians, we are always at the edge. Someone who is so devoted to do comedy is the only person who knows what he thinks of, how crazy he thinks about life, and what he sees to be able to turn them into comedy. For me, when I see Funny Face, what I wish to tell him is that all is well. Because from where he is, when you look at Funny Face being the king of the streets, making people laugh, children running up and down, endorsement deals chasing him. Who knew that within a twinkle of an eye, it's life, it could happen to anybody. You understand? So I feel for Funny Face. I'm rooting for him to get better. We are all family, and we are praying that when he comes back, there are so many ways we can work out things to get on board, to bounce back, to get all the endorsement deals back. It's human nature. You understand? What hurts most in life that people don't know? Obi betumi the second trial. Obi betumi ewia wade. Obi betumi aye obi bia. Nanso obi ye obi bi na eto chima wo wadwemu a. It's the most saddest thing because you yourself, you have no control over yourself. That is the engine. You understand? So I'm just praying that it wouldn't happen to anybody, and for him, we pray that he gets better.
Do you think with all that has happened, it has somehow brought some fear in celebrities? The
law is not supposed to put fear in anybody. It's not fear.
Because Captain Planet came out to say that he, with how things are going, he's sure by December, dear, not celebrities baby. Christmas where
I'm not sure every celebrity is. Let me put it this way. I'm not sure every public figure is that kind of giddy. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm not sure every public figure is chasing clout to make it in life. It can never be that way. But rather, this is beautiful.
in as much as it's a thing that we never expected to happen. But this is beautiful in a way that if we are arresting even military men for being or doing something that is not right, you policemen should buckle up, because when you do the wrong thing, you'll be arrested. It tells you that if you are arresting public figures to set example, then it means that if you're a normal person or you are just a civilian and you mess up, you can go to. It's a good thing for everybody to know that the law is actually alive. But it doesn't mean, say, maybe I'm not obedient baby, nanka or dream, say, you better shatawale, you better way. Law, they to meet you, be a me, I'm a bit me actually. DKB say, we do a tea, can say too much, I better not, because or the basic amount for any minimum. What I say, IGP buy, you know, Charlie, shoot into. Any gun in this. I can say me shoot me shot. I'm not sure as because shoot me shot, but then they shoot you and you but say you understand? So it's in a way a good thing, and then we hope that everything would be cool. There will be no cheats in the industry. Because there will be no cheats. Hard work, ebeko. Will be the second war. Me and son meet me. I'm video be a viral.
Speaking of cheats and speaking of from what you have said, you started active comedy in 2016.
Yeah, please.
And till date, have you encountered any down moments?
So many.
Okay, can you tell us a few?
I've had a lot of broken hearts. Like a lot of people have given me broken hearts. Like they see me to be, you see, I'm so innocent and God-fearing. So the ladies, when they come, then the listing, they are like, we want to break up. We don't want to, you know. So that has been a thing. Like MFA broke my heart. When I dream, I see pink cat. I've never seen something before. But I've had down moments. That is why, most especially, I actually had to do a show called Seriously on Serious. I had a down moment in my life where I couldn't even create a joke for almost like 3 months, 4 months. I couldn't even write a skit. When I say I couldn't write, and you say me what? My mind is not going there. Because me create let me just doom. As a career was parking and doom.
Because of the broken heart?
No, because of the issues I was going through in life. But you see, the Seriously on Serious comedy show came on for me to tell people that I found ways of using my own issues, my own challenges, my own issues. I found ways of using them as comedy. And why am I saying this? Comedy is not just for you to laugh. Comedy, when you learn it on your own, you can use it as a weapon to fight anxiety and depression. You understand? Yeah. So with that, I was able to sit down and tease myself. I'll think about everything that happened within the day. And I'll ask myself, so what if this happened? What if when I came to the studio, I did this rather? What if when
and you'll be laughing to yourself?
Yeah, then I'll be creating it. So before you realize, I've gotten a whole joke about me going somewhere and getting pressed and messing up and all that. And then all of a sudden, my ex popped up and he was like, I know him, he will do this. So I've had down moments. I'm human.
What about career based? Like, have you had any instance where you feel you have been either sidelined, bullied, or you know, coming from your own colleagues?
Some of the things I say might not be too serious to people, but there will be days when people will just watch videos and then they feel like this guy was really saying something serious. Look, this world, nothing is fair. Nothing is ever fair in this life. You can't say you don't eat lion's meat, so when a lion is coming, he shouldn't eat you. He will eat you. It's not fair everywhere, and you have to be prepared. Man has been hearing of death. People are dying. Are you saying no man is prepared that one day he will die? We know. But when someone dies, we still cry and shout and fall down and all of that. It's sad, but it happens. It would. There's no way it's going to stop. So when I'm in an angle, like I'm in a new space where I want to do something, when I check my strength and I'm so strong, I don't see anything. When you bully me, I'll bully you back. When you don't bully me, I show you back love. Do you understand? So as a man or someone who has passed 20 with a lot of advices in your life, I don't see you standing somewhere to say, me buy a car, will be pamome, will be crying on pemasem. That one, nobody will love you. It's not everyone. You understand? So I think those are things that gets to comedians or artists for them to feel like, okay, they are not being loved. No, do you expect somebody to love you before you can breathe? Bro, like you go choke. You understand? So being bullied in the space, being sidelined, there were a lot of things that were done, but we used it as fuel to push ourselves to get to where we want to be. There was a time when I wake up early in the morning and I'm like, Warriors, if I'm not part of the first 5 comedians in Ghana by 2022, I won't be happy. And right now, you check Google comedians in Ghana on Google Wikipedia, I'm the third. I'm the third. So, I think it's hard work. It's hard work. And what hurts me most, I don't know how to translate my emotions for people to feel what I have felt in my life. But I want people to know that hardship is not a thing that should make someone take his life or be suicidal. Hey, mommy, nipa fanyememu. Hey, nipa fanyememu.
Can be trying.
Nipa fanyememu, and those things didn't even make us slow down. When I started comedy, I was one of the only artists that, I mean, a lot of comedians can testify. Mijina traffic lights, I say. Every end of the month, I share 5,000 solid flyers, comedy flyers. O teacher flyer, o ben obi ka no oko. O ben obi ka no ro ni glass. O ben obi no otwe no to say we kromfo. O ben obi ka no, I must not say this, but o ben obi ka no, hey, Adam over sika like those. So you see, man has been from a place where we felt like it wasn't possible to a place where we feel like challenge yebi. So Oshana Osho Bina or struggle no if you say nka enye na. You always feel like you have to translate your emotion to let the person know that enye hardship ni beku nipa. Hardship beku niga nka chale. Poor muni na nka omewu.
Were you at any point suicidal?
Suicidal? Me. Like I'll slap myself. No, I've not. Look, there was a time in my life where there were issues. I wake up from October 28th, 3 years ago. I wake up from October 28th, 29th, 30th, up to November 1st, 2nd, every single day from 28th of October, I spent money until January to February. Every day I wake up and they're like, your brother has done this, you're this, you have to pay this, you have to pay this. When I finished, someone called me. It was my brother. My brother was actually mentally ill. When I finished all these stuffs, someone called me and my cousin, and he was like, don't you think Waris is using his little brother for money ritual?
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then when she called me, she was crying, and then I told her, look, Samira, me, I've been through the valley of the shadow of death. I've seen everything, and I don't feel any emotions towards anything. Once I didn't die, once my brother didn't die, once I've seen my mom on a level where she can't die, where she don't die, no news, gossip about me or any other thing where you go really touch me, where you go make I go take something, say, and I can't do something to my body. And one thing about me is that I live alone. I live solely alone. Me say Bibia to me na makotena down for me na bon command to forget. Madam, I will face it. I should be with my depression. We will face. I'll give him chair. We will eat. We will. You bet the light bulb our bedroom. You understand? So it's life. You have to be that kind of tough person. I'm not saying I'm too perfect, but when I know a lot of people who look up to me and they somehow say that, oh, Waris, Charlie, I dey trust this guy on these ways, and sometimes I want to let the public know that if you are going through a thing that looks like Charlie, everybody they can't die for your life safe. It shouldn't make you commit suicide. You should be strong. You should hope.
Motivational speaker Waris.
I swear to God.
Finally,
they said that thing to shy off much. When I started my career though, now I feel like their goals are in line with my goals. So if I have to do something with Ifya Schwarzenegger, I'll do it with her. If I have to do with Tracy Boache, I'll do it with her. It got to a point everybody was like, hey, what do you show? But let me tell you something. That point when the word was coming, I sat down and I asked myself, I don't know more kasa oya me dream hona me who say those things come to you at a point when you're about to break into the system, where that word is supposed to calm you down. And then when you are able to overcome it, that word goes off and you go. So I didn't give up. I was doing even overly. And then it got to a point, that thing now baby now won't put a amount for person money all day.
Also.
You understand? This is MFA I say same.
What they call Fafa baby boom. Your comedy career is it paying off?
Oh, it's paying. Charlie, look at the phone I'm using.
Hey, please zoom in.
At least
let's see the phone.
Me for phone in your shake crowd no matter where I'm in the tour.
Hey, sir.
Comedy itia. Intia nka me before me to iPhone 12. This is coming new every day. Itia pan. Yeah, at least you understand. But if you look at some of your camera guys, some of them know they use 12 set.
Please leave my camera guys
out. That's why me say
it's not an achievement.
It's iPhone is achievement right now. The madam will be on the charger credit bar. iPhone charger. They say, hey, iPhone charger. Let's go home.
On this note, Waris, please put out your final words out there.
Well, these are my final words, but it doesn't mean I'm dying. My final words is that you see this pizza here. I don't know my final words. It's a cheesy pizza. That's my final words. John, why? Yeah.
Waris is just a whole mood. And before the show ends, Cheesy Pizza has asked me to give you a coupon. So here you are.
Wow. To get how many pizzas?
So you can visit the branches stated on the coupon, any of the branches, and then you get yourself some pizza. Why are you laughing that much?
They gave me 5 pizzas. Well, they are dead.
Well, let's leave Waris to drill with his pizza and the whole. What is happening here?
The pizza is nice.
Waris, you won't come to this show again. You are banned.
They let me do what I want to do.
Yes, I guess you have had a good time on the show. You
said I'm gentle. Now I'm doing madman thing. I say no.
On the show. Should I leave the show for you, Waris? And a wrap up for me.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Look. This is the Talk Entertainment. Yeah, can't you say?
Talk Entertainment.
Talk
Entertainment.
Look. Thanks for watching me on Talk Entertainment right here on GhanaWeb TV. The name remains Comedian Waris, and I'm here with my guest. What is your name? You think I'll say it for
Elsie
you?
Lamar.
That's true. Do you have a boyfriend?
Why do you keep asking?
I want to know if you have one, when are you breaking up so that we just marry?
Sign out.
So sign out. You two, you are watching me, you sign out. Why? Sign out. You what? Comedy will you do that.
George Mrashe Bedwani Emma Ningo Pram Pram no and what to be amane Gabi Ocheda ko efa ne nsem bia na sentem odi beto odwa na ne nyina ne say na sentem Gabi ekotwiti na otwe mu say sankie po bi emo no so abeka say economy enkoya na nya jomama ene obu baby kra etwe mu say akwakwa say obi asebio opododo na okache say akode say suansa ne me kasa no ene okan ne amanfo eka bi yepa eno ena Sam George etwe mu say ewrade hwene apompo eche wo amotwem onso kasa ya na ponia ya wo church de to trader page so no akwakwa say ahyawo ni a ono so ka kira abaye bia ya to ne mu na wonyi nsa say ade oye ende wanye ne ye kra ene okọ trader page so be nkofo we de man ho na we so de ama ne ho ye pa. Ase Central Mrashe Bedwani metwe Kennedy Japan edi ababe to dwa say ade aposi ni a chese na sentem audio bi a beto dwa ye hu say ye posi ni na afi second data krade MC ani dinde Abdul Mumin Isa na chese ye chese ntawantawa bi ekoso wo montem no otwema sa posi ni no sebio oni ntete ye pakra afi nso no san ye bogus otwema ye wo mutania MC ni ye na enye ne kwaso ano no na so say eye post ni nso utumi bie wano na Inspector General of Police kwechese wo ye inspector na utumi pan ne kasa sa no otwema enye ade a efe ye kra na okọ ye na tu ono nkasa ni station ba ko na chese the sit show otraso na okasa na otwemu se wo musa Ghana for mu bo MC na chi ye pan sa wanya ade na so wo se enwu se post ni de se asemba eni kwa se wo utumi fa phone e de record onipa no anampo no nso hyeda yi a no se de be ye ba ye be kasa na wo de waya ade na waya de nsem de wa kin bi pa de akere no otwemu post ni no o se wo ye bogus pa.
You guys are so amazing, and you made my 2021 very special because you watched the People and Places show, you contributed, you gave your comments, and you recommended. So thank you so much, and a very happy new year to you all. So it's an all new season of the People and Places show right here on GhanaWeb TV, and this year you name the place, name the personality, and I'll serve you very well garnished. So let's start on a good note, shall we, We are at a place where probably a few of you have heard about, some of you may have visited, but we are going to give you some really wild perspectives and information about the place you probably didn't know about. We are at the Shire Hills Resource Reserve here in Accra. My name is Wanda Amihegan and I'm always excited to come your way with another edition of the show. Welcome aboard.
Shire Hills Resource Reserve is one of the smallest parks in Ghana. Ghana has about 16 protected areas. So this is the second smallest, which covers about 51 square kilometers.
We are going to the Mogul Hill, and there we would ask some deeper questions and find answers to your questions as well. Come along. So Ishmael said rightly that we are going to the Mogul and Savi caves, but we made a stop here because he has something interesting to tell us about this area. So what are we seeing around here?
Yeah, so this particular place was, all this place was part of the hill, but it was chopped off in the early 1960s.
Okay.
By the first president of Ghana, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah.
And shortly after the place was, the people were sacked.
Yeah, so the people were sacked in 1892, sorry, 1892. So many years, more than 100 years later.
Okay.
And then the British left. Ghana became an independent country in 1957. And I remember I told that here became a reserve, a forest reserve in 1962.
Yeah.
So before he gazetted here to become a forest reserve in 1962, in the early 1960s, that is 1960s, he took the stones from here to build the Tema ports. Yeah, so there was rail line where it links from here to Tema, but they are all collapsed. Yeah, so all this.
So the rocks here were quarried.
Yeah.
Where we are standing right now was a hill. Was part of the hill.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when you go inside small, you see some of the poles and the bars that they use for the quarry. And then he took the rocks. Afterwards, then he gazetted here to become a reserve, meaning that nothing can be taken out from here again.
Okay. Right.
As I earlier on indicated that we have primates, and so the primate, I said we have the green monkey, we have the olive baboon, and then the lesser spot nose monkey. So the ones barking or quacking are the green monkey, and mostly they are purely omnivorous. Sorry, they are purely herbivorous. So they eat
only plants.
Only plant, fruits, and then may sometimes peck grass.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And you wouldn't see them on the plains. Mostly they are on the hills every time. So when you come and you see them like this, then today is a lucky day.
Oh, okay. Wow.
And they are very active early in the morning and late evening. This is when we see them. Their lifespan is 22 years.
Okay.
22 years. And then they move within, how do you call it?
In
groups.
Okay.
That is troops. And mostly the troops are supposed to be about 35.
Okay.
35. Yeah. And so with the number of troops with the number of the green monkeys troops, we are not certain.
Okay.
But the number of baboons, we are certain because we know areas that they sleep.
We hope to see some of the baboons later on, right?
Well,
They might be around, right? Okay. All right, sure. So we continue with our trip. In case you're wondering why we are sitting in the car, we are having a drive around the place, a safari drive you can call it if you want. And whilst we do that, as I told you earlier, Ishmael will be telling us some things about the various things we'd notice along the journey. Ultimately, we'll be getting to the caves to learn all about them. But for now, we are at an area where you'd see antelopes and some other species of animals, and Ishmael will be telling us about them. So we just saw a few antelopes around. How many of them do you have?
So for now, we have 3 species.
Okay.
We have the cops. These ones are cops. We have bushbacks and dikers. So with the cops, we have more than 500 in the reserve.
Okay.
And they are also herbivorous, so they eat grass. That is all. Their lifespan is within 23 to 30 years. And in their setting, a male is supposed to, so they practice the system of polygamy, where one male to a lot of females, and it depends on the structure of the male. So
the structure as in the body structure,
okay. The physical strength of the male can either allow it to get more females to itself or to its head.
So the females are attracted to the physical structure of the
Not
deer.
really, but then with the protection, so security aspect counts when it comes to the physical structure. So the male is supposed to create a territory which is about 0.50 hectares, very small area, mark it with his fecal matter and urine and glands, and then tries to protect the females. So it bleeds like and when the females enters, it protect them from other males entering. So one male to a lot of the females within the head.
I see.
And so we have the male head, that is young males that are in group, unproductive, and then we have the unproductive males and then the male head, that is young males, and then those who are old enough that they cannot protect territory, they also form their own group. So the young males becomes very active when they are 4 years of age, but So when they give birth in 6 months and it's a male, they drive it from the group to form its own group or join the bachelor males. And in that way, it tries to also develop gallop energy to come and fight back. So the solitary and male cub, mostly they are in single when they don't have a group, and hence they will start creating their territory and then call the females into the group. But interestingly, the females also choose based on what they like. So if they don't like you, you call her, they will not come.
Oh, no one there. It's
If
not.
they like you, you call pet. Even you not call cry, they will come.
I see.
It is everywhere. It is possible that a male can never have affair or sex with the females until it dies if it's not strong.
Oh, I see.
And the reason is they transfer strong genes for production.
Oh, okay.
Reproduction. Yeah.
Okay. And I am curious though, how did these animals come in?
Yeah, so initially the shy people use this animal as a way to preserve, so preservation. So they were hunter-gatherers who adapted their lifestyle to the environment. So they capture some, preserve some for sustainable aspect. And then these cubs, they use the skin of the cub to cover the special stone for the depot ride. So they preserve them so that within the year they can get one, slaughter it and cover it with the skin of the antelope.
How safe are these antelopes?
They are very safe
Do we
because
have poachers?
Yeah, they are poachers. That is one of the problems that we do encounter here. Poachers comes in to, hunt them, and then so we have anti-poaching team that moves around. As I'm talking to you, they are all over, trying to protect the place from people coming in. And then the cattle grazers. There can be a zoonosis or pathogenic diseases breakouts when these domestic animals comes in to feed on the wild food meant for the wild animal, because these animals, we don't give them any injection or treatment, and hence they have a lot of infections. And so if this domestic animal comes in, feed on the same grass that the wild animal feeds, they can transfer these pathogenic infections, and hence human can be contacted.
So we have herdsmen coming in with their cattle to graze on this land.
Yes.
But how do they get access to the place?
So the whole place was once fenced by Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. They are all collapsed. And so Forestry Commission started with 7 kilometers. So there are a lot of access routes to the park, and they use that place as a means. And you see, outside the park too has this large field, but since the overgrazing has taken the nutritional part of the grass, so they feel like here is the best place for them to graze with, come in and their cattle grazing and getting the juice, just part for milk and other things.
I see. Ishmael says that, it's their natural habitat, the natural habitat of the antelopes and other animals around. And you walking around is going to intimidate them or push them away. And so we'll be doing this for the rest of the journey, until we get to a point where we need to get down.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Now, let's learn something interesting about Ghana. So finally, we are at the Mogul Hill, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we are going to go into it, and then as we move around, Ishmael will tell us the history of the place and how it came to be. Let's go.
Our first destination is the Mogul Hill, and Mogul Hill has been here for the past 10 years, actually. And as the name goes, in the Shai language, actually I am not from the Shai enclave, so I don't know much about their language. But history has it all that in the olden days, young girls are camped as in ways of preserving them, teaching them for 6 months on this particular hill for the puberty rite, and that was the depot in their language. So when we get there, we talk more about the Mogul Hill itself, where they were living and stuff.
Okay.
Things like that.
Okay.
So let's start there.
Sure. But you mentioned that we are going to use ropes, right?
Yes, so we are going to use rope, pull it as in a form of adventure tour.
So
but when the Shai people were here, there was no rope.
How did they
have
manage?
A different route.
Oh.
But we creating it for tourists.
Tourists, okay, to have an experience. Sure. Sure. All right.
Rope, you pull it, you hold the
knot.
The knot. So like this. Even when you are falling, don't leave it.
Okay.
Well, you can even go without the rope, but it is advisable.
Safer. Okay. So let's try this. Okay. Right. That's the first. Right?
That's the first one. Yeah, so this is the second rope.
Okay.
I told you 3.
Yeah.
First one is dealt with second. This one, it is not rock climbing, but this one is just rope climbing, using rope to climb rock. Okay. The difference is that with the rock climbing, you have your own equipment where you mount and then you hook them on there. And then you use your hands, bare hands with powder to climb. But this one, you are just using holding rope.
So this is much way too easy. Okay.
Okay, so let's do it. Pull the knots.
Okay.
You can pass this way.
I can pass which way?
This way. If you are scared, if you are not scared, you can pass here.
Hey, this. Yay!
Then the last one is up there. Please this way. This is the highest peak on the Mogul Hill, and you could see the overall indentation, which are called grooves.
Okay, grooves.
And in the olden days, here was where, but for now we don't know what they were really doing it. But it's assumed that they grind things that they put on themselves.
The
powdered, like the meth and ornament that they shade for the young girls.
They used to grind
They grind it inside. And in grinding, they put on their body to remove bad scent and to smoothen their skin. for after the rite so that men can approach them for marriage. And then also there's another school of thought that they used to grind their food items, especially from cereals, millets, and other things from the rocks. As you go to the museum, you see the various stones that they use in grinding.
Okay.
Yeah, so history has it all that the young girls are kept for 6 months here. Before a girl comes, is allowed to camp here, she's supposed to be a virgin and must be above 20 years in the olden days. And so then they camp them, and then they allow the old ladies to camp with them and transfer their knowledge.
Train them.
Okay. In those days, that was the informal form of training. And they believe that when men are circumcised, that is all, it forms part of their puberty. So the only thing that they can do for women is also train them. And so they camp them. We will see where they were sleeping for the 6 months.
The other route you spoke about is not this rocky, right? Because you say old women were part. I'm wondering how they climb up here.
Yeah, so they were using, there is a route here, but it's a little bit close.
Okay.
But it's not rocky.
Okay.
But we have a very sharp rock, then they descend, but at least.
They found their way around it.
Yeah, in those days, don't forget that in those days, our old women were very strong.
Yeah, that's
very,
true.
very, very strong.
That's true.
And then when they were sacked, here was the particular place that Dr. Kwame Nkrumah used to train his bodyguards. In his time that he was reigning as a president. So like physical endurance test, and then they put the flag of Ghana in a pillar here. So we go there, you see. And mostly on the savannah you see this baobab tree, and baobab in archaeology it's affiliated to human settlement. Because wherever you see this baobab, it means human settled. And the baobab is also called tree of life. Why? Because it keeps a lot of water to sustain drought, and then also it can grow for as far as 120,000 years.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay.
This plant is called Viperis heterophylla. That is the scientific name.
Okay.
It has fruits. I don't know whether I can get some. But the shy people carried it as food when they were on their way to this place from Nigeria.
Okay.
So wherever you see their settlements on the hills around the cave, you see this Viperis. You will not see it on the plains.
Oh, okay.
Viperis heterophylla. Yeah. But but this one is not mature. When it's mature, it becomes like yellowish.
Yeah.
Bigger.
Okay.
And so when the Ghana people also hoot on the millet, the shy people also hoot on this one.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is it eaten?
Yeah, it's edible.
Okay.
But it's not mature, so you cannot eat it.
Yeah. All right.
And so we pass this way. Now, as you go, you can, when you stand here, people also come here for camping. So tourists comes and they set their camping tent to observe you. This place is a nice destination to observe sunsets and sunrise. Very nice observing place. And you can see from here a lot of the groups on the.
Oh yeah.
A lot of them uncountable.
There are many more.
Yeah. So it's believed that one can only estimate the number of people that came here for the rite when you are able to get the exact number of
the groups.
Oh,
and you can't because there are lots.
Yeah.
There are lots. Yeah.
And they differ in sizes as
different.
well.
Maybe some might be lazy. Some might not be lazy. So this is it. You can see.
Oh,
you can see a rotten pole.
Yeah.
So the pole was mounted, and then they hang the flag on it, and in that way, the bodyguards ran as in a physical endurance test for the first president here. Yeah. So basically, Mogul Hill. As we descend, we see where they were also sleeping, as far as also their playing ground. In the daytime like this, they play. In the night, they sleep in there.
But do you know the last time this place was used?
So probably 1890s.
Okay.
It could be 91 or 1890 because they were sacked early July 1892.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, sure.
And you could see from the surface that it's so smooth.
Yeah.
You can try going inside, you see how it slips a little. You can try.
Wait, they entered this small place, or it's not small?
It is. But in those days, there was no building.
Okay, slippery.
So
it's very smooth.
you can go a little, crawl like that.
How do I get down now?
Come with your back. Come with your back, or sit.
And sliding.
Your phone is at.
Okay. This thing is scary.
How is scary? Yes.
I have work to do. Okay. Well, but I'm wondering how many people could fit in there at a time.
So depending on the number of ladies who are ready for the ride, so they don't have a fixed number. But it was, done once a year. Let's not forget that they are still doing it, but modernization and changing the way they do it has also affected it. So in those days they do it for ladies who are above 20 years, but now even if you are below 10 years, you can still go through.
Once
you are through from I think 5, you can go through to 30 or 32, and then the length has also changed from 6 months to 1 week. But I must say that it doesn't have any effect on the ladies like the female genital mutilation, or the trochosis system, as we know. So it's just preservation of culture. But when you go to their place, what you see is they cut the back of the hand of the ladies who go through
the markings,
and then at the back of their back too, they cut it, and the markings at the hand signifies that now she's ready for the market, that is marriage, and she can do all her house chores.
Oh, I see.
And then at the back, I don't know whether they expose the back, but the back tells that she's now able to carry her baby very well.
Okay.
So we can actually do the depot rock together with them. Let's do the bat cave when we are returning. Then we'll do the depot rock.
Okay, sure. At the Mogul Hills, we've learned a lot about the girls who used to come here and camp with their elderly women. There's still a lot more to explore. This is just half of the journey.
Join us as we learn and discover more about the Bat Cave and the Sai people who used leaves to communicate at Shai Hills in the next episode of People and Places.
Century Captain Smart say or was in Bisabi at the Mamma Shibidjafo and Afi Abino. Ochema Sisi Ayekase, Ajua Safo, our Yama Shibidjani, Emma Dome Quabina, Ubisa or Hemfa. Na Ochema Intamon Fogusua, a GD say a year, baby and Sentimu, a beto dry Mamma Shibidjafo, a qua setting of a better name, Emma Ajua Safono. Omogusua GD say I am passing a Ajua Safano, or Sonny de Onisa Gidino. Na Ochema and another Danko Kufado na byway, she say, oh my ye bibia. Aya buy one ye palm, Mr. Adjasafo, or say ayene ya esanse, or no papa who I friend or cantanka, Safo cantanka, or Norway, or your sofo, and it's a wood tran truck a crown out to Muse, a idea any the year crant, a quack and a babana, I see a tran troy the atonosono, a idea any offense, no, not danko go for the albino, or main treating ye cry, nothing I say, I can say, Adjasafo no good say a business say, I saw him fa, CCA.
Ebe in film watchini ena eye John Mensah ono enkane na oye eye captain ede Emma Black Stars no one ne yire a friend say Henrietta omaware eba na wiye na eye Henrietta na de koda court say awade a one John Mensah ewade na nyade a nani je ho inti court enhwe na ongu aye awade ne momo ema court egu awade no ema eye awade no maware emfie dunan no ni nyina etimi eba na wiye na sansem no beto dwa na yade a Ghana Ford do na ena keka bia de a kire Henrietta say watwe ama eye John Mensah nya ne sika wie no ena odina kogina court say awade no ontimi enware bima oni John Mensah enya ajapade no na enei Henrietta ababonten edi nchiremu aba oni Kasapa FM edi nkomo ena o kire mu se de ntia eye ode awade no court se court nguni mano no enima no edoso de di kan ene se John Mensah no obo ne papa oso obo no e wo London obo no Ghana obo no Italy nyina ama ese ose okai se mre bi John Mensah bonani ama besi ne o kasa ekrampo no nani ne eda so eye ne ya ose ni nyina ka ho bi ene ya ade a ode awade no koda akọ se court enso engunu ose eye omoma nan a one eye nkoda no ho no nyaade a John Mensah enso ehwe omo ose John Mensah eye masem kakra entini nyina ka ho bi ene no nso eye na adwen se ode awade no enso ebetimi akọ court na no nso atimi aguno.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is our first episode in 2022 and we hope to bring you quality programming with updates on information and issues that matter to you. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. In this edition, we are going to discuss prison reformation, rehabilitation, and the state of our prisons, especially during the pandemic times. Our guest is not a prisoner, but is somebody who manages the affairs of prisoners. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. Our guest is Chief Superintendent Courage Achem. He is the spokesperson of the Ghana Prisons Service. Welcome, sir, and Happy New Year.
Thank you, my brother. Happy New Year to you too.
Thank you very much. How has the new year been for the Ghana Prison Service, that's the staff, and also the prison inmates?
Well, I would say so far so good. We celebrated the Christmas and the New Year and the New Year's Day as well, and so both staff and inmates, we are okay as far as life is concerned.
Are there any special activities that go on during Christmas and New Year in the prisons for inmates?
Yes, you know, Christmas and New Year's are special occasions, so just as it is special for all of us, we try as much as possible to make it as special as we can for our inmates as well. So yes, quite a number of activities.
Like what? Parties?
Not parties as it were, but games, you know, activities, recreational activities that will keep them engaged and excited. We do those, and then people also come to celebrate with them with some goodies, and so we try to make it as much as possible, exciting as possible for them.
Okay, so in my research, I realized that there are 47 prisons in Ghana. Are there any more that have been added to the number of prisons in the country?
No, we still have the same number, but if we say 47 prisons, if you hear 47, then they're talking about 47 prison establishments, because there are some establishments that do not hold prisons. For instance, the headquarters is a prison establishment, but not a prison. Then we have our training school, which is a prison establishment, but not a prison. And then the Senior Correctional Center, which is where the juveniles are detained, which we do not see as a prison, because juveniles are not supposed to be in prison, and therefore we do not see that place as a prison. So it's a prison establishment.
So the Senior Correctional Center you mentioned, that's the James Camp Prison?
No, near the James Camp Prison.
Okay, so they're in the same...
What used to be the Ghana Bostal Institution.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so the James Camp Prison is near the Senior Correctional Center, which has the juvenile.
Within the same camp, the same enclave.
Okay, so the officers work separately. They don't work together.
They are different. They are staff of different institutions, two separate institutions.
Okay, so which prisoners do we see on our roads with maybe some supervisors or prison officers? You see them in blue, and then they go around doing some work around town. Which prisoners are those?
Yes, those inmates are usually from camp prisons. When we say camp prisons, they are those centers that are meant for low-risk inmates, or inmates who have spent probably the greater part of their sentence and are almost about going on discharge. They are inmates who have shown signs of reformation. That is how you find about 4 inmates being escorted by 1 officer. And all the inmates may be wielding weapons, cutlasses for instance, and the officer has nothing, not even a stick. So that is the category of inmates you see in our streets.
So they are from the 2 open camp prisons that we have?
Not only 2. Well, if you talk about Accra, then I would say essentially those ones will be coming from James Camp.
Okay.
But we have camps across the country, so you see them across the country as well.
Okay.
Usually from camp prisons. We do not take inmates from the highly, security tightens facilities out. As often as we do with the camp prisons.
And these prisoners, people ask questions a lot, like, wouldn't they run? Wouldn't they attack anyone? Have you ever recorded any cases of someone escaping during these exercises out there?
Oh yes, the tendency for any person in detention to run to freedom is always there. So if you are an officer, you are escorting inmates, you always need to be on your guard, no matter the caliber of the person you are taking out. So yes, we have on few occasions recorded cases where some inmates taken out to go and work attempted or succeeded in running away from the officer on duty. Now, if you're an officer and you take inmates out, you are supposed to bring them back and account for them. If you happen to lose one of them, you would have questions to answer.
Okay.
Investigation will be set up to find out whether you willfully allowed him to go or through negligence. Whichever it goes, sanctions apply. Yeah.
And one common characteristics of these inmates that we see on the streets is they beg for money. And all of them keep stopping vehicles to ask for money, and people really support them. Is that something that you encourage?
No, we do not. We do not. They are actually not supposed to beg. But it all started when people started having some pity on them, and therefore started throwing some coins on the floor. And then they took advantage and decided to go into begging. But they are not supposed to beg. No, that is not why they are taken out. They are supposed to clean the streets, clear the streets, of weights and things like that. That is basically why they've been taken out, but not to go and beg.
So would you advise the public not to give them money?
Yes. And if you would want to do it in a way that is safe. Imagine a situation where maybe you are in a moving vehicle, then you throw money on the floor for the inmate to pick, and then he comes without watching other moving vehicles, we could have problems on our hands. But if you can stop at a safe location and say, oh, come, take this, fine. I mean, if it's your wish, you want to help, no problem.
Okay.
But even that, ideally, you should, if you're able to spot the officer escorting the inmates, it's better to give to the officer in the presence of the inmate, though. Then it's accounted for.
Okay.
But they're actually not supposed to go begging. No.
Okay. Okay. So we recently had the census. Was the prisons, were the prison establishments part of the census?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So do you have the latest figures of the number of prisoners we have in the country?
Yes, as we speak, we have 13,743 inmates.
Is that inclusive of the remand prisoners?
Yes, all, the total population.
Okay. And that's still huge.
Yeah, it
because for years the prison service has been talking about reducing the number of inmates, and this has been an issue even nationally.
Yes, the fact is that our authorized capacity as we speak is 9,945, and yet we have 13,743. So that's roughly about 4,000 in excess.
Yeah.
And so it brings congestion in many of our prisons. That is what a challenge actually is.
Yeah.
And so a number of things are being done to reduce the congestion.
Yeah.
You know of the Justice for All program, which first of all seeks to give justice to whom justice has been denied, because it says justice delayed is justice denied. And so the Justice for All program, the courts, instead of inmates being taken to court for their cases to be tried, rather set up special courts in the prisons where these cases are heard, and the result is that some finally get convicted depending on the evidence adduced in court. Some get freed, some get bailed, some are referred to some psychiatric or some hospitals for some further examinations. Yeah, so that's basically what happens. And the resultant effect is that it reduces the remand population in our custody.
Okay, so the remand population is basically what actually causes for the high numbers in the prisons. Is that so?
It used to be high and was a cause of concern, but that is gradually reducing. And I want to believe that we cannot attribute our congestion, as it were, to the remand situation alone. A number of factors. We seem to be getting more and more inmates, which does not match the increase in our facilities. And so that's basically what it is. But I was talking about the measures.
Yes.
You may have also heard of the intervention by the Church of Pentecost that has come on board to build 5 camp prisons for us. One of which has just been, it was commissioned last year, somewhere around May in Ejura, which is in operation. One is almost complete at Insawam. I'm sure before the end of this first quarter, we should have that also commissioned. And all these will come together to reduce the congestion further, and other measures being looked at by the Prisons Administration in conjunction with government. And I believe that we are on course.
So more prisons would solve this situation?
Yes, to a large extent, because many of our prisons have also not been purpose-built. And so some do not have the requisite structures and equipment and logistics that are supposed to help us go into adequate reformation and rehabilitation for our inmates. And so new and modern ones, like the one being done by the Church of Pentecost, will be very, very useful.
And there have been some other discussions, because you are talking about more prisons now that will save the situation, because you have the Ghana Prison Service, but others are also saying some sentences shouldn't be served in prisons. People should serve their sentences in their homes because of the level of severity of the crime. Is this something that the Prison Service supports?
Oh yes. So we currently have a draft bill which has a provision for non-custodial sentences, so alternatives to imprisonment. So depending on the offense, you may not necessarily have to do time in prison. If those other options are available, what it is now is that our scope of sentencing policy is very limited. And so the judges and magistrates are constrained to use only those options available to them. So if we are able to introduce other alternatives per our code, then the judges and magistrates will have these other options to be able to explore, apart from, fine and custodial sentence. So yes, non-custodial sentencing will be one very important and lasting option if we should, as a nation, consider more the issue of congestion in our prisons.
Now let's talk about COVID-19. How difficult was it for the prison service to maintain, the pandemic within the prisons? Was it a difficult time for you?
Yes, it was. It was a big challenge, especially knowing very well how congested our prisons were. When we heard of what was happening outside the country, before we could even record the first case in Ghana, we knew that should we record a case within any of our prisons, because of how congested it is, it would be difficult for us to contain. Because we were also told that one key measure was social distancing. And the place is already congested. Are you going to leave some of them just to go home because the place? No, you can't do that. So social distancing is something we knew was practically impossible. And so from the word go, the prison administration, in conjunction with other stakeholders, put measures in place to focus on prevention, prevention, and prevention. And that has done the trick for us. And I must say that till today, we have not recorded any in-prison case of COVID. All the cases of COVID we had in our prisons were imported from outside. I hope you get that.
I get it.
Okay.
So in the prisons, there was no case from there that was spreading, but mostly people brought it in.
Exactly.
So while they come, then they test, and then you get this. So what are some of the measures you took?
First of all, we had to abide by all the COVID protocols, the hand washing, all the others. Then additional to those were other measures, such as suspension of contacts and group or church-related activities. So contact visits were suspended. So if you had, or even now, an inmate there, a ward there, then if you want to visit, you cannot have a tete-a-tete visit, chat with him or her as we're doing now. So we restricted all our visits to only those involving items being brought for inmates. So for instance, if you have a son or a daughter in there and you are bringing something, that is allowed. That will be received at the gate for him or her in his presence. But he stands away. You don't have any physical contact. We're doing that just so we can limit the possibility of any contamination from outside, because we know that once all the inmates were already there before the outbreak of the virus, then they were already, in a way, what's the term?
They spread the virus?
No, they were already in some form of confinement.
Okay.
And so it will be difficult for them to contract, but the danger will be those who will be coming in.
Yes.
So the reason why we had to suspend those visits. And then also we suspended our outdoor activities just so we could contain the situation.
Are they still suspended?
No, we are losing up a bit.
Okay.
So some are going out from time to time.
Okay. Are there rights for prisoners in the Ghana prisons?
Prisoners have all their rights intact, except their freedom of movement. So you have been sentenced to serve a term of imprisonment, so you are supposed to be in the prison. So you cannot get up and say, I want to go to the shopping mall. You can't get up and say, I want to visit a friend there or here. You can't just not get up and say, I want to go to the movies. No. So all those movements are curtailed. Apart from that, your right to life, your right to education, your right to what have you, health, all those rights are intact. Yes, so prisoners have rights.
Yes, I know so many videos have been coming out of the prisons, and there are mobile phone videos shot by inmates, and some of them talk about the quality of food, some of them talk about the quality of, their sleeping arrangements and everything like that. Do they have rights to complain?
Oh yes, why not? They have rights. And if we had the facilities those were not the conditions they'll be subjected to. So those situations are not punishment being meted out of them. They are compelled to have that because that is what is available. So if we had better accommodation facilities for inmates, I believe every inmate will have a bed, or if we could, even a room to himself. But it's just because we do not have all the luxury of all that, so we have to make do what we have. And so yes, we wish we could have better conditions for our inmates. And you talked about food. The feeding rate for inmates as we speak is 1 Ghana cedi, 80 pesos per head per day.
Per day?
Yes, so you would agree with me that is woefully inadequate.
1 Ghana cedi is 80 pesos a day?
Yeah.
For one inmate?
Yes. So woefully inadequate. And if I give you that, I wonder, your 2-year child, I wonder how you can feed him or her. But we have been performing what we term in our parlance magic, from what government provides, and then, we also go into agriculture. So we produce vegetables and, grains. So some of these loose grains and vegetables are used in supplementing what is provided by government. And then also we are lucky to receive some donations from well-meaning individuals. And all these are used in supplementing what is provided. That is how come we are able to at least sustain them. The quality may not be good, I agree, but you are sure that you have it every day.
It's a very, sad to hear about the level of financing towards the livelihoods of inmates, and I'm sure you open up to getting support from even private individuals and all these other bodies are able to support.
Certainly.
How much do you get from, the corporate bodies and other bodies and churches and the rest? How much do they support the prison service?
I must say so far it's been good. Had it not been their support, things would have been more difficult. But we never have enough. So we still encourage more people to come on board. You see, the prisons are our potential second homes. All of us. You may never know when you find yourself at the wrong side of the law. Traffic offense is an offense. You could be driving before you realize you hit somebody's car. That can enter you up in a prison. A lot of things can take people to prison. So the notion that if you see a prisoner, then he's a criminal in court, I think it's not helpful. Our brothers and sisters in our prison facilities need our support. They need our care. Without that, they will not have the mind to even submit themselves to any reformation programs. So let's show them care, let's show them love, and I believe that they will come back as better people that we all want.
Let's show them care and love, and we'll be taking this break. We'll be right back to speak with Chief Superintendent Courage Achem. He's the Chief Public Relations Officer of the Ghana Prison Service. My name is Nia Akwe Ismail Akwe. We'll be right back. This is a lowdown. Welcome back from the break. This is the lowdown. My name is Nia Akwe Ismail Akwe, and our guest is the Chief Superintendent Courage Achem. He is the Chief Public Relations Officer of the Ghana Prisons. So we're discussing, the life of inmates in prisons in Ghana and some of the things they go through. I brought up an issue concerning mobile phone footages of the prisons. How do these mobile phones get into the prisons anyway?
Thank you very much. It's a very complex issue. A number of contributing factors. One is visitors who come to visit inmates in our custody. They always try to outwit, outsmart our system. I'll give a typical example. Plastic bottles are allowed in our prison. So, for instance, Tampico, which is in a plastic bottle, is allowed. I'm just giving you one example. Yes. There was an instance where a visitor came with, and when we bring anything at all, you would have to, our job is to inspect it. So the officers on duty had to inspect. Now, if you open the top, you will find Tampico. You smell it, yes, Tampico. Now, you know that Tampico has a label, and the label is at the middle part. So what they did was they compartmentalized the bottle into three parts. So the bottom that you can see, Tampico. At the top, Tampico. In between was stashed a mobile phone, where the label is. So I took the, let me say, intelligence or smartness of the officer to detect the no. The weight of the bottle was unusual. So therefore we had to split the bottle. That was how come we found that there was mobile phone in that bottle. Oh. So if you're an officer on duty and you see it without examining it properly, so I mean this is Tampico and Tampico is allowed. The inmates take it. He goes away with a mobile phone and any other thing that can be concealed. So that is one. Two, I must also admit that we have a few unscrupulous members of our staff as well who also collude with these bad inmates to bring in some of these contraband items. And so, yeah, it is a big challenge, especially mobile phones. And I must admit that it is a challenge for all detention facilities, not only in prisons, across the world. I mean, across the globe. It happens everywhere. I was reading something recently where in one of the advanced countries where they have better systems and security measures in place, they were using drones to drop, contrabands. So the fact is that in every detention facility, inmates would want to access what they need at any rate, and they'll go any length to be able to get them. So our duty is to try as much as possible to prevent these things. And where the facilities that will help us are lacking, it becomes a challenge. For instance, as we speak now, we do not have any, here it's called the X-ray scanner in any of our prisons, not even one, So we use we do manual search, and it's not everything you can detect through manual search. For instance, if somebody is able to put something within his system, manual search, you will not be able to find that because the thing is already within the person's body. So if such a person goes in with something, then, so it is a challenge in all our prisons. And,
so there are no scanning machines at all? Even the handheld ones?
That is the one we have, the one that can detect metals.
Metals?
Yeah, that one we have.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I don't have the one that can detect maybe food in the pockets, so where you could see on a screen, the ones that are used at the airport.
We don't. We don't. Not even one in any of our prisons.
Wow. Well, then it's going to make your work very difficult.
Yeah, it makes it difficult. But you see, in security, we have what we call the static security and the dynamic security. The static are the structures and equipment. The dynamic are the human beings handling the structures. And so if the static is lacking, then the dynamic would have to be augmented. So that's what we do. We try to up our game as much as possible to be able to detect some of this and prevent their entry into our prisons.
Because we know narcotic drugs are being sold in the prisons. We know prisoners calling, I mean, they do phone call businesses from the prisons, and all of these are going on. And I mean, officers sometimes don't even know, they don't even see. Maybe it happens in the night, and in the night they are logged in, so officers are not there with them. So some of these things come up all the time. Do you see it as also a dent on the prison service, or you see it as a regular occurrence because it happens in other jurisdictions as well?
We see it as a challenge because that is not what is supposed to be the ideal situation. We would wish that it never happens. And so we keep fighting against it. That is why we conduct regular and routine checks. So we do these searches so that we can retrieve some of these items. Because once the thing is able to get in, then there must be a way to retrieve it. So we conduct searches and retrieve some of these items, all in a bid to fight the situation, I mean the canker. Because whatever we are able to do, whatever we do, the things keep finding themselves their way into our facilities, and therefore we need to be able to retrieve them so that we can minimize at least the effect.
Prison infrastructure. I know we've closed some prisons or some forts that were used as prisons in the past. Yeah. Are there any more prisons that we need to close down? I know it's a tough question.
It is a tough question. I would say yes, because we still have some prisons, as I mentioned earlier, that were not purpose-built. Some were some colonial structures, maybe military armories that have been converted into a prison. And so you will not have the appropriate structure that are supposed to hold a prison inmates. So yeah, so if we are able to build new ones, then those ones can be closed down. If we are, or at least we can rehabilitate and modernize them, then they can be used as prison facilities as it should be. Otherwise, once you're not able to do those, then we still have to keep using those ones.
I hear there are silos that have been turned into prisons. Which prison is what used to be a silo?
I wouldn't want to be specific.
You wouldn't want to say, okay. Silos and other things, I mean, colonial buildings and all of that.
Yes.
Now let's talk about reformation and rehabilitation of prisoners. What are some of the new, rehabilitation exercises or reformation exercises that have been introduced to the prisons?
All right, thank you very much. First of all, the NRC, the 46 of 1972, which spells out the money, says that it shall be the duty of the Ghana Prison Service to ensure the safe custody and welfare of prisoners, whenever practicable, and undertake their reformation and rehabilitation. And so, yes, we have safe custody, welfare, reformation, rehabilitation. Safe custody, first of all, what it means is that it is our duty to ensure that the person does not run from our custody. That's one. Then two, it's our duty to also ensure that nobody comes to attack the person within our custody. For instance, if you hear that I've raped your sister and you see me walking about, what will you do? I'm not sure you will let me go scot-free. So those who have committed offenses in our custody are kept safe for their own sake as well. Reformation rehabilitation, we have a number of programs. First of all, we see crime as a disease. So we have diagnostic centers, especially the most modern one is at Nsawam, where fresh inmates, those who have never been on remand before, fresh convicts. I must say that all these structures or measures do not apply to remands because the person has not been found guilty, so he's not a prisoner in the first place. Okay. So fresh convicts who have never been on remand before are kept at this diagnosis center where trained officers engage them to try to find out what might have been behind their crime and find a way out. This is where sentence planning is done for them. This is where we are able to determine that, okay, so you can continue education because you were in school before you had your case, or you can go into tailoring, or you can go into some other, arrangements. So we have measures that work on their minds. So that is what we have, the reverend ministers, the imams, psychologists, and psychiatrists. So they engage these inmates to work on their mindset in the first place. Then we have formal education, because we have also realized that the more illiterate somebody is, the more susceptible he is to crime. And so education is also very important in the reformation process. So we have started since 2007 formal education. So our inmates, as we speak today, go to school and sit for BEC, WASI, and quite recently, the University of Cape Coast, with the support of Volta Foundation, we have enrolled our inmates into tertiary program where they are reading different various diploma programs, at some to be specific. And I must say these measures are working quite well. One thing we have also noticed is that those who were quite untidy, unruly, by the time they start to enroll in some of these educational programs, you get them to be decent, see them to be now, seem to be positive-minded and that kind of thing. Those who are withdrawn because of they feel dejected, they begin to get some excitement. So the education is quite useful. And then also, it's not everybody who can go to school, and therefore we do some other programs for them, which we call the vocational and technical programs. So we have inmates who are receiving training in carpentry, tailoring, batik tie and dye, crocheting, macrame, kente weaving, quite a number of some of these vocational activities for our inmates.
So with the educational facility in the prisons, what's the highest qualification any inmate has ever attained in the prison? Is it
for now,
degree?
it will be the WASI.
Okay.
Because the diploma program is now at level 200. So we have not produced any graduate of the tertiary program yet.
Okay.
Yes, so the highest will be the WASI.
Okay. So which prison for establishments take on these reformational, exercises? Is it only in Sawam?
For the basic, we have it at in Sawam, the Kumasi. But the tertiary program at the moment is at Sawam.
It's at Sawam.
Yes.
So if any other person is in another prison that doesn't have these schools and other things like that, what can the person request for it?
Yes, so arrangements can be made for it to be transferred from that facility to where you can have access to this. Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's quite a very interesting scenario, because I've ever been to Sawam. I was privileged to go in as a student of journalism some years ago.
Okay.
And then I think we saw the basic school system in the prison. And they had a computer there at the time. Some people wanted to learn how to use the computers.
Yes.
So what's their pass mark? Are they doing well?
Interestingly, right from the word group from 2007, from BEC to WASI, it has been 100% pass. 100% pass. That's what we have recorded year on year, you know. So I think it's been good so far.
And after the pass, they are able to enroll for the next level?
Yeah, so if you do BEC and you pass, you enroll in senior high school. So you continue to write your WASI.
And what certificate do they get? Do they get a certificate that says they studied in a prison, or
no?
Is okay.
GES approved awarded certificate.
Okay, and they can get a job after they serve their sentence.
Yes, they should be able to access job after serving their sentence. But there's a law also which bars inmates from accessing any public sector employment, at least for after 3 years upon discharge. So that also is a bit of a challenge. And I think as a nation going forward, it might be a law that we may have to take a second look at.
So after 3 years, they can apply to work in the public.
Yes, that's what it means.
Okay. Do you have any?
But you also have quite a number of opportunities where you are asked the question: do you have a criminal record? If you answer yes, it means there's a question mark on you. Yes. So until we begin to take a second look at some of those requirements, it means that people who have gone to prison, no matter the circumstances, no matter the qualifications they get in there, when they come out, they may not be able to access some employment.
Now let's retract back a bit. I just want to talk about prison babies. This has been an issue some time ago, and where so many inmates have babies in prison and they have to be with their babies. So we have the babies growing up with them in the prisons. What's the situation like right now?
Okay, so I must say it has been improved. We had to create a baby-friendly unit. So we have a unit currently in Sawam and some other female prisons where mothers with babies are kept separate from the other inmates. And so that has worked so far so well. And the baby will stay with the mother until he's weaned. If he's weaned, then the parents, if they are willing, can come for him or her, or otherwise we will liaise with the Department of Social Welfare and have him or her taken to a children's home. Yeah, so that is what we've been doing. And as we speak, we have only one baby currently in Sawam.
Only one baby?
Yeah, one baby.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Courage. We'll be right back after this break. This is The Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Welcome back from the break. This is The Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. We are talking about prison reform, rehabilitation, and our prisons as a safe place to keep inmates. Our guest is Chief Superintendent Courage Achem, is the Chief Public Relations Officer of the Ghana Prison Service. So we're talking about prison babies. You said there's only one baby all around the prisons, and no, sorry, one baby at the moment in Sawam. Now, prison officer recruitment, and we've seen so many people scamming people, saying they are doing recruitment for prison service. And I saw a website that's applyghprisons.com, which says is the platform where you can apply to be a prisons officer. Is that a real website?
Yeah, that one is real. It was created for this 2021 recruitment exercise. And I must say at the moment we are done with recruitment or selection of people to be trained as officers. We are done with that. What we are doing now is the training. The training is structured in phases. So the training is ongoing, but recruitment as a process is over.
Okay.
So if somebody approaches you now and says he wants to have you recruited into the prison service, that is a big lie. We are done with recruitment. We are doing training now. If another window opens for recruitment, again, we will announce it just as we did in the previous one in our papers. Normally we use the state-owned media, print media, the Daily Graphic and the Ghanaian Times, we announce, and then our website. Apart from that, no other, avenue. If anybody uses, especially social media, to say, I want to recruit you into the Ghana Prison Service, you must be watchful. That's a scam.
So if you want to be a prisons officer, you only have to go through that website,
Yes.
or you can buy forms as well somewhere else?
Yeah, so the forms were sold online.
Okay.
Through
the
recruitment portal that we created. Yes.
So after that, anything else is fake?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So what's the plan for the Ghana Prison Service in 2022?
Thank you very much. A lot, but I will just talk about maybe two key ones. The prison administration would want to take on board the issue of reformation and rehabilitation of our inmates more seriously or more adequately. And so we will need support from both government and individuals and organizations to be able to do this. The Director General of Prisons wants to at least have a place that we can call a rehab center for our prison inmates. As I mentioned, we will be commissioning the camp prison built by the Church of Pentecost at some quite soon. The intention is to make that as a skills training and development center where inmates would be trained more in vocational and technical skills. And so his desire and intention is to have a center that can be used as a hub for all inmates who receive training in these programs at various stations to be brought there, where we can even take contracts, maybe sewing, to sew uniforms. Many of these uniforms you see are sewn at these tailoring shops.
Okay, all of them?
Yes, many of them. There are some who take them out to go and sew elsewhere. That I know. There are officers. Everybody has his style. He wants to sew. But our inmates who are trained to sew are able to sew our uniforms and are able to sew their own uniforms as well. So other security services, I know we have sewn for some private security organizations as well before. So these partnerships are welcome. People are willing to partner us to do some of these things. They are all welcome to come on board.
So if people want to build prisons or facilities, camp prisons, like the Pentecost Church has done, are they allowed to?
Oh yeah, the Church of Pentecost has shown the way. So just come, approach the prisons administration, and we can sit down and look at the modalities. Because if we allow you to just go and build prisons, you may not meet the specifications. So you need to partner with us so that we work together to be able to have a good facility that we can call a modern prison facility.
And what's the level of management or involvement of the church in the management affairs of the prisons?
With the case of the Church of Pentecost, they are only building and handing over to us.
Okay.
Their interest is to see how these centers are used in rehabilitating our inmates. That is the focus of the Church of Pentecost. But the management is under the care of the Ghana Prison Service.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chief Superintendent Courage Achem. It comes with a Mr. too, right?
Yeah.
You can say that. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for coming to the lowdown and giving us all this information about the Ghana Prison Service. You are our first guest for 2022.
Wow.
And we hope
That's an honor.
you will also be our last guest for 2022. We'll look for you again in December, hopefully. And you tell us a lot of the things that have been done this year for the inmates and also for the officers of the Ghana Prison Service. This is the lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Watch us every Monday on GhanaWeb TV and also on all of our media channels. Be safe. Oba Ghana had ya penimpa oda despite media group ano e friend say kwame despite no bi a ebo ni din na din omubo nya ne se papa yi akwakoto Bugatti aba Ghana ha na se Ghana ha de obi eni ho Bugatti ni bi na yekeka ka ne bo a $3 million a papa yi odi na woda 60th birthday no na kokoto kai enso de ba Ghana na eno na Samuel Osekofo amna bi atwam osi akai enso de ma Black Stars oni despite nyina na join sikafo kuo ewo East Legon ye friend say East Legon Executive Club eno Osekofo chiremu a nyankopon chire obi a wo so otumi bo na baso na nyankopon fa sa akwan na so no no so etimi ehira obi o se despite Bugatti na akoto no kura ni nyame anim nie ka ne de faye papa na ye kan Ghana ha ba akopɛ na wa ha na mpo okɔ US abrochirima mu a kakra bi enti papa friend say despite ka wato no kura ni nyame anim nie ono Samuel Osekofo de ohunu se ka no ehu twaye pa.
Penny Anoda Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice. Etwaniti awa seshra, Material Justice Emil Short. Edi ato abane nim se ebeyan kontri nani emfanshe Ghana for ni nyina agina ya e-levy ensem ya ehu. Otwema ono ankasa ye ne survey bi a waka na pokrata bi a okan ye no ama na ehu se ya dia Ghana for dodo na omo ni nji eye e-levy no ho. Ntakwa ye sa nipa empa de o se chenchena ache me de hye ne kono de ya dia emmo akranto no de nka ni pem no ebeyan ka Ghana ban entie de Ghana for e kan se ne be ya ebetumi aboa oman ni nyina na emro ko interview o Class FM morning show so na cheso de san nsem we nyina ekokoto dwa na emro san bi san no ensem a efa eye nansen obekọ mahye bedwam ne ntokwa ne nkeka no ose ni nyina ebeya nka mahye bedwafo mu hwe no mu njai esan so makwakọ ye mpenimfo a omudi Ghana fo enim de nkomo so omfa bibi ento no mu ntwasa Ghana fo so ebetumi edi so netumi aboa oman no.
Imagine going to Zanzibar, Tanzania, or imagine going to my dream destination as Jamaica with a partner, with a husband. Oh my goodness. You all that are married and travel with a husband, let me know your experience. Please let me know in the comment section. I am very interested. You got to let it go. 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 Hello everyone, we are back again just as I will always say. My name is Stella Kafui Sabuki and I'm popularly known on YouTube as Stella Chanelli, and I'm super excited to be here. If today is your first time chancing on my YouTube channel, I post travel related videos, lifestyle related videos, culture related videos, lifestyle related videos, and and a bit of everything in between. This is going to be my first video for 2022, and I officially welcome you to 2022 YouTube videos. Happy New Year! Happy New Year to everyone. Happy 2022 to everyone watching this video. I don't know about you, but I am so grateful for a beautiful year like this. I see 2022 as a double portion, like 2 is like double. So this year is going to be a good year. So this is going to be my first vision board ever, and it's going to be my first vision board for 2022 and officially my first YouTube video for 2022. Yay! Are you excited? I'm very excited because I haven't done anything like this, and I'm going to be speaking into existence and hope that anything that I say here, or any prayers that I hope to manifest by the end of the year, comes to pass. Next year by this time, I'm going to be here talking about how I said a lot of things in 2022 and it came to pass in 2023. So that's the prayer, that's the hope for creating this vision board. I see a lot of vision board on YouTube, and I decided to give it a try. So the sunflower symbolizes good life and good luck. So I'm hoping that by the end of the year, all this I'm manifesting will come to pass. And people also say that the sunflower is a positive flower that brings joy to many. And just as you all know, I'm a happy person, I'm a smiley person. I pray that everything that I will do would bring joy to somebody watching this video. I mean, that's how it has always been. So I'm hoping that that comes to stay. Nothing steals my joy. Yes. So yeah, that's it for the sunflower. That's why I started with the sunflower. And this year I'm hoping to invest into reading books. As Neil would say, Stella, you need to read books. And so this year I'm investing into reading books. At least I want to be able to read at least 5 books a year. And so yeah, I have started. I got a book from Uncle White's show I went. It's called, it talks about sex. Why am I even reading a book of sex? But yeah, I have started. At least I'm on a good pace, isn't it? Let me know in the comment section. So yeah, that's it for the books. Then I also want to get a Sony ZV-E10 mirrorless camera. I currently use a GoPro, and the GoPro is for outdoor, which I'm very comfortable with, but I feel like the indoor videos are a little dark, and places that have low lights, my GoPro cannot work. So this is the camera I hope to get. If you are touched by the Holy Spirit and you want to say, Stella, how much is the camera? I'm going to buy it for you, please. Just as I'm praying for it, may it come to pass. May the Holy Ghost touch your heart. Yeah. Then we are going to move. Okay, so the vision board is not according to, it's scattered all over, but I'm going to pick as and when I want to talk about it. I hope you don't mind. So yeah. Then we are going to talk about this drone. Just when December ended, if you all watched my previous video, you remember I went to Nigeria. When I went to Nigeria, I decided to fly my drone. My drone, okay, so the neck of the drone is kind of broken. I don't know how, because it didn't crash. Then they call it, I think, gimbal. The neck is broken. So as it stands now, I don't have a drone. If I would have to fly a drone, I'll have to maybe borrow from Ayamdela or someone. Yeah. So I'm hoping that by the end of the year, I'll be able to purchase the DJI Mavic Air 2, which is upgraded than my own. I currently use the Mavic Mini, which is already gone for repairs. And I pray that it's not too expensive. But yeah, this is what I'm hoping to get. So if you're also touched by the Holy Spirit and you want to support my channel, kindly, this is what I want. Yeah, and this image represents a desert. I have never seen a desert before, and so this year I want to take opportunity to see a country with a desert. It might be Morocco or Egypt. So I'm hoping that by the end of the year I'll be able to achieve seeing a desert for the first time. Oh right, I think I've seen a desert before in Dubai. How on earth did I forget? Okay, I mean, it has escaped me, but I still want to see a desert again this year. So yeah. Now this you can see here is a car. So yeah, I've been driving from 2015 till now, and I'm hoping that by the end of the year I'll be able to buy a bigger car. I know I don't have all the funds to buy a car now, but then I'm hoping that by the end of the year I would make enough money. Now we'll come to the money part. I've left the money there hanging so that I keep it for the last. I'll keep the money for the last. So the next one is YouTube, and to my YouTube family, guys, this is the third time I'm filming. My camera keeps failing me as if God is telling you all to help me get this camera. Please watch my YouTube videos. The next one is YouTube. So as you all know how much I enjoy creating content for you all, and in order for me to also grow my channel, you need to share my videos with your family, your husband, your wife, your group chats, your friends, everyone. That's the only way I'll be able to grow my YouTube channel, and I'm hoping to reach 100,000 subscribers by the end of the year. And you know how much YouTube appreciates you when you hit 100k. That's when they send you the plug, the YouTube silver plug, to show that, oh, Celestine, you are doing amazing, this is the plug for you, you know. So I'm hoping that by the end of the year I'll be able to achieve this goal with your help. So please share my videos, like, subscribe, show your girl some love. That's the only way I'll be able to reach 100,000. I have videos on my channels that are over 500,000. Where are you, or why are you not subscribing? Please, this year don't be like that. Please join the family. So I'm hoping that by the end of the year I'll be able to achieve this goal with your help. The next one is a picture of Zanzibar I found on Pinterest. I took this picture with the hoping that all the things I'm saying now would come to pass. I'm manifesting them into existence, and I pray and I hope that it comes to pass. I'm hoping to see Zanzibar, Tanzania for the first time. You all remember when I went to Kenya, I was super close to seeing Tanzania, but guess what? I didn't go. So I'm hoping that by the end of the year I'll be able to see Zanzibar, Tanzania for the first time. I'm super excited about it. And also the next image represents me, which is an image of 2015 when I graduated from Ghana Telecom University. And so I'm hoping that by the latter part of the year I should be able to start doing my masters. Fingers crossed. I pray everything goes well. I pray that I get scholarships. I pray that I get some good funding to be able to start doing my master's program. Yeah, so the next image is me and a group of friends in a gig I did for Club Shandy 2019. And if you all know or may not know, I, Celestine, I do TV commercials, billboards, magazines. You can use me for any form of advertising, especially commercial TV commercial videos. So yeah, contact me, send me a DM on Instagram, Celestine. My number is always in my description box. Send me a WhatsApp message. Send your girl messages. Let me represent you. Tell your bosses that Celestine can do a good job. So if you also want to see the kind of work I have done in the past, like all the commercial gigs, kindly check out my Instagram page. I've highlighted some of the commercial gigs I've done. I've done a lot. I've been on a lot of billboards. I've worked with bigger brands. I've worked with all kinds of brands like MTN, Cowbank. I've done gigs for there are quite a number of them. Obasima, Club Shandy, Cowbell. I've also done for even Nido. I think Nido was just my fingers. Yes, so my fingers, my legs, in fact my entire body. Come and use me for your product. I'll advertise them for you very well. So yeah, that's an image, and I'm hoping that by this year I'll get a lot of gigs so that I can be able to make more money. This picture represents two people, that's a male and a female, kissing in some poolside with a beautiful view. Guys, this year I'm hoping to be able to get a travel buddy, a travel bestie, a travel husband. I've been traveling solo for so long, and it's about time I travel with someone. And since I am straight, a travel buddy, preferably a travel husband, will do. I don't even know why I'm laughing. Why this is so funny, God. I mean, just as I'm manifesting it, may it come to pass. So I'm hoping to get a travel buddy so that we could kiss this beautiful. Imagine going to Zanzibar, Tanzania, or imagine going to my dream destination as Jamaica with a partner, with a husband. Oh my goodness. You all that are married and travel with a husband, let me know your experience. Please let me know in the comment section. I am very interested. So the next one on Instagram, I'm hoping to also grow my Instagram. So most of these gigs, like the commercial gigs, if there is growth on your Instagram, they want to work with you. So I'm hoping that by the end of the year, I'll be able to achieve 50,000 on Instagram. I currently have about 18,000. So fingers crossed. I'm also hoping that you also share my Instagram just as you are about to share my YouTube video. So yeah, I'm also hoping to achieve 50,000 followers on Instagram, so that I'll be able to make more money, more advertising, more adverts, especially on my YouTube channel and on Instagram. The last one is also an image of me being pregnant. Me being pregnant doing a commercial gig for a brand called Obasima. And guys, I don't know why they usually like to use me for this motherly roles. Do I look like a mother, or I will look good as a mom, right? Because I tend to get a lot of motherly roles in the commercial I have done, like the one I did for Cowbell. I was a mom to like 3 kids, and I'm like, yo, I'm going to be a good mom. So yeah, so this is my vision board. This is my goal. This is what I hope to achieve by the end of the year. Talking about money, money is the last thing. I left the money for the last because we need money to buy the camera. I need money for the drone. I need money for the car. I need money for to do masters. I need money for travel. But then how do I get money? You all should keep watching my YouTube videos, sharing my YouTube videos, so that I'm able to make more money on YouTube. And also I'm open for advertisement. That's for commercial gigs. And also if you also want to advertise on my YouTube channel, please contact me on email stellakafui@gmail.com, or send me a WhatsApp message. My number is always in my description box, so just add me, WhatsApp me, say, Stella, I want to work with you, or I want to invite you to my country, you know. So yeah, I'm very open for any form of support. Please contact me. Please support your girl. Any form of support is welcome. Yeah. So I want to say a big thank you to everyone with the support from last year, from 2019, 2020, 2021, now 2022. I want to say God richly bless you. Maune Yurao, big one. It means God bless you. And I want to say thank you to all those friends, new friends I have made out of YouTube and have supported me one way or the other. I remember the drone, what's it called, the GoPro I currently use, the Hero 9, was a gift from a subscriber, and I want to say he doesn't want his name to be mentioned, but I also want to say thank you so much. The support. If you also have a camera, if you have this camera or any other camera that is closer to this and you want to also give to me, please send me a WhatsApp, please. So this brings us to the end of my vision board 2022. Just as I said, everything in this vision board, so as I'm manifesting into existence this year, I pray and hope that it will also come to pass. If you are also praying, remember me in your prayers. I pray that this joy never dies. It continues to spark and spark and spark. And yeah, for everyone watching my YouTube videos, I pray that with all the things you are also manifesting into your life in 2022, may it come to pass with the help of God, in Jesus' name. Amen. Just as the sunflower symbolizes good luck and long life, I pray that may you all grow to become as old as you deserve. Yeah, and may you blossom, may you be as beautiful as a sunflower. So this brings us to the end of my vision board. I'm going to hang it somewhere in my room. I'll remove one of my portraits here and hang it so that anytime I see it, I'll know that these are the goals I have set for 2022, and hope and pray that with the help of you all this will come to pass. I'll be back 2023 January to come and talk about this video and see which of them I was able to achieve, which of them I'm yet to, which of them what happened. I mean, it's a long year. It's a long year, you know. And January, we are just like the second, third week in January, but January feels like a whole year. But yeah, and then we move slow but sure. And I also want to let me know the kind of videos you also want to see on my channel this year. I'm hoping to do everything in terms of travel, lifestyle, interviews, agriculture, health, everything. Let me know. And if you also want us to have a conversation, you have a business you want me to also interview, please send me an email. Please send me an email. Please send me an email. And if you also want to support me one way or the other, my mobile money is in my description, but I'll be getting a PayPal account soon. Then you can always support. So mobile money, any kind, like PayPal, you can send me through Lemonade, through mobile money, Western Union, anything. Like, please support your girl. Please support. And if the Holy Spirit touches you and you say, Stella, I don't mind sending you a new drone. Stella, I don't mind sending you a camera. Stella, I don't mind sending you a new laptop. Please, I would appreciate. And yeah, this brings us to the end of this video. Just as I've been posting twice a week, that's Sundays and Wednesdays. This year, I'm hoping to post more than twice. So I'm going to post Wednesdays for sure, Sundays for sure, and any other day. It can be a weekend, it can be a Monday, it can be a Thursday, any other day. I have content. I'll definitely come through. I want to say thank you. I love you all from the bottom of my heart. I want to say thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much. I like this. You guys are super amazing. Thank you. I love you all, and see you in my next video on Wednesday. Catch you guys. I love you. I love you. I can't even dance to save my life.
Minister for Roads and Highways, Ayakwesi Amwakwata, and Chesodin same be able to abonting. Or Chema Tobus not to say, and a man ye fee a quantum person, and Chibiana, and 9 ya can AC one, and Chibia the Bayer a June Sobia, which are public urinals. Now, not just a Becaya 2022 budget in ye told booty, if you are quantum person, and I just say, in Corfu, as a gunner for Brena, a chance of Abia, ye told boot nephew, and I just said, then at the Bayer, gunner for shady matters are buying young fine your shame. And not just a quay ample much as a National Road Safety Authority, which NRSA4, and the Cotta Benin and Cabaya, told boots a dynasty on on share, no on your being found. There's a marsh in my by now still not as a she uncle, and not just a Rama and Wakwata, a double trouble since and Chibiano, sad dine, told boots and dine can see quantum person. On the bear John Sobias, and be a castle, Mujin or Quan, when I also say, if Cacabia John saw the normal packing one chain, a well much as a Mudu one more to me so Aquacoyum.
Welcome to our first episode of Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV for the year 2022. Today we are discussing a matter that has traveled with us from the previous year into the new year. A decision by the government of Ghana to impose the 1.5 tax levy on all electronic transactions has elicited public discontent. Today we have gathered a group of Ghanaians with varied backgrounds at the Apostle Kan Spare Parts Hub in Accra to discuss the e-levy and matters surrounding it. My name is George AC, and this is Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. We will be right back. Once again, welcome to Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. Today we are delving in on the controversial electronic transactions levy. And like I stated earlier,
we are the Bosokan Spare Parts Hub, where we have with us some of the spare parts dealers as well as a student. We'll delve into the conversation and we get to understand their understanding, their knowledge and their acceptance of the levy. Let me start. Me start to our home. Me pacho e-levy no. What you are saying?
Oh, e-levy no. Idea. Me mente asem no kaban ne de beboa ama oman no empumtuo akoso. Na me hwe se de ade nete ya nke beboa oman Ghana. E kire se wo hwe enipa eti ke adodo mu a ekwa nke obetua to bi a 1 cedi na enipa be se 5 anase 10 anase 8 efiri wokono etwam no na se obi ayusu mobile phone na se oji obi a skabia ebetimi de abo me feel se enomomu eye esen se ebegigi to no entim de e-levy ni de meti ase pa yi se aban ebetimi de aboa ama oman no kikire no akona nim
eja also na membra also na men start also answer e-levy aba obi e kan de o yo bi a ojitu ma na say e bia wo adwen for the farm
de di kan mejitu mu pa de entia mejitu mu ni say me to me no ebebo oman e na omoji na ebebo oman na me expect say the omo susu so omo de be no omo de be me my example no minim crofobia e bi wa omo trade online it is kind of mutuya no mutuya enko any government tax system there you go get tax. It is a e-levy now they can tax those things on it. I think say me prefer say bebo man. And as I loan you go IMF name one name World Bank to me no I don't side with them. Yeah, and you you crew more near to me developing you crew.
Like I stated earlier, we have a student with us as one of our guests. As a student, how well do you understand this new policy?
Well, for this new policy, it's not good to me because when we are in school, for instance, for the SHS, the borders, when we are in school like this, we call our parents for money. So when they are sending us money through the Momo, when they are sending us 100 Ghana, we need 100 cedis at that moment. So when we are sending, when they send it and then they are taking the tax, it's like the price is too high. So I think I don't agree with the government. So they shouldn't bring it into policy. Yeah.
So we picked people with different backgrounds and expertise. Mr. Boatin is the vice chairman, right? The chairman himself of the Abosokan Spare Parts Dealers Association. We will speak to him as well to get his understanding and acceptance or otherwise of the e-levy. Sir, you tell us what is your understanding of the whole e-levy and the brouhaha surrounding it?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. Yeah, I see this implementation of e-levy trying as much as possible to rope in a lot more people so that government could also get the required revenue to embark on its programs and policies. Every now and then we've been calling for widening of the tax net, whether it's a media budget review or the budget itself. We have been calling for widening of the tax net to try, as much as possible to include everybody. And I see, this e-levy as a way of trying to, rope in everybody so that government could get the desired revenue. But we would like to call on the government to listen to what the masses are saying by way of trying to start it from a point and then maybe increasing it gradually. If we look throughout the whole country, well, some people are against it, some people too are saying they should start from maybe 1%. So I support those who are yearning for the 1%. So as we start from the 1%, then maybe gradually we could also increase it. I also think people are also talking about creating a separate account for this e-levy. They don't want a way that they will put it in the consolidated account because of monitoring. So that when they create a separate account and the money is being put into that account, then it could be easy, to monitor, so that maybe quarterly government will come and then render accounts to the Ghanaian, populace as to what they have done with the revenue, so that if people will pay, then people will not complain. But if people pay and they don't see the benefits, or they don't see the projects that the money is being used for, then it is that angle that people will complain. So I support the idea. They should start from somewhere, maybe 1%, create a separate account, not into the consolidated account, and then from time to time, maybe quarterly, they should come and render accounts to the people.
So I'll get back to you to discuss more about. You mentioned the fact that the masses seem to be having issues with the whole e-levy. So I'll come back to have more discussion about that. If at all e-levy, no, you can't, but you better share Ghana for baby. So I can send baby. I found home so I'm raising concerns baby. So what's in your Ghana for a canfa e-levy ni one? Then about it.
Yo, that's it. 11 in there, we margin, or maybe a task and a chichiku. Sabi, you took one. You call America, you call China, you call him. When the foreigners to be brain, so to come and send you community. Mimi too, so can me chrome cry overhead, call me from Cocoa. And Uncle Four fast with the Yajis Kama and Kamokra Beton. Until 11 in there, may support to no mom 1.7% and no more train. Because Sabita Fratu say you 2,000. Near to tone social security, near to task a card, the back on some, and an million movie can. I say, as I can, all the 2 wireless swap. Yaka, you almost have 1.7%. And come me to swap by Metra by say, Anka, if free bear say 10 CD up to bear say even 1,000 and come any free. No mum. A free obet me at all. Bibi say engine, obet me at car. Nemo scan what the coin so, but I saw transfer sky at the core. Or transfer the car, and fast system be a bambing young for Sudia. And once near the teacher of my media, Mrs. say, young family, you start to be a best 1%. Na minia and this for who say, budgeting or more critics here, this canoe koto. Because I'm say finance minister can say beboa amanko for youth na ban ombenya dwumaye na mo nya say bia be kan ya na ya jinso ne dia koto na fi ya san dia koto pre and mo na men support.
Public concerns on the e-levy has been very varied. A lot of people say that the argument or issue of double taxation comes in when we talk about the e-levy and electronic transactions in general. Let me ask you, say, Oyobia, Ojidi say, e-levy and the double taxation, beba. And finally say, dear, wow, salary, ya till tax, or Odi2 Momo, so ya till tax, O Seneca crack or Mawa, me yatino, or no so yatino, AB or no so sending more be yatino. And no, then I'll kafamu.
Well, me imagine dear. Me who say, or might be a share the tax natural mine. Every citizen must pay tax. And I'm moreover, so know how to get the people to pay the tax is very difficult. So if this is the possible way the government can get the tax from the citizens, I believe it's okay. But then, my suggestion is you can't start something new from the higher side, maybe 1.75. As a charge or percentage is too much. So the government should start from the lower side before, as time goes on, he will increase it. And two, my problem is the government shouldn't emphasize taxation on e-levy alone. It should also go to the artisan side. That's the masons and the carpentry side. He can also tax them over there so that everything will be smoothly. And I believe, by then, and there should be good education because Ghanaians don't know much about taxation system. So the government should educate the public the advantages of paying taxes. So, Mr. Madriano.
So collectively, our guests agree that probably it's about high time government actually imposes a tax on electronic transactions. But then they believe the 1.5% that the government is imposing on the electronic transactions is on the high side. They expect government to cause a reduction in the levy. We will be back very soon to continue our conversation.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. This is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AEC. Today we are discussing the controversial electronic transactions levy, which is currently a bill before the Parliament of Ghana. We are at the Abossey Spare Parts Hub, speaking to some of the spare parts dealers as our guest, as well as a student who is also sharing his view on the electronic transactions levy. We go back into the conversation, and I asked my student guest, as a student, how do you envisage the e-levy to affect you? Your parents are sending you fees, your parents are sending you your feeding money and all that. You are supposed to make some payments here and there. How do you envisage the e-levy to affect you or benefit you?
No, the e-levy is not going to benefit us because due to this, some of our students, especially those in the boarding house, we are all not working. As students, we are all not working. So our parents sending us money and for the MTN also taking their part from it, we are also going to get less. And then we are also not going to get the required amount to pay what you are going to pay. Yeah. So I think we are not in support of this.
You would agree with me that it is necessary for as citizens for us to pay tax, right?
Yes, I agree.
And you would also agree that government free SHS and all the other policies are we get the funding from our taxing, right?
Yes. Exactly.
So if that is the case, would you agree that e-levy is necessary?
Still, I'm not agreeing because we are not working. But I think for those who are working, that tax should be taken from those who are working, but not from the students as well.
Okay. So we are still going to continue with our spare parts dealers guest. Eja, who be our business, who took fine, who transfer ska back and forth. Say e-levy ebe boa o say emboa o. Ewo wadwuma ho asem say na hu no.
One, the dwuma ho asem dey many problem with that. Who use word be say utukwan. Utukwan be bra hu obi man so dey ye wo. Ntu ko a hu ne fe na wo dey gina so ahwe so nkuro no so say na ye. Oh, Kasano, apart from your taxes, you pay the clear from Ghana revenue, other social security taxes, you clear your welfare. One, you won't go for me, Omojom. Can I tell you, I say, Enco, I see all of me, you so I see in court, say, we do all year, Juma, but or your online trading. You are a friend, is a Mumu, don't pay any tax, but here we. Me to me is not affecting me business. Two, be most kind of say, Scado Comama, many are get tax. The Tenenia Mania, Musica, what the command driver was a juice. The risks involved on the baby and dream. But Momo no straight ahead, you know, who transfer a corner one, no afford, Beba Mensaka. Smooth. In other way around, electronic way, no so to me, my bills. Electricity, water, I use Momo in pay. It save me time. It save me risk. Maybe sitting in car or driving to a place to buy maybe car, prepaid car. Until if they levy something on it, to me, you know, it has the baby. They are most important in what your motivator Krumwa and need the key way. Say if they go, say Omoji not Yoma Komodi, I don't have any problem.
Okay. So, government's effort to have this levy bill passed into a law has seen some delay, and this is largely due to the opposition from the National Democratic Congress, which makes up the minority side of Parliament. My next guest is going to tell me what he makes of the resistance by the minority to the e-levy. Eja, say a e-levy could do Parliament, a minority no. Omotra emboa Ghana for anti-50 time and buying yes and Kobeya ya pass e-levy. Wayama yentumi pass here. So who send a minority me egusu oppose e-levy then now work upon as Ghana and
Parliament and that's some of our said your mind. And to say, other side, no, that's another thing, say, yeah, them one Ghana, or not another thing on the side. Say to me, yeah, maybe yet to me, let me say, that's a 207, I look if you can, but you know, once there was 2 meters. Can we say the public was saying that it's a public so we are called, we are telling we are sharp, I know all kind of that's a moody and a bebo mine. And to me, and this is for us, no more kind of minimum yard game baby. Then I went to Friday, I need the effective, the foreign films, they will say here, and might be now they compare Ghana, it's a Ghana Yaketi, and to say, upon your dear banners, you to me, after punishing their Bob was near the young yeah. I didn't know make a say, and yet. And the other side, no matter or more adding, it's here to move from us. I was here to say, the year a bar, that war or mine after. And to me, it's say you let me and by the boy. They won't say, you say percentage now. I find air can a door soon, and let me phone so air in one. Your shape, no tissue, a crack, listen, yeah, and so on the side and my. We have joining us another guest who is a mobile money vendor. Let me speak to her to find out from her what she makes of the e-levy. Madam, mobile money transfer, e-levy, ebeba. Saying I would say ebe boa and answer ebe affected with Juma.
As I'm an agent, make us say ebe affected my customers. Because almost all mobile is saying charges. As now, cry charges now almost so much. No, see almost day we are. May I sure say the brain on better answer. And to me,
a bit affected. Now, so far, most article e-levy are saying then our OTF customers in change.
The brain was so many idea on message. Obi or discount, Obi the power for person. Charges near now,
one person I shall at the phone fast or any Unyamano and also say,
customers no more by me so
a bit and you necessarily say, Yanka say e-levy the member, but ABR 1.5% now buying a cano and Ankayen Teso, and also so Ojen was saying. Now, Ankayen Teso may do better saying.
But if you're 0.75 and I say 1%.
1% the amount. Okay. We speak to some of our spare parts dealers to find out from them how they also anticipate this levy to impact on their work. Chairman, tell us, you are all for e-levy, but then we would like to bring it down to what you do. How do you anticipate e-levy to benefit your work or impact on your work?
If you want to talk about the benefits that will derive from this e-levy implementation, one has to do with time saving. It saves time because if I want to maybe transfer money or send money to somebody, I just sit in the comfort of my shop and then do the transactions. Then we have issue that is also associated with risk. Like one of my colleagues said, you can go to the station, assuming you want to send money to your mother or your brother or your uncle in the village, you can go to the station and give the money physically to the driver to go and send it to whoever you want to send the money to. But that also has to do with a risk. You don't know whether the money will actually get to its destination. So these are, two issues that if you want to see to the usefulness of the e-levy, these are two areas that you have to, consider. So I see it as a good, form of a tax. One, I've already told you that it is going to rope in a lot more people. Like one of my brothers even suggested that artisans, like masons, like carpenters, organizers, they are all not paying anything when it comes to direct tax. But with the implementation of this e-levy, all those people are going to be, roped into it, and then so government will, have a lot more people into the tax net, so that if we all pay something small, then government will also be able to get its revenue.
Our mobile money vendor here tells us that she's skeptical about the threat this e-levy poses to her job and as well as her customer base. Enti say e-levy a passes a sia no pay na say ochina ube juma then na ususu say ebesi.
So I said to me as an agent, me there you can say me no ever born me person, but my customers no be a omumba eye juma. We no make say because of that they be on say obi so open no bet me ask. I think say prior start here bet me ask.
Now Osha, the way I buy educate Ghana for FR e-levy no. So what you say our customers are complaining now. Would you say abaya ye juma ye no education no? Nti Osha Ghana for te ase and I say the Osha omo nse dan te ase ye.
Make say binu mo te ase. Omo hu di omo ye. And I say once they be one mo omo ye illiterate. So to say into omo te ase omo me and obi so ni. Say be a waka sa unya ta na o che say to the stand government
try on person e-levy e be affect ehia for into wa pegging no at 3,000 cedis a month into say obi a we transaction more than 3,000 cedis a month no we are there affect so show customer base now share nipa omo be send sika de bia na o sha sa asem na ban kan no ebe boa. A day, nipa best send this can do na send it less than 100 cedis a day. Na say do na send in your brosa. It's do na mobile ombe transaction 100. Do na sikani less than 100. See by a buying definition, ocha na nipa na e ba onche do na ye hia for. Ana. Okay. So, as a business journalist, how do you evaluate the whole e-levy situation?
From my point of view, government decided in November to implement this tax measure, and it's one that government says that they intend to use it to fill revenue gaps because our budget deficit keeps increasing yearly, and all of that. Public desktop is also going quite high. So for them, it's more of a domestic revenue measure. But I mean, the sentiment so far, the sentiment on the ground from the public, it's from what I gather, is a lot of people are opposing it. Especially the issue is with the rate, the 1.75. It's a bit too high. I mean, there were some graphs that came out that were stating that you'd have to pay almost close above more than 40 Ghana cedis just for a transaction of 5,000. So that's quite a lot. And there's also another issue of double taxation that comes in, because the issue is that the telcos are already charging, they're giving their charge on every transaction. Now for government now to implement another charge, it's sort of, it's a double taxation. And also, in a way, I also find it a little bit discriminatory. That's my personal opinion, because let's say two people have 1,000 cedis and then they walk into a place and say they want to purchase something. One has theirs on their phone and one has theirs in cash. The one who has his own on the phone will be taxed. but at the same time, they are purchasing the same thing for 1,000 cedis. So in a way, from the sentiments on the ground, a lot of people are opposed to this. But government is still insisting that it's a revenue measure and they have to fill their gaps. But in a way, we sort of have to understand that there are lots of people that are using mobile money. A lot of people are not queuing into the banks again. So for me, it's a bit mixed. But at the same time, I think the public sentiment, I think government should go with the public sentiment.
Okay. You talk about double taxation and discrimination. Here lies the fact that somebody walks into a place to purchase and he starts using Momo. A person comes with cash and then the person is not taxed. Now, this government has been very focused on digitalization and digitization as well. As a business person, do you envisage that this will reverse what the efforts that government have put in digitalization?
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I believe it's going to change. It's going to cause a little bit of behavioral change because you have a lot of people now having to withdraw a lot of their monies, which is on their mobile wallets, and for them it's like it's their little bank on their phone. So if you are going to tax them for money that they have on their phone, for me, it's going to cause a lot of behavioral change. A lot of people, you'll be having a lot of panic withdrawals, quite a lot of them. Yeah, so it's going to cause a lot.
Your work covers issues surrounding the economy a lot. And for some critics, Ghana's economy as it stands now will need more than the e-levy to be salvaged. People are asking government to explore alternative revenue mobilization avenues, as well as probably consider going to the IMF. What would you say about that?
I mean, just your final point. The IMF bit is a bit shaky because our debt stock is almost reaching 344 as at 44.5 as at November last year. So we've added almost close to about 40 billion more as compared to the last reading that came out. So I also feel in terms of revenue mobilization, the GRA can do better because there are a lot of lapses, loopholes in the tax system. So for me, the projected revenue for e-levy for this year alone, 6.9 billion. I feel like there are other resources that we have that actually make us more money, which is gold, cocoa, bauxite, even timber. I mean, we make quite a lot of money with these resources. So for me, going to the IMF, I don't know, but our desktop is in a very, very shaky stage. Yeah.
So the discussion has been on e-levy, and we've had with us the spare parts dealers who believe that there is the need for government to extend and expand the tax net by including every citizen in the tax bracket. There's also been with us the mobile money vendor who also believes that the passing of the e-levy will greatly impact on her work and may probably threaten her source of employment. The student with us also spoke a lot about the impact of the e-levy on he himself as a student. The fact that if his mother or his father is supposed to send him money, this will affect him. We also had with us Mauli, a business journalist who has explained things from the business journalist perspective. This is Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV, and it has been with me, George AEC. Until we meet for our next episode, it's bye for now.
Nigeria sini training hangs enuku na chese video bi aba da bontin chese ohwe na ot street light bi ase na so ye den o so ye den aso kasa bi sa no na che say video na ebe da abonti no eye blogger Nigerian blogger bi e friend say Gossip Mail TV na de beto ni Instagram pages na ndie video no nipa na oye video no hwe ne voice ana e twegu e wo video no mo say make you come help am or this guy is gone. Nigerian actors and actress, make you come help am, this guy is going to say so Nigeria kasa pana na wo hwegu eye video no mu na ebe kaya eye 2014 afi etwem ya na chese hang so nuku efi Nigeria de ba Ghana me ma chese wo hwe ni interviews ahodro a waye ye o kire ma chese Ghana ha se asesina de enya den kra o kire wa chance an kro bebre so he watena ha so Ghana de Ghana asesina ye de chese o kire ma wo ye adwuma wa ha enya den kra so obi ye na ne titru no mpo no light ho nsensem wo Ghana ase no eye pan san se dum so biara eni ha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to highlight some form of injustice perpetrated against non-permanent employees of public healthcare facilities in Ghana in the hope of seeking appropriate redress. Mr. Speaker, due to the human resource inadequacies in most cities in Ghana, management of these facilities have resorted to engaging persons to fill the vacancies. These employees are often characterized as casual or temporary staff and remunerated from the facility's internal generated funds. The category of staff, mostly contracted under such schemes, are non-clinical and generally referred to as support service staff, made up of administrative or clerical staff, maintenance personnel, orderlies, drivers, security men and workmen, among others. The inability of the Ministry of Health to formally employ qualified personnel to fill existing vacancies, but rather rely on health facilities to engage temporary staff, is accordingly attributable to the Ministry's inability to secure financial clearance from the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning. Therefore, the burden of filling the vacancies and the concomitant cost of maintaining these personnel is shifted to the respective health facilities where such temporary staff render services. Mr. Speaker, the core of my submission is not limited to the financial burden these facilities have to bear, but rather the abuse of the rights of these workers. These employees have been engaged for periods between 6 months to 20 years and beyond, and are yet characterized and treated as casual or temporary staff in contravention of the laws of this country. In Section 75, subsection 1 of the Labour Act, Act 651, and reinforced by the Supreme Court ruling in Benjamin Aya and 691 others versus Cocoa Marketing Board, it is provided that such employees whose services are continuously used by the employer for periods exceeding 6 months should be deemed as permanent workers and be entitled to all benefits associated with it. Unfortunately, the converse is the case, as these persons are still illegitimately considered by facilities where they serve as casual or temporary workers and denied the appropriate entitlements. Mr. Speaker, it will also interest you to know that this phenomenon is very pervasive, as virtually all health facilities under the ambit of the Ministry of Health across the country are involved in this practice, with thousands of people affected. Mr. Speaker, the abuse of the rights of these employees takes several other forms, but the most inhumane and degrading is the poor and irregular remuneration. It is worthy of note that most of the affected persons are paid below the prescribed minimum wage, and in some cases with amounts ridiculously low as 180 Ghana cedis per month. Beyond it being unrealistically low, the remuneration is often in arrears. Again, Right Honourable Speaker, these persons have no written contracts of employment specifying their rights and obligations. As such, there is no definite determination regarding social security or pensions, leave entitlements, career development programs, payment terms, wage rate, conduct relating to incapacitation, and length of termination notice, among others. It is therefore not surprising that they are often not entitled to any form of leave or capacity development programs, have no social security in place for them, and are most often victims of unfair dismissal. To summarize, this phenomenon has 3 major implications: the adverse effects on health facilities' finances, the low staff morale and capacity, and finally, the potential or likelihood of legal suits against the Ministry of Health and its agencies arising from the blatant abuse or violation of the rights of such workers. Right Honourable Speaker, having espoused the challenges and the likely implications, I dare propose the following for the consideration of the respective authorities. The Minister for Employment and Labour Relations should, as a matter of agency, investigate the abuse of workers' rights and breaches of the Labour Act and take relevant action as legislation. 2. The Ministry of Health, through its agencies, should conduct a human resource gap analysis to establish the justification or otherwise of the engagement of these employees and the recruitment practices employed thereof, and deal with any cases of abuse of the prerogative to engage casual or temporary employees. And finally, the Ministry of Health should work or liaise with the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning to secure financial clearance to formally engage this category of staff or regularize their appointments. The practice of continuously denying these employees financial clearance, while their services are required and indeed utilized, is irreconcilable and an injustice. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, it is my hope that this statement will bring to fore this illegitimate practice pertaining at public health facilities and the level of injustice meted out to these workers. As such, it is my fervent belief that the relevant ministries will take the required remedial action. Again, this August House, in line with Article 103, Clause 3, will take necessary steps available to it to seek justice for these employees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make this statement.
Yes, Honorable Celestine Sangari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by the Honourable Member for Nadoli Kaleo constituency on the abuse of the rights of non-permanent employees of public health institutions. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the very important and relevant statements that have been made in this House, and I really commend the maker of the statement. Mr. Speaker, there's a saying that if the fish comes out of water and tells you that the crocodile has one eye, you have to believe. The maker of the statement, has a background in health service administration, a senior of for that matter, a principal health service administrator, and I happen to work with him in the same hospital. So while I was a director, he was my health service administrator, and what he has presented clearly is one of the many challenges that the health facilities face, and these particular workers, in fact, they are even referred to as casuals. He has used a better term as non-permanent, but they are mostly referred to as casual workers. Mr. Speaker, they suffer a lot, and I believe all of us in our various constituencies, we have such health workers who have worked for years without being regularized, and they earn very little, like you have stated, very, very far below the minimum wage. I mean, in today's economy, somebody earning 180 with family, with children, you realize that this clearly is a human rights abuse, and they need attention, like the maker of the statement has said. They have no conditions of service, they continue to work, and sometimes to beat the law. Some health managers would temporarily sack them and reappoint just to beat the law. And Mr. Speaker, these issues will have to be looked at as he has recommended. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes worrying is the fact that when even clearance is secured and you are asked to present some names, you may have the practice where the names forwarded from, say, a particular district along the channel of communication to headquarters, some of these names may never surface. You submit the names people have worked for 20 years, you submit the names at a point. The names are replaced due to various reasons, political, whatever reasons you can assign. And these people continue to suffer and working in very difficult and challenging situations. So I thank the maker of the statement. It's a very good statement that, Mr. Speaker, you really will have to look at it and direct it appropriately, because I think it's a statement that will find solution, or, we take the recommendation seriously. It will go along with to help so many permanent health workers who have worked for years without the remuneration. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the
Yes, I'm come to you, Honorable Member for NABDA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thanks a lot to the maker of the statement. Indeed, it is like a secret, or it is an open secret in most hospitals in the country. And when government institutions are involved in, let me put in quotes, a criminal activity, sometimes it is difficult for it to come out. And that's why I'm saying that actually the maker of the statement has done very well to highlight this issue. Mr. Speaker, the hospital work is teamwork. It is not limited to only doctors and nurses alone. But most often we hear, oh, we've had financial clearance for doctors, we've had financial clearance for nurses, and that ends it. But it is a complex organization. We have everything. Those who have to clean the area, the orderlies. Indeed, if you go to hospital where there are they don't have enough orderlies, I believe that you will not be happy to look at the environment. I mean, if you can see blood, or you can see some pieces of placenta or feces or anything on the environment, I believe that nobody will be happy to see such a thing. What about the drivers? What about the security men? Sometimes people are carried to hospitals after accidents, and if not for the security men, I believe that the doctors or the nurses there cannot do any work. Because after accidents, their relatives are agitated and they want to do anything at the hospital there. What about the typists? Those who type the documents and for the hospital to run. In fact, the hospital needs everybody. We have the human resource activities. The accountants are there. If people are not being paid at the right time, will they work? No. So, all these staffs are very, very important staff that we need. And we have a situation where most of them, especially the security men, the drivers, etc., they've been, I mean, if you look at their statement, they're employed for a very long period, sometimes as long as 10 or even 20 years. You'll be working there. They are being paid from the internally generated funds of the hospital. And that internally generated fund is very, very small. In the era of national health insurance payments, etc., they are not able to pay these workers well. These workers do not have any state contribution. They don't do any state contribution for them. So when they go on pension, they don't have anything to rely on. These workers don't have any form of career development activity. If you were employed as a laborer or as a common driver, you don't have any form of career development. And so we have a situation where by the time that you'll be going on pension, you are nobody. And like you said earlier on, when even the opportunity comes, when the opportunity lands itself that they need a driver, sometimes they employ a driver from outside, not from the hospital or the health institution itself, but from outside. And when you ask, they'll tell you that the order is from above. I believe that it's a high time the government understood that hospitals and health facilities have more than the clinical staff or the paramedical staff. We require all other people to assist, deliver quality health assistance and ensure that we get the universal health coverage that we all anticipate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Kate is out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend my colleague for a well-researched paper seeking to bring to fore the treatment of those who are down the ladder. Mr. Speaker, it's a major issue that affects our whole country. Same situation will be found in the education sector. Situation will be found in other sectors of the workforce. I know that some colleagues of mine in the media also have similar concerns. But coming back to the statement that has been made, the services that these people provide are crucial. In my language, we say no fana koklu and fana vako, meaning that if we are crying for those up the ladder, we should cry for those who are below the ladder as well. I know that in recent times, doctors have laid down their tools, lab technicians have laid down their tools, but when we take them only and solve their problems, we leave the ones who assist in the facility, in the management of the facility. All of us at one point or the other have gone to a state institution where seeking health, seeking our well-being, and we know what happens in the places. There are many of their washrooms that you cannot even step in. Can we blame them if we pay them as low as 180 Ghana cedis? And as Dr. Lanwani has just said, they are not even assured of social security when they retire. I think that it would do us all a lot of good if as a people reconsider the way in which we treat each other. As we climb higher, we forget where we have come from. We forget the struggles of the ordinary persons on the street. We forget the struggles of the ordinary people in our institutions. How can anybody take into consideration its management force and not look at the well-being across board? The Ministry of Health cannot say that they are not aware that they are not able to employ some of these people. They cannot say they don't know. If you put up a facility, it is not reinventing the wheel. It is that it's a matter of course. You have management, all these service providers. Why can't we have a holistic look at the institutions and provide people with salaries that can really take them home. Mr. Speaker, I think that it will do us all good if this paper is, through your kind office, given to the Health Committee of this Parliament to take a look at it and report to us what they find and their suggestions to the Minister for Health, so that facilities that we have put up, I mean, can you imagine the Ridge Hospital, for example, that has been renovated and rebuilt by the erstwhile John Mahama administration, not having the requisite manpower to man that facility? It will deteriorate. Mr. Speaker, we cannot go on like this as a country, and I will urge you and plead with you to make sure to get the Committee on Health to look at this document and come back to us. And I thank you for the opportunity and applaud my colleague for the paper. Thank you.
Yes, let me come to the one at the stream corner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for permitting me to contribute to this very important statement. Mr. Speaker, just as my colleagues have all indicated, I am proud to be associated with this statement. And then to add that apart from the various health facilities, as a nation, this is a very important topic Brother has researched on. The metropolitan and municipal assemblies workers equally face same challenges. Mr. Speaker, we have been talking of internal revenue generations not being sufficient in this country. We have been talking of health facilities not getting the requisite revenue from their places. These are some of the problems that are draining the internal generated revenues. For example, the metropolitan and district assemblies have a lot of casual workers who are into the revenue outfit. They go to the markets. The health workers, the casual workers, some are put at the revenue section. And Mr. Speaker, believe it or not, in my constituency in Tamponov, I lost my own sister. And when my sister passed on, the bill they gave me, upon investigation, we realized that they had doubled the bill, and that was one of such casual workers. What happened when we found out? We are not well paid. Can you imagine that? That is an example. So if you relate it to those who are casual workers in the various metropolitan and district assemblies, many are there too that are casual workers for 15, 16 years, and yet they must feed their families. How are they going to feed them with this meager amount that we give them, which is even below the minimum wage, the required minimum wage? That is a very good statement we must relook at, as my sister Jifa said. Mr. Speaker, if we can refer it to many committees, we have to work on it. The casual workers in this nation are being treated unfairly. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes. I consider you to be the last person to contribute.
Speaker, I'm extremely grateful. Mr. Speaker, may I anchor my contribution on Article 24, 1 of the Constitution? Mr. Speaker, with your leave, if I may read, every person has the right to work under satisfactory, safe, and healthy conditions, and shall receive equal pay for equal work without distinction of any kind. Mr. Speaker, this is what the Constitution is saying, that every person who works in the public sector ought to receive equal pay for equal work done. But there's this very important statement by the honorable member is drawing this House's attention to the clear discrimination that is being visited on this category of workers within our health subsector. Mr. Speaker, it's important to point out that casual workers, as they are labeled, constitute a key component of health workers in this country. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency in Southdown, I have one hospital, which is the Peki Government Hospital at Peki Chame. I have health facilities and clinics in Chino, in Sanga, in Pegbe, in Peve, in Chupukope, in Chate, in Kaira, in Dugan, Chanakbe, Jemeni. Mr. Speaker, at Dugan, at Peki Wudome and Peki Jake, at Ajokume. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm driving at is that all these other smaller health facilities that contribute in the absence of the district hospitals are mainly manned by these casual workers. They do the cleaning, they do the carrying of patients when they come. So it is important that we pay attention to this staff. My colleague made mention of the security men, the mortuary staff. Speaker, when you go to Peki Government Hospital like this, and patients who unfortunately passes away, and they are supposed to be transferred to the mortuary, it is the casual staffs who do that. Mr. Speaker, imagine that minus them, how are we going to handle some of these things? So, Mr. Speaker, I consider this statement as a very, very important one. And, Mr. Speaker, if it will meet it will be worthy enough for you to perhaps refer this to the Committee on Health, and maybe on a joint referral on a Committee on Health and Labor and Employment, for them to look into this matter further, and a report will be made to the House, because it's a very critical matter in this country. And indeed, our labor law, which is the parent act on labor in this country and labor and its industrial relations in this country, also frowns on this. And so it's important that we offer equal wages for the equal work done by these people without extension. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I want to urge you that you make a referral to the Committee on Health to look into this matter and bring a report for our further engagement on the matter. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make few comments on this statement. Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement has brought the attention of this House to a very important issue. Mr. Speaker, what the maker seeks to do has been a long-standing problem. And I believe once it has come to the attention of this House, remedial measures will be taken to remedy the situation. Mr. Speaker, as a country, the population of Ghana now is about 31 million. And Mr. Speaker, we normally complain of personnel of the health facilities. Those days, there used to be shortage of doctors, shortage of nurses, shortage of midwives, to the point that we were making use, those from rural areas, were making use of even traditional birth attendants in the absence of the midwives. For circumcision, Mr. Speaker, we used to engage the services of what's the name? Wanzam. Yes. Mr. Speaker, you see, when you say Wanzam, it is known to we those from the hinterlands. Yes. And the peripheries. My brothers in Kolebu will not know what Wanzam is. And those in Bekwai Runabout, around G, will not even know what Wanzam is. local circumcision. Brussels, it says local circumcision. Mr. Speaker, not even too long ago, when I came here in 2009, there were only few universities, even though we were crying of doctors and this thing. It was only Kolebu and KNUST. Meanwhile, we have a lot of science students who qualified to attend medical to come out as doctors. It was on that note that the Mills Mahama administration in those days realized that no, we need to expand the training facilities for the medical doctors. We need to expand the training institutions for the midwives. We need to expand the training institutions for the general nurses. Then we upgraded Tamale Teaching Hospital to be training doctors. Upgraded even Kepus to be training doctors. Even Hope to be training doctors. So from 2, it was increased to 5. And now, Mr. Speaker, because of that, almost most of our health institutions, that is why we've been able to fill most of these temporary positions, and they are now making use of medical doctors because the institutions training medical doctors have been expanded from KNUST to Kolebu to reach Ho, Kekos, and Tamale. Mr. Speaker, in that same time, we increased the number of midwifery institutions from 14 or 15 in this country to 31. That is why when the maker of the statement is making the statement, he is saying that, oh, the temporary staff, it was worse than this. When I came here in 2009, there were only 16 midwifery training schools. Then Professor Mills and Mahama said, no, we need to expand the training facilities. We radicalize it. Bunahafu alone, we have 17. So now, we are not crying for lack of professional staff. The professionals are there. Then in the general nursing training, Mr. Speaker, there were only 25 the whole country. The Mills Mahama administration added 70 to make it 95. So now, after expanding the training facilities for a number of years, within 5 years, there were backlog of trained health professionals who could not be absorbed. Then we were expanding the health facilities. Then, Mr. Speaker, there was a change. Looking new law. Today we are here crying of security personnel who are not being paid, who are not being engaged. If doctors could be trained and engaged, midwives could be trained and engaged, nurses could be trained and engaged, why are the facilities still crying of lack of non-professionals? Mr. Speaker, the end of the matter is that the health insurance, the claims which should be paid to these health facilities to form part of their HDF, to be able to pay those people that they engage locally, it's not going. And Mr. Speaker, do we need to be told? Do somebody have to use his hand to pluck your hand? You know the reason why this is happening. Go and see the National Health Insurance money is not going. The District Assembly Common Fund, which the local authorities will use to pay people they engage to be weeding and clearing even the health facilities and sensitive parts of the district, is also not being paid. The whole of 2021, from January to December, no single release was made to the district assemblies. So, Mr. Speaker, how would the health facilities be able to pay these temporary staff that they engage? Health insurance is not paid. This assembly common fund is not paid. How would they? They can't. So it is not the doing of the facilities, Mr. Speaker, it is the doing of the government. Mr. Speaker, thank you. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, once this has come to the attention of the House, it will be referred to the Committee of Health because it is on livelihood. And we are representing these same people. I know that's the very reason why the Honorable Member for Nadoni Kanyo brought this matter to the attention of the House. The Speaker, you may refer the statement to the Committee of Health and make sure, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to health, we cannot compromise. What is it that these people are not being paid? And professionals who have been trained are not being engaged. The end of the matter is that all is not well with our health institutions. So the earlier we took serious and drastic measures to address this issue, the better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity.
Well. The statement is hereby referred to the Committee on Health. Please look into the matter and report by close of this month. We move to Honorable Hill. You wouldn't allow me to read my statement?
Yes.
There's another statement. Well. So we take the second statement in the name of Honorable Apasi Usefifa Mensa, MP for Amasaman. And the statement is on enhancing auditing function to reduce irregularities, infractions, and corruption in public institutions. So, Honorable Member.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for allowing me to make a statement on enhancing auditing function towards reducing irregularities, infractions, and perceived corruption in the public institutions. Mr. Speaker, audit is an independent, objective examination and evaluation of financial records of an organization to making sure that the financial statements are a fair and accurate representation of transactions they claim to represent. Accordingly, auditing is an exercise whose objective is to enable auditors to express an opinion on whether the financial statements give a true and fair view to an entity's affairs at the end of a period and of its profit or loss for the period under review and have been properly prepared by the applicable reporting standards. Right, Honorable Speaker, Audit Service Act 2000 at 584, Section 11, Subsection 1 states, the public accounts of Ghana and all public offices, including the courts, the central and the local government administrations, of the universities and the public institutions of like nature, of any public corporation or body or organization established by an act of parliament shall be audited and reported by the Auditor General. Subsection 2. For subsection 1, the Auditor General or any person authorized or appointed for the purpose by the Auditor General shall have access to all books, records, returns, and other documents, including documents in computerized and electronic form, relating to or relevant to those accounts. Subsection 3. The public accounts of Ghana and all persons and institutions referred to in subsection 1, including computerized financial and accounting systems and electronic transactions, shall be kept in such a form as the Auditor General shall approve and shall be subject to review by the Auditor General. Subsection 4. An internal auditor of an organization or body to which subsection 1 applies shall submit a copy of each report issued as a result of internal audit were carried out to the Auditor General. Subsection 5. All financial and accounting systems in respect of the accounts provided under subsection 1 shall be subject to prior approval of the Auditor General and may change, and any change in any such system shall be notified to the Auditor General and shall be subject to prior approval before implementation. Right Honorable Speaker, subsection 6 states, any head of public institution or other body subject to auditing by the Auditor General who fails to comply with subsection 5 is liable to be surcharged with the cost of any loss occasioned by defective or deficient internal controls of auditing. Mr. Speaker, Section 13 of the Act states, the Auditor General shall examine in such manner as he thinks necessary the public and other government accounts and shall ascertain whether, in his opinion, A, the accounts have been kept properly, B, all public monies have been fully accounted for, and rules and procedures applicable are sufficient to secure an effective checks on the assessment, collection, and the proper allocation of the revenue. C, monies have been expended for the purpose for which they were appropriated, and the expenditure have been made as authorized. D, essential records are maintained, and the rules and procedures applied are sufficient to safeguard and control public property. And E, programs and activities have been undertaken with due regards to economy, efficiency, and effectiveness concerning the resources utilized and results achieved. Mr. Speaker, Section 15 of the Act states that the Auditor General shall, upon the annual statement of public accounts required under Section 40 and 41 of the Financial Administration Decree 1979 SMCD 221, to be made by the Comptroller and Accountant General, examine the statement and satisfy whether, in his opinion, the statement presents fairly financial information on the accounts per accounting policies of the government and consistent with the statement of the preceding year and the best international practices, and may state such reservation or comments that he considers necessary. Subsection 20. The Auditor General shall, within 6 months after the end of the immediately preceding financial year, to which each of the accounts mentioned in this part relates, submit his report to Parliament, and shall, in the report, draw attention to any irregularities in the accounts audited and to any other matter which in his opinion ought to be brought to the notice of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, in our effort as a nation in fighting corruption, irregularities, and infractions in the public institution, the internal audit agency was set up by an act of this August House at 658/2003 to augment the existing corruption fighting institutions. According to the Act, the internal audit unit of any institution is mandated with the authority to audit all parts of the ministries, departments, agencies, metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies, MDAs and MMDAs, and shall have full access to all records, physical properties, personnel relevant to the performance of an audit. Mr. Speaker, the internal audit agency was set up to coordinate, facilitate, monitor, and supervise internal audit activities and strengthen internal controls within MMDAs and MMDAs. Mr. Speaker, unlike the audit service, the internal audit unit in any state institution depends on the heads of that particular institution for stationery and any other materials that needed for the effective running of his office, depending on the heads of their institution for everything needed for their work, thus making them vulnerable in the performance of their duties. Writing a report that seems unfavorable to the institution makes him a traitor and will force him to compromise on his stance, thus leading to intimidation. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, call on this House to amend the Internal Audit Agency Act to make internal auditors more independent. I believe by so doing, Mr. Speaker, we shall achieve the main objective of setting up the agency. Mr. Speaker, It saddens my heart each time the Auditor General submits annual reports to Parliament. There seems to be no reduction in the irregularities and infractions. Under normal circumstances, Mr. Speaker, the infractions and irregularities in the Auditor General's report are supposed to be reduced year after year. However, it keeps on vacillating. Mr. Speaker, does it mean that the Auditor General does not issue right recommendations to the entities after the annual audit, or does the auditee firms fail to implement such recommendations, or the internal auditors posted to those organizations or institutions don't perform their tasks properly? Mr. Speaker, there are public outcry every year about irregularities in the Auditor General's report. Recently, there has been media reports pointing fingers at the NPP government, accusing and criticizing the government of infractions of 12 billion captured in the 2017 Auditor General's report. It must be noted that, Mr. Speaker, of the 12 billion Ghana cedis captured, reported, 90% of the irregularities and infractions occurred in the financial years preceding 2017. Refer to page 86, paragraph 401 of the 2017 Auditor General's report. Mr. Speaker, out of the 12 billion, 11 billion 813 million 109,116 Ghana cedis was outstanding debtors, loans, and receivables from 2016. Right, Honorable Speaker, the actual audit infractions for the last from 2016 to 2020 are as follows. Total. This one, Right Honorable Speaker, you can find it from the Auditor General's report of 2020, page 7, table 1B, summary of irregularities from 2016 to 2020. 2016, the irregularities that occurred was 2,542,368 Ghana cedis, 14 pesos. 2017, 892,396,375,119 Ghana pesos. This means that the 2017 infractions is not 12 billion as being reported. In 2018, 5,196,043,399.94 pesos occurred. In 2019, it was 3,008,187,888 Ghana cedis, 15 pesos, and 2020, 2,053,176,449 Ghana cedis, 85 pesos. I must say, Mr. Speaker, that both the judiciary and the legislative arms of government have a huge responsibility in the fight against corruption. I want to plead that we must strengthen the existing institutions to perform their tasks effectively for the benefit of our country, Ghana. I also want to commend the President and the Commander-in-Chief of Ghana Armed Forces, His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for setting up the Office of the Special Prosecutor to fight corruption. Mr. Speaker, in my few years in the public service, I observed the following, which I think will help find solutions to irregularities and infractions. Many of the officers, Mr. Speaker, who are invited to attend to the Public Accounts Committee of Parliament are normally not the officers who supervise the transactions. By the time the audit report gets to Parliament, most of the responsible officers will be on trial, and officers who face Parliament will be new ones who either have little or no knowledge of the transaction. 2, most of the reports before it gets to Parliament will be 3 or more years old and may have outlived its relevance. Most of the reports that the Public Accounts Committee are sitting on it now relates to 2018 and 2019, which is about 3 years. 3, auditors often spend long periods in the auditee firms. It will interest you to know, Mr. Speaker, that 5 or more auditors spend weeks in auditing an organization that has only one internal auditor, who spend few weeks in completing the work at a particular organization. Their continuous stay in such organizations for audit makes them familiar and part of the organization, thereby making them compromise in their work. 4, the auditors sometimes demand bills or fuel from the auditee firms on a daily basis. Mr. Speaker, how the accountant manages to account for these expenses will be a story for another day. Right Honorable Speaker, anytime matters of corruption are raised, the public point fingers to politicians, that is ministers, MPs, MMDCs, etc., and leave out the main culprit, that is the spending officers who pay our laws, are supposed to safeguard the public purse. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, I will suggest that spending officers who commit infractions at their former offices should be summoned before the Public Accounts Committee of this House to explain to the Ghanaian people why such infractions occurred, even when they are on retirement or transfers. The phrase that one inherits assets and liabilities should exclude issues of audit irregularities. Each of us, Mr. Speaker, should be made to defend or account for his actions whilst in public office. Mr. Speaker, I accompanied a friend who was not a finance officer in a district assembly during the Ghana at 50 celebrations to face the commission that crowned Ghana at 50 in 2009. And this friend was so humiliated at the commission to the extent that he nearly resigned. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, he had no knowledge of what he went to the commission to defend. The person who supervised it was cooling off himself somewhere. Mr. Speaker, I will again suggest we empower the Internal Audit Agency and encourage the Auditor General to submit reports timely to this August House for Public Accounts Committee to interrogate it quickly and report to the House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, let me firstly come to a member for Ho Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to.
Is it okay?
I want to commend the honourable member for drawing the attention of the House to the usefulness of the auditors' work. In Ghana, we have two major institutions which handle issues of audit. We have the Ghana Audit Service, which is mandated to do what we refer to as external auditing. Now, where the Ghana Audit Service does not have the personnel or the time or the funds, they engage private audit firms to carry out the audit work for them, such as KPMG, Price Waterhouse and Coopers, Bar and Associates, Ernst & Young. They have engaged such audit firms to conduct independent audit assignments on government institutions mainly before they compile their report for for Parliament Committee on Public Accounts. The other one is the Internal Audit Agency, which in Act 658 is required to be established in each organization, and they are expected to carry out audit function within their organizations. So you see clearly that the internal audit units established in organizations become part of the management of the institutions. So it's questionable how independent they can be. The extent of independence is limited because they have to report to the chief executive, and they are regularly involved in the transactions of the organization in which they are established. It is very, very important to note the difference between the two. The external one is carried out by the Ghana Audit Service, whilst the internal work is done by the Internal Audit Agency people. Now, Mr. Speaker, modern day audit is essentially systems audit. We want to ensure that systems are established for processing transactions. And if the internal audit unit of the organization is able to do its work properly, the external auditors rely heavily on their output in order to carry out their assignment. But as I said earlier, because they are in the organization and they report to the chief executive of the organization, there is a limit on how far they can be independent. Now, some organizations, some statutory institutions have tried to work around this by requesting that internal audit units report to the board. And then there is also the provision in the law that apart from reporting to the board or the council of the institution, they should forward such reports to the Directorate of the Internal Audit Agency in Accra. These ways, they have got some small leeway to exercise their independence. Now, their duty is there are proper internal checks in processing transactions. For instance, one person cannot carry out a transaction from inception to conclusion. And it is the duty of the internal audit unit to make sure that this does not happen. They have to help design the system, get it approved by the board, and then management takes responsibility for implementing the system. Now, all government agencies, government institutions, MDAs, are expected to have the internal audit unit within their establishment. And if this functions properly, it helps to reduce corruption in the organization. But the issue is, how powerful are they? Are they well qualified? Are they chartered accountants who can live up and look into the face of the chief executive and tell him that what you want to do is not correct? And that has been a source of conflict between internal audit and internal audit units and the management, the senior management of the organizations. Now, external audit reports of public institutions have been submitted to Public Accounts Committee of Parliament. as he rightly said, we have reports of losses amounting to about 14.3 billion over the years that he quoted. The question is, what have we done about this? Mr. Speaker, you will notice that this 14.3 billion from 2016 to 2020 reported is double what we are looking for in the e-levy. From e-levy sources, we are looking for about 6.9 billion. But we have got a report of embezzlement amounting to 14.3 billion. Can't we pursue this? On a consistent basis, reports issued by the Auditor General have been consistently ignored. Actions have not been taken on them. And that is why we have lost so much money, that we continue to embezzle public funds, because nothing is happening to the people who embezzle the funds. In a few cases, either for political reasons or whatever, we prosecute people for financial loss to the state. If these people who are sitting in the organizations are identified to have caused losses to the organization in which they serve, can't we put our feet down, bring them out, and punish them and recover the funds from them? I think it is important that when the Auditor General issues a report, we should respect and take actions on this. Indeed, every institution or authorities which we have passed acts for, there is a section on audit and finance. And what use are we putting those pieces of legislation to? We just passed the law. We are expected to give reports to Parliament, but sometimes the organizations don't even bring the report. And when Auditor General comes up with its report, we don't do anything. I think it's about time we take a serious look at the work of PAC, to empower it, to hold people accountable, and then recover the monies. When we can get the monies misspent or stolen from officials who do corruptive acts, then we can be looking at a country that will be implementing the laws that we pass. We cannot just sit here and be passing laws without getting any benefits from them. Mr. Speaker, I think that it is necessary for us to tighten the belts from that angle, not only tightening our belts to pay taxes and then we don't get any benefits from them. I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, let me invite the Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance, you'll be my last speaker, so hold on. But please, let's be a bit snappy.
Yes, we'll try.
A lot of people want to contribute, so let's be brief so that we can give the opportunity to other members to also do the contribution. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement, which I find very, very important and consequential on the developmental aspirations of our country. Mr. Speaker, the statement made borders on matters of accountability and the protection of the public purse of our country. Mr. Speaker, I think that the maker of the statement is thrown out a lot of issues, thought-provoking issues which we all have to pay attention to. And for me, Mr. Speaker, the fundamental point which this statement puts before us as a house is how do we protect the public purse? How do we protect the resources of the people? And Mr. Speaker, if you allowed me, as the celebrated Prime Minister of UK, Margaret Thatcher, said, that there's really nothing like public funds. It's all your taxes, it's your money. And so the composite concept of public funds, in her view, doesn't exist. It's the taxpayers' money. And therefore, the matters that the Auditor General pretends over and works to protect relates to the taxes of the people, the money of the Ghanaian people. And so that is very important. Mr. Speaker, I think one of the key things we all have to pay attention to is what kind of system do we have to protect the taxpayers' money? Is it robust enough? Is it foolproof? Is it capable of identifying leakages, lapses, embezzlement, misapplication of funds? Is it capable as it stands today? The Auditor General's department and allied agencies, are they capable of protecting the public purse? I think it's a fundamental issue we have to pay attention to. And when that comes up, Mr. Speaker, in many cases, the attention is always paid to political actors and what they do or what they do not do. But I want to insist, Mr. Speaker, that we must look at these matters from a broader perspective. Ghana Education Service at the local level, Ghana Health Service at the local level, the various public agencies and entities we have in our country, from the unit to the district to the regional to the national level. How is financial transactions conducted? Is it, for instance, possible for a director of a government department to pile up the payroll with, say, 10 or 20 people, and on a monthly basis, the pay that is paid from the consolidated fund gets into his private pocket? So the capacity of the Auditor General, the wherewithal of the Auditor General to be able to audit public funds is, for me, the most important. That we have to pay particular attention to that. Does it meet international best practices, for instance? Why is it the case that in some jurisdictions, if you are tempted to embezzle public funds, you will be found out so easily, but in our country, it is not so the case. And then also the question of enforcement. And the maker of the statement highlights that. And I think that my senior colleague from the other side is also speaking to that, the issue of enforcement. And I believe that everyday citizens are becoming frustrated and nauseated by the situation of Public Accounts Committee conducting hearings and all of them hearing about these billions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars siphoned, and yet at the end of the day, people are not held accountable, monies are not retrieved. I want to suggest, let's back to the system we have in place, and we have to interrogate the system. Mr. Speaker, I want to make a final point, and I think of all the points I've made, that final point for me is more fundamental, which is that, and as a, in all respect and with all modesty, as a student of the Fourth Republican dispensation and politics, I've seen it too many times, in almost without exception. These matters are always looked at from the political lenses. And so when they say so much has been embezzled, what, unfortunately, and with respect, many of us in this house will begin to ask is, when did it happen? We are more interested in when it happened than how it was embezzled, how come it was embezzled, what can we do to deal with it? The question of when it happened, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, is totally inconsequential. If it happened under the first administration of the Fourth Republic, it's embezzlement. If it happened in the second, it's embezzlement. If it happens today, it's embezzlement. And I will want to submit to the House that arising out of this statement, we probably should begin to interrogate and examine the situation we have today and develop a framework which is colorblind to the time of the occurrence of embezzlement or malfeasance, and deal with malfeasance, deal with embezzlement as it is, regardless of when it took place. So, Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that this statement by the maker is a very important and profound statement, because at the end of the day, all the matters we talk about as a country and our developmental aspirations and the goals we set for ourselves will not be realized if we don't get foolproof, watertight systems which will check embezzlement, malfeasance, misapplication of public funds. And I think we should do that across board, devoid of partisanship. So, Speaker, with these words, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statement. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, let me come to Honourable Member for the Tamale North.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to a very well written statement. Despite some few disagreements, I largely agree with most of the issues that have been captured by the maker of the statement. And Mr. Speaker, I also wish to associate with earlier contributions on how improving internal audits can help fight corruption. Mr. Speaker, since the Internal Audit Agency Act 2003, Act 658 was passed, many have called for its review and in some cases a total overhaul to ensure that it serves the purpose of doing pre-corruption investigation or preventing corruption instead of doing a post analysis of corrupt activities that occur. Because clearly what it seems to do now is to close the stables, they say, after the horses have bolted. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we look at how much we have gained since the passage of this act and its utilization or implementation. Because clearly, I have seen a number of research reports that have shown that the impact of the agency so far has largely been in the area of financial discipline and public sector accountability improvement. So we have been able to ensure that there is some level of financial discipline in the public sector because of the existence of the Internal Audit Agency. Again, it also has improved upon accountability by way of letting us know how much we misapply. But, Mr. Speaker, should that be our focus? Shouldn't our focus be on how to prevent even the misapplication and the malfeasance that are reported year in, year out? And that is why I agree with those who are calling for an overhaul of the agency. That will make it possible for it not to just do post-corruption analysis, but will also be engaged in preventing corrupt practices. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that an internal auditor that is independent, that is competent, and that has integrity can help reduce corruption. And these can also be achieved when you have a political environment or a political system that makes it possible for people who have the know-how to be independent and to act so without fear, and also to show the integrity that they have without the fear of political, witch hunting. The Speaker, I hate to use the current example that is readily available, where an auditor that was termed to be courageous, to be independent, and to be demonstrating integrity had to be forced to go home on leave that he thought he did not deserve to go. Mr. Speaker, no matter how much I agree that we need to overhaul our existing act to make these internal auditors independent and show integrity and demonstrate competence, if the political environment is not also enabling of, such virtues and promotive of such virtues, we are not going to achieve much from that undertaking. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I would like to once again commend the maker of the statement and associate with calls to overhaul the Act 658 of the Internal Audit Agency to make it more relevant to preventing corruption instead of the post-rationalization approach that it has been adopting over the years. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, the Honorable Deputy Minister for
Agric.
Thank
you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I also want to associate myself with the earlier contributors to the statement heavily made by Honorable Member for Amasama on the auditing function. In fact, if you look at the structure and arrangement of the role of the auditing in Ghana in our financial management system, everything has been done so well that we have the external auditors to do external auditing. The Internal Audit Agency Act setting up all auditing function in all government establishments. Functionally, internal auditors are supposed to report to the audit committees of the various institutions, but administratively they report to the head of the entity. If you peruse the audit reports that come before Public Accounts Committee, one wonders why with all this arrangement, we still have infractions bordering on cash, on tax, on contracts and stores management, even though we have these structures in place to check that. Yesterday, for example, at the PAC in the 2020 audit report, there was a report of tax irregularity, and the finance ministry was supposed to provide a response to it. Normally, when they conduct the audit, the external audit, auditees are given 1 month to respond to initial observations made by the auditors. If within the 1 month you are not able to provide information, even though sometimes the information is available or is there, but the fact that you are not able to report to the auditors within the 30 days, however relevant the information is there to inform whatever reports the auditors are supposed to make, they will go ahead and publish their report. So at PAC, they come with a very good response, which if it was available before the auditors put their reports together, they wouldn't have included it in the report. So for example, yesterday, the Finance Office Ministry was charged that they failed to pay tax to the tune of 2.3 billion, included in the cash irregularity report by auditor, only for us to be given very good explanation that it was additional oil entitlement. But they were supposed to provide this information to the auditors before they finalized their report, but it didn't come. But yesterday, it appeared that it was not actually a tax irregularity. So the point I'm trying to make is that most of the issues they report as tax, cash irregularity, whatever irregularities, are just basic things they needed to supply to the auditors before they finalize their report, but they were not able to do. Maybe a cashier was supposed to take receipts upon issuance of a check, but they failed to do so. So it is cash irregularity. And it's all over the place that cash embezzlement, stores embezzlement, when in actual fact, an officer failed to perform his duty of doing what he just needed to do to enable the auditor to conclude his report as he should do. So basically, most of the things that we get and is being reported upon as whatever form it become, cash, tax or payroll, are actually failure on the part of officers to perform their duty as they should. So the institutions are really doing well. They need to be encouraged. More training for officers performing duties in the area of finance, so that we are able to minimize most of the the weaknesses we have in the system. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, honourable member for Northtown.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, kindly permit me to commend the maker of the statement for drawing attention to this all-important issue. Mr. Speaker, the point has been emphasized about the need to work on our auditing systems, the need to ensure that our auditing agencies are independent and are empowered to carry out their work. Mr. Speaker, when you put the challenge of corruption in context on our continent, you will come to terms with how important, how crucial this statement is. Mr. Speaker, according to the Africa Union, Africa loses $140 billion annually to corruption. $140 billion. Mr. Speaker, put in further context, that is a GDP of virtually all African countries. Only 5 African countries have GDPs that exceed $140 billion. That is scary. I have also read reports from the Ghana Integrity Initiative that puts the loss, the financial loss to corruption in Ghana to an average of $3 billion annually. $3 billion. $3 billion, Mr. Speaker. That amount far exceeds what the government of Ghana intends to raise from the vexed and much talked about e-levy. $3 billion is what we are losing annually. So, Mr. Speaker, the matter we are discussing is a very, very important one. If our continent will break free from the shackles of underdevelopment, the shackles of unemployment, the shackles of deprivation, the shackles of excruciating economic hardships that our people have to contend with, that forces the youth of our country to embark on that dangerous, perilous, tortuous journey across the Sahara Desert, travel in those dangerous dinghies on the Mediterranean Sea, just in search of greater or greener pastures or opportunities. Then, Mr. Speaker, we need to take the matter of plugging the loopholes, of fighting corruption more seriously than we have. Mr. Speaker, in our part of the world, the fight against corruption has become fighting my opponent's corruption. And it appears that successive governments are all guilty. Since the return to multi-party democracy, perhaps you may want to single out 2 presidents. President John Ajekun Kufuor, who had the courage to prosecute a cabinet minister, the Honorable Malam Issa, who was eventually jailed. Then President John Dramani Mahama, who prosecuted a former minister and a former colleague of ours in this house, the Honorable Abu Gapil, who was pardoned only recently by the current president. Mr. Speaker, apart from these 2 presidents, President Kufuor and President Mahama, no other president has taken on their own appointees, prosecuted them, sent them to the courts, and ensured that they have accounted for corruption. We wait for a new government to come, and then the government then looks back at what transpired before they came to power. So the fight against corruption is not really about what is happening now, and a no-nonsense attitude, an intolerant posture against the canker, so that this $140 billion which the African Union says we are losing is addressed. But Mr. Speaker, we must be regime blind. We must be non-partisan when it comes to the fight against corruption. What happens today, if it is wrong and must be dealt with immediately and timelessly. It should not be about corruption becoming a tool to beat my political opponents, but not really because we want to uproot the canker and we want to deal with it. Mr. Speaker, we also know that in addition to empowering our audit agencies, there are a number of legal reforms that we must be bold to confront. Our asset declaration regime is not the best. Elsewhere, all politically exposed persons associated with political office holders are also made to declare assets, and it is done publicly. Our asset declaration regime, Mr. Speaker, is one that has proven to be most ineffective when it comes to the fight against corruption. First of all, it is not public, and secondly, spouses and associates, close allies are not covered. The best practice is to make it public and is to rope in as many allies, close associates, spouses, as much as possible. Then, Mr. Speaker, we need to also confront the matter to do with conflict of interest. We cannot succeed in the corruption fight if you can be a minister and then in your sector, companies that you have shares in, that you are a director in, can do business and then can profit. And yet we say that that is allowed, it is accepted. That, Mr. Speaker, is a big joke and is a sham. We cannot be fighting corruption if we don't have very stringent conflict of interest laws that outlaws the practice where you can be a public official and then you can have companies that you are associated with do business in that sector. And it doesn't matter if the company is so reputable, if the company, Mr. Speaker, has all the credentials. Once you are the person awarding the contract and you are associated to the company, that company must be disqualified or you must leave that public office. So we must, Mr. Speaker, raise these matters and call for high standards. As a country, we must be concerned about how we are faring on the corruption perception index. All of these things, these weak systems, this poor asset declaration regime, an abysmal conflict of interest environment, this ecosystem that seems to facilitate corruption feeds into the corruption perception index. The latest one released by Transparency International, Ghana scored only 43 out of 100. Only of the 49 countries that were assessed, if you read the report, Mr. Speaker, only 5 countries crossed 50 out of a score of 100. So Africa is stagnating. And Mr. Speaker, if you come to study how countries like Seychelles, Cape Verde, and Mauritania have done it, able to cross 50. Seychelles actually scored 70. We can also do it. It's about the personal integrity of leadership. Do we really mean what we say? When we say we will protect the public purse, that we will fight corruption, do we really mean it? Or we just meant that we will use it to beat political opponents? So, Mr. Speaker, it comes back to personal integrity of leadership It comes back to sincerity of leadership. You can have all the laws, carry out all the reforms, but if those who are going to man these institutions don't have high personal integrity, Mr. Speaker, we will not make the impact that we must make. And we will keep marking time and we will keep stagnating as we are doing on the CPI currently, which must be of concern to all of us. Finally, Mr. Speaker, this House, this institution, also has a role to play when it comes to strengthening our auditing systems. There is a provision in our Constitution which we have not, as at now, Mr. Speaker, applied ourselves to. Article 1876, under the Auditor General's provision in the Constitution. The Speaker, with your permission, I quote, it says that Parliament shall debate the report of the Auditor General and appoint, where necessary, in the public interest, a committee to deal with any matters arising from it. Mr. Speaker, Article 1876, this provision, since the inception of the Fourth Republic, this House has not implemented this provision. So as we discuss audit reform, strengthening the audit service, as an institution, we must also carry out introspection and see how we can elevate our role and help to fight this canker, which has robbed this continent and the youth in particular the opportunities, that economic transformation that continues to elude us. It took only 30 years for the Asian tigers to transform their societies and be as developed as they are. This year is 30 years since we promulgated the 1992 Constitution. We cannot keep marking time. We must be bold and sincere about the corruption fight. And once we are sincere and we bring to bear high personal integrity, Mr. Speaker, we shall succeed. I commend the maker of this statement for bringing this very important statement to our attention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let me come to...
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the senior most.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the statement ably made by Honorable Afifa on enhancing audit function towards reducing irregularities, infractions and corruption in public institutions. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is apt and it's in order, especially in the times that we are in. Mr. Speaker, I have had the special privilege of discussing these issues with the Accountant General because I believe that that is where the infraction starts. To the extent of even asking him that for those of us with local government, the assemblies should be enabled to recruit their own accounting staff so that when they make these infractions or create problems, they can be properly sanctioned at that level. In a situation where everything is Accra, appointment is Accra, people come to the districts, do the wrong things, and then they are transferred to other districts to go and create the same problems there. And therefore it becomes very difficult and embarrassing when ministers, spending officers, chief directors are summoned in Accra and ask questions that sometimes precede them, and oftentimes too, they find it difficult even to defend. Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is time that as a country we start doing things differently. And we cannot do things differently if we don't take bold decisions. Mr. Speaker, in Ghana and in Africa, we are aware of some of the transfer pricing issues that occurs in Africa, making us lose huge sums of money. Mr. Speaker, in our own country, the asset declaration, like everybody is aware, is not very effective. It's not effective, not because we don't want to make it effective, but people are giving excuses that when your nephews and your nieces and your friends or even the public know how much you owe, they might come and kill you. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we can enhance it, no matter how it is. For that purpose, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that it is time that every Ghanaian declares his assets, so that this business of asset moving from a public figure to a noni or somebody who don't know can always be correlated. Where people transfer assets to their faraway friends can be checked. But in a situation where we are all behaving and believing that it's only about the 1,000 public servants or public figures are the people who are in that bracket, Mr. Speaker, it won't solve any problem. Mr. Speaker, in this country and elsewhere, we have people who make so much money, who are supposed to pay so much taxes, but they decide not to pay those taxes. As far as they keep those taxes for them, that is also government money. It is for that reason that we should be able to ensure that every Ghanaian declare his assets, so that when we are connecting the dots, we can connect them well, so that all the money that is due the state also comes to the state. So when we are doing the audit, we can even add lifestyle audits to make sure that people who don't expect them to own a certain level of property or asset, either in liquid or physical or tangible or intangible, will be able to connect the dots together. And when they know that we are connecting the dots together, we will be able to claim for the country what belongs to us. Mr. Speaker, page 4 of the statement, there's a table, a very beautiful table, and that refers to page 7 of the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, ministries, departments, and other agencies for the year ended 31st December 2020. And it's very instructive to note that when you look at 2016, I'm looking at cash irregularities. For 2016, emphasis mine, for 2016, the cash irregularities is about 2 billion. If you go to 2017, it reduces from 2 billion all the way to 190 million. And then it goes further to 2020 to about 34 million. So clearly it shows that for the public institutions, for cash irregularity, which is one of the major problems I have, there seems to be an improvement in the way it's being managed. When you take tax irregularities, I believe that these are statements in the report that basically shows that some of the public institutions are not paying either the withholding taxes to the Internal Revenue Service or Ghana Revenue Service and the likes. If you also take loans, debt, and advances, these are basically monies that have accrued to staff of these agencies. And I believe that if you also take something like payroll, there seems to be some kind of management that is going on. But one of my shock had to do with stores, procurement, and contracts. If you look at the figures compared to what we are seeing with the cash irregularities, you clearly see that the problem is not really at the procurement area, but rather at the lower levels, where little cash irregularities are taking place. And for me, for the cash irregularities, I see them as stolen money. And I want to use this opportunity to request, Mr. Speaker, to give a directive so that when Public Accounts Committee look at this report, we can go after those who have actually stolen monies from our institutions to government chest. Because if you look at the other ones, they are basically not ones that have been stolen, but this was rare cash that have been stolen, and I believe that we should be able to do so. Mr. Speaker, one of the other issues the maker of the statement clearly said, and I want to bring to your attention, is that of prevention. And I believe that prevention is always better than cure. What can we do to enable or enhance the work of the internal auditor to prevent the rot before even the external auditors come and pick their reports? I believe that it is time that we empower them. We empower them. A certain level of empowerment that they can use in stopping certain transactions from taking place in the assemblies or in government institutions, even before they become a problem for the external auditors or the Auditor General Department to come and do the investigation. With these few years, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is an apt statement, and it's very important that we support them going forward.
Very well. I'm giving the last lot. I should give it to very well. No, I should go here before I come here. Leadership, are you minded to contribute? You are minded to contribute? Anyway, let me give, but please, I will still indulge you to be very brief. Honorable member for Boko Central, please be brief for me.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to add my voice to the comments made to the statement relating to the effort and what we need to do as a country to use internal auditing tools and mechanisms to reduce cash irregularities in public institutions. Basically, I think at the core of this is enhancing internal accountability measures. I think almost everything has been said. The key thing is that we must continue to advance in our effort to ensure accountability in public service. Accountability in public service must be a culture, And unless we succeed in making it a culture, there will be serious challenges in ensuring accountability in public institutions. So, Speaker, sometimes you travel abroad on official assignments, especially in Europe, in America, and other places. And the organization you visit, they take you out to lunch, they hire taxis for you, and they will specifically remind you that you should collect a receipt from the taxi driver. They will specifically remind you that at that restaurant, you should pick the receipts. And even when they give you $10, when you return, they will ask you for receipts. You should account for the $10. I'm sure a lot of the clerks of the various committees that have traveled with honorable members have felt the frustration working with foreign institutions anytime that they have to even contribute towards your expenses when you are on any of these missions. And you see that accountability, even for $10, dollars, is a major thing, it's a big thing in their public lives. And here, you will give people an unaccountable interest of $1,000, and when they go and come back, they don't even account for $1, and they get away with it. Nobody will ask, what did you do with the $1,000 that was given to you as unaccountable interest? But these are all a function of the culture. We've turned the culture upside down, and little by little, we undermine the very concept of accountability in public office, both at the local, regional, national, sectoral levels. If you put all these little drops together, at the end of the year, when you quantify it, you'll find out that colossal sums of public resources are not accounted for. And unless we change the attitude, unless we change our culture and the way that we manage ourselves in terms of being in public office, and when we say public office, we're not talking about politicians and etc. Anybody in the civil service, in the public service, is subject to all these accountability measures. And people in organizations that are responsible for ensuring this culture of accountability must be supported by leadership in those organizations to insist and ensure that everybody is accountable. A person who demands that every item that you purchase, you must account for it with receipts and etc., shouldn't become public enemy in the organization, shouldn't be the most hated person in the organization. People should appreciate that it is a responsibility entrusted by law, and that person must execute that responsibility. Mr. Speaker, with these very few words, I would like to commend the maker of the statement and to urge that such statements must be coming for us to continue to educate one another on the need for us to work towards ensuring more accountable public service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Finally, let me come to member for Nshiaso. But I will once again urge you to be brief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Just as my colleagues and senior colleagues have actually thanked the maker of the statement on, to me, the most important issue in Africa today, which of course has given rise to my controversy, is corruption. And for that matter, I also support that. It's extremely important. But, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that we need to also...
Honorable members, please, that meeting is distracting the contributor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to also say that as much as we are all giving our views when it comes to corruption, we should also look at these facts extremely well. Generally, if you talk about corruption, audit work or framework, first, what we need to consider is the even financial statement that we prepare in our country by most state institutions whose activities are of much concern to all of us, and that we are talking about them today. Whether the reporting standards or reporting framework meet the international standards. Mr. Speaker, I've been a CEO before, and I realized that some institutions' reporting standards or framework or works do not even meet the international standard, which of course can impair efficiency and effectiveness when it comes to auditors' work. Two, Mr. Speaker, we also consider materiality, where we need to be extremely critical and careful, because that is where state resources, in my opinion, find their ways into unproductive areas which do not benefit the state. What we report and the items and the services that the monies outlaid or expended used on. Mr. Speaker, the last one is where I think other people who are probably innocent or otherwise also suffer. Compliance.
adhering to the control systems. This is where, Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge the Auditor General's outfit to find a way of educating all the institutions. It's extremely important because some of them might not have actually embezzled any fund, but because of non-compliance, they are found in some of these situations. And Mr. Speaker, the auditor's work itself, there are a few questions all of us must ask. If you check the summary report, that is 2020, they caption financial irregularities. And surprisingly enough, within the field, the items, one of the narratives, it's receivables and debtors fund. And I find that very strange that anywhere in the world, unless they have other information we don't have, that report that receivables amount to irregularities. And some of these things illustrate wrong picture. It induces arbitrariness in the decision-making processes of the state. And the public will be chastising some of our people, whether party A or B or public servant A or B, unnecessarily, without any underpinning factors. So I would like to say that the Auditor General's work must also be reviewed. If we have to redefine its framework and other parameters and place them in the right context in order not to mislead other people. Mr. Speaker, because of time, this thing too is also important. That when budget is even approved and it's not released, an institution cannot outlay funds in that respect. For instance, if emoluments are not released, employees are not paid for some time, there is some sort of illegal issues within there that could be raised. The same time, if budgetary allocations are not released for that purpose but approved, an institution cannot pay them per the PFM Act. So I think as a country, there are a lot of controversial issues that we need to handle. Lastly, because of time, I had a lot to say, but if giving me short time, I'll try to manage the Russian time. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, this issue about corruption, that is also very important segment or parameter if we are discussing Auditor General's work. I think as a country, let's all be honest with ourselves and handle it well. Because we all talk about the fact that we need to depoliticize it so that we can solve it as a common interest as a state. However, most of the times, all of us, including me, and then my brothers from the other side, they try to go around it. But I think if we want to deal with corruption, first thing we need to understand is that there is nowhere on this earth, any human institution, you can completely eradicate corruption. It is a fact. We rather think of mitigation and reduction models that will ensure that it will not impact us so adversely that it can destroy a lot of things in our society. However, we also need to look at one point, and that is anti-corruption tools and models, which of course, this present government, as a fraternity from Kufuor's time up to now, in terms of models such as Procurement Act, Internal Audit Act, Financial Administrative Act, the one that we put our brother's leading member in charge. So you're talking about having the political will and establishing the right models to ensure that we reduce corruption. If all of us can accept these things and go by, it will be extremely important. And I think it's also not right to compare former President Kufuor's issues with former President Mohammed's issue. Because at the end of the day, under former President Kufuor, the minister in question was jailed under him, under his regime. The other one, the minister was not jailed under his regime. So if we want to make, implicitly some of these comparative statements to let people think one government did that, one leader has not done that, then what I can also say is that what the present leader has done has to be emulated, that you put in place anti-corruption institution and has an unprecedented political role to put in place in charge an opposition party's leading member. In fact, this is what we all need to ensure. Of course, whether it has yielded the needed efficiency or effectiveness, it is also another subject to discuss. But what I can say is that the Auditors General work in terms of financial statement, in terms of its standards, in terms of compliance, in terms of even the parameters and the fields that they put all these things in, and in terms of what they put into the public domain, it is extremely critical we check
because sometimes it is very misleading. And this is what I want to say. Mr. Speaker, ending it, I want to also say that all audit reports, we must drive them to their logical conclusion, because most of the times reports are read one party, one government after the other. Hardly do we see results. Hardly. And I think as a country, it is rather encouraging and motivating other people who do not care about the poor child and always keep on putting up these crazy ignorant and antisocial behaviors. So I'll call that as a country, anybody that is found culpable, the law must take its course and make sure that Ghanaians will be very demotivated in trying to perpetuate some of these antisocial behaviors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Question time is over. I'm not even allowing the leadership to make contribution. Pardon me, leadership. Yes. Deputy Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we can now go to the commencement of public business. Item 7 on page 5. We are just going to lay some few papers, and with your leave, if the Deputy Minister for Finance would lay the papers on page 5, from I to VII on page 6.
Very well. Honorable members, let's turn to item number 7. At the commencement of public business. Obviously, you cannot be here without doing public business. So at least allow us to do some public business. So let's turn to page 5, laying of papers. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister of Finance, you are permitted to do that on behalf of your minister.
Loan agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and Kreditstand Verwidrobov, the German Development Bank Group, Frankfurt am Main, for an amount of 20 million euros to finance the green credit line under the reform and the investment partnership between the government of the Republic of Ghana and the Federal Republic of Germany.
Honorable members, the agreement has been duly presented. It was referred to the Committee for Finance for consideration and report.
Request for waiver of import duty, import VAT, GET fund levy, NHIL, EXIM levy, COVID-19 levy, and special import levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 7,156,585 euros on materials and equipment to be procured by Vibuild Africa for the design and construction of the Power Grant Interchange and other roads in Sekenji and Takrady Townships, Phase 1.
Honorable members, the request has been duly presented. It will refer to Finance Committee for consideration and report.
Request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, GET fund levy, import NHIL, and EXIM levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 22,897,602 United States dollars and 41 cents on materials, plant, machinery, and equipment or parts to be imported by Sunda Ghana Investment Limited under the implementation of the One District, One Factory program.
Honorable members, the request has been duly presented. It will refer to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report.
Request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, GET fund levy, import NHIL, and EXIM levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 23,690,843 United States dollars and 79 cents on materials, plant, machinery, and equipment or parts to be imported by Sunda Ghana Limited under the implementation of the One District, One Factory program.
Honorable members, the request has been duly presented, it will refer to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. V.
Request for waiver of import duty, import VAT, get fund levy, import NHIL, EXIM levy, special import levy, and COVID-19 levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 7,156,585 euros on materials and equipment to be imported by Messrs. Build Africa for the design and construction of selected roads in Sekendi and Takrady.
Honourable members, the report is duly presented. It is referred to Finance Committee for consideration and report. VI.
Report for waiver of import duty, import VAT, get fund levy, import NHIL, EXIM levy, special import levy, and COVID-19 levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 30,443 euros on materials and equipment for the construction of the Eastern Corridor Road, Lot 1, Tematu-Akosombo Junction, 63.6 kilometers.
Honourable members, the agreement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. VI.
Request for waiver of import duty.
Hold on.
Mr. Speaker, it's rather VII. We've done VI already.
Very well. So VII.
Request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, get fund levy, import NHIL, and EXIM levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 1,260,551 United States dollars and 56 cents on materials, plants, machinery, and equipment or parts to be imported by Coban Company Limited under the implementation of the One District, One Factory program.
Honourable members, the request has been duly presented. It will refer to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Finally, VIII.
Request for waiver of import duty, import VAT, get fund levy, import NHIL, EXIM levy, special import levy, and COVID-19 levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 1,073,967 euros on materials and equipment to be imported by Messrs. Aqua Africa for the implementation of the rural and peri-urban nanofiltration water project in Ghana under the Rural Communities and Small Town Water Supply Project.
Honourable members, the request has been duly presented. It is referred to Finance Committee for consideration and report.
Mr. Speaker, it's past 4 p.m. So I said it's past 4 p.m. now, and we are in your hands for adjournment.
Well, let me come to the available leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in your hands. Thank you.
Well, if you are in my hands, then I'm proceeding to adjourn the House for tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the morning. 10 o'clock in the morning. In the forenoon, yes. The House stands adjourned.
you.